We're getting there. We're getting there.
Okay. That's how it is, man. That's the way life is.
The point, maybe I will say this. The things they taught you in school about the globe model, I don't know if you remember everything, you could look it up, whatever, doesn't apply in the reality when we check it. We use instruments to look. We can see too far, way beyond what they're saying with their global math and calculations and whatnot.
That's 40,000 kilometers. What you said, that doesn't match in reality.
Yeah. The things that have been lying to us, as we have found out, doesn't apply in reality. So you say you believe in God. God can tell, I mean, you have to do your own things, your own experiments. Go out and look out. Use whatever you can, This is
I will say, I gave you eyes and a brain. Figure it out.
Yeah,
I'm going to figure it out.
Yeah. So God gave you common sense, so use it a little bit as well. So, and use the tools you have at your disposal. You're here.
That would be like, why would you think it's a ball? That's what God would ask you. Why would you think it's a ball?
Because I believe.
Yeah, that was the answer right there. He already gave it to you. He believes it.
Because he told you.
May I say something? I say, may I believe it without questioning it, because many people told me that
you were indoctrinated. We got it. Already, just with the opening, I believe.
If you chose to believe what others are telling you against your senses, then what does God have to do with this, right? You made that decision on your own.
Yes, but my senses are not the only one to be true.
Made by God. God did not. Is he an asshole that he gave you eyes that doesn't work? That he made an earth that looks like it's flat when it's not? What are you trying to say? That the creator doesn't know what he's doing, but you do? But those guys do? That doesn't make any sense. And what did they use?
I think the creator
Tell me they used eyes to measure shit with and then came and told you, because you could do the exact same thing. But when you do that, you say, I must be wrong. Their eyes must be better than mine. Oh, they have money and they have equipment that I don't have. That's why I should just believe them, right? That's stupid.
No, it's not stupid. It's because I'm like the one on Jim Carrey that said, I think I was a guy experimenting the universe. Now I know that I'm the universe experimenting the life of a guy. I know that everyone has the right perspective, and people see something that I don't see. They see the so-called what?
I just wanted to let you guys know that it's time for ladies' night. So it's time to let the ladies take control of the flow of the combo.
Real quick.
Yes,
do it. Nice.
Yeah. Bye-bye.
Because I know Damsel's already here, and I saw KG, so I was thinking.
Hey, do any of y'all speak French? Any of the ladies, please help this guy.
Sorry, the guy you're talking to's got an English barrier. I just want to let you know.
Yeah, we only do English here so that we keep the audience, but that's all right.
Take it away.
Yeah, our ladies are very patient, so it should be fine.
So tell me why ladies think the Earth.
Mostly.
Tell me, girls, why ladies think the Earth is flat? Your perspective, because you have another one.
We don't think it's flat. We know it's flat because we've actually gone and measured it for ourselves, just like you should.
I know it, like you, but I mean, maybe there is some things that are outside our view. You know what I mean?
No, I was very specific. So you could probably respond to the fact that I said we measured it. That's something that's specific and something you can verify yourself.
And you talk about the confidence, like that you're so sure that you're right. Have you considered that maybe it's because they have went out and verified it to themselves? It's kind of like if you have a blue pair of shoes and you've been wearing those blue pair of shoes and you see them as blue every day and someone tries to tell you that they're red. It's like you can say with absolute confidence that they're blue because you know they're blue. right? You verified it to yourself because you've looked directly at them. It's like that's where the confidence comes from. I heard you earlier. If I'm not mistaken, you were the one that had an issue with the amount of confidence, the level of confidence. So maybe you're confused and you think that we want you to believe what we tell you. No, you should just go look. You should go find out for yourself. See what you should see if it is the sphere that they claim it is, and go see if that's what you see. Then you'll have the same confidence.
That's a long path.
Well, you gotta start somewhere.
You're gonna keep quiet, but
Is it ladies' night or?
yeah, guy, what the hell, where you been?
All right.
Yeah, if you're not female, mute your mic, please.
Well, I guess I should say, welcome to Ladies' Night, everybody. It's a pleasure to have you tonight, or today, depending on where you are on the plane. But we're all very happy to have you. KJ suggested we start with music, and we think that's a great idea. So, any suggestions for a song?
Before you do a song, though, I want to call out to Her Eyes on Level. She's been in the YouTube chat a lot today, and if she's in the YouTube chat, I want to invite her in. She's, maybe she has some things that she'd like to offer or join in the convo. Her Eyes on Level, if you're out there and you're listening, please come join us for Ladies' Night.
That would be awesome.
What's that song at the end? It says, "Say hello to my friends, domestic terrorists." It's a rap song.
Steve Grant's Diet Vogue. I love that one.
Can you
Yes.
post the link? Yes.
Yeah, I played that last week at our end of our ladies' night. I think.
Yeah, I've got the link to that one.
Thank you.
I personally want to hear the
Is that the one that should be played?
Why not? It sounds good. It's a good one.
I love the
All
Cheech
right.
and Chong one, Fraud.
I love it.
Fucking Americans.
Yeah.
I love that one. There's sticks and shadows in their well holes. And there are gyros.
Nice.
I'll find the link for you, Bong. 1 second.
I know lots of things.
Yeah. Yeah. I do not care about your raps, nah. I do not care about this track. I do not care. I guess I am rare. Yes, I hear the trash. Take it out back. Oh, you can't hear it. You must have your ear to the cash. I'm itching to spaz. I do not hack, but yes, I'm still with the mass. Snatch a beat right out the mainstream real quick. Fuck around, yeah, we gon' remix it. We got you spinning and now you dizzy. You looking like Disney, seeing sixes. All these agendas and all these false flags. How many times till it gets familiar? They've multiplied so many times they form an alarm to normalize the pedophilia. Half of these rappers, yeah, this shit getting handled. They're gone with one snap of my finger. Yeah, Thanos. Yeah, I see your ice, your shit be shining. But how many of those innocent African children had to die for those diamonds? Huh? Tell me. They wonder why they been living all so divided. With all those rooms in that big ass mansion with the homeless family sitting right outside it. 1,000 bodies died for that outfit, and you ain't cleaning the blood off it. Your favorite celebrity's got blood on their hands, Marina Abramovic. Hillary Clinton, she's gonna send that a hit if you leaking those documents. If you a holistic doctor, they gon' pop your toss you secretly off a bridge. Exposing them, smash the internet. Yeah. Cause we don't fuck with no fake shit. Nah, NASA images. Yeah, thanking your highnesses. Yeah, for paying the scientists. Yeah, you kneel for the anthem, huh? But you still play for the Zionists. Damn. Yeah, they trying us. They splash subliminals. The Super Bowl, the halftime show. No, that's a ritual. Global warming, climate change. Next year will be a new name with a new tax and a new op and a new fear for a flu strain. Oxa text the new Dr. Moreau and they teamed up with the synagogue of Satan. Yeah, I see what you be doing, Q, but I still don't trust the administration. Nope. They drinking adrenochrome straight from a child's throat. You sitting down with that vegan meal, but you still drinking a diet woke. Lady Liberty screaming, covered up in that black burqa. They looking at me like I'm the devil, but I don't see him though. Matt Murdock, all these darker cultists and globalists, the ones causing a mass murder. They try to swerve at me, throw the curve at me. So I had to flat earth them. Listen, boy, I don't care what you say and all the bullshit that he said, she said. All I care is about you waking up. If you don't, you gon' get hurt, him, you need that. Let the 5G spread, and you gon' see there's a bunch of pissed off and stressed Americans. Say hi to my friends, they're all domestic terrorists.
Woo! Yes, we are.
This is Ladies' Night. Okay. But why did you call that Ladies' Night?
Because it's the ladies that run the show.
Yeah, ladies' night basically means that the flat earth ladies take care of the talking for the most part, and you just highlight the ladies of flat earth a little bit there, and we get a chance to talk to some of the globers, especially the ones that want a gentler guiding hand, shall I say. Something like that.
Well, we try.
Yeah, it's a different perspective because everybody has a different viewpoint to offer, like my brother said.
I like Joshua that say, I am totally confused.
Well, don't worry about it. You can listen in the beginning if you're not sure how this works. If you're not used to events on Discord and that kind of stuff. But since Ladies' Night has started, what ladies do we have in the house tonight? I'd like to say hi.
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 So how's it been going, ladies? Any news? Any fun flat smacks?
I've been kind of slow on the flat smacking this week. Been doing some other stuff, just running around. But, always listening in. There's been some good conversations the last few weeks. So last week was very fun, by the way, with the ladies. Hopefully we have more tonight. But we had a good time with who we had last week. It was very good.
Yeah, it was awesome. I'm honestly a bit tired tonight, but I'm going to hang in here for a little bit because I just miss my ladies.
I live for the Fridays, ladies' time.
It seems we do have some new people also in here. For instance, I think Daniel V doesn't have any roles. And then we have our Frenchie. If somebody wants
The
that one.
French cheese.
And I think we have our Hans. Which lady would like to take lead?
Daniel V is unmuted if you'd like to speak up and introduce yourself.
Yo, what's good, gang? So, I got a question, bro. Did they hide, classified documents inside the fucking core? The Earth's flat core?
Come again? Can you say, what did you
I
say?
got a
The
question.
Earth's flat core?
Yeah, do they hide classified documents inside the fucking flat core?
There is no support, but that's a nice little troll comment.
Nah, that's not trolling, bro. Y'all told me that they hide documents inside the core, the flat core. Yeah.
There's CIA documents.
The Earth's core. Nah, yeah, that's what I'm saying. So, do they hide documents inside the Earth's core, bro? That's my question.
Is that the best question you've got?
Like I said, kind of trollish comment.
How is it a troll, bro? It's facts, bro. What do you mean?
They had your mom.
First, I'm not your bro, but
Yo, your
also
mom.
you're
Yo,
assuming. You're
who is that, bro?
assuming.
Hold on. Who is that, bro?
You're
That nigga,
assuming.
that nigga smells like that nigga smells like 2 onions having sex. That nigga smells like 2 onions
out
having
of
sex.
here, lady.
I think we need to mute
I
that
think
tool
you'll be
again.
leaving. You're
Song
going to
is
be
control.
gone. Yeah, because you're being trollish when you talk over everybody. I wouldn't do that here with us ladies. We try to be polite to you. Please be polite back. But since you're assuming there's an Earth core, that would say that you assume that it's also a globe.
Daniel, do you assume the Earth is a globe?
Yo, what's good? I got a question, bro. Why do you keep muting me? What the fuck?
Well, it's because you're
listen.
interrupting others.
It better be a better one than the last one.
I got a question now. Seriously, bro. I got a question. So, like, bro, get a job, get an occupation, bitch. Ass nigga, fuck wrong with
Yeah, you're a nice troll. You think you're really funny. That's okay, though. You know, that's so original. Woohoo! You're so original.
You've been getting such low-level trolls recently. Like, I kind of miss the more fun ones. Is that just me?
Yeah, he could have played. He could have played a little bit, but no, he had to go that direction. That's okay. Goodbye. Be immature. We don't care.
Well, he couldn't even hold a straight face through any of that. He kept giggling.
Yeah. He's pretty poor. Yeah, out of 10, I think he got about a 0.5.
That's a generous grade.
Yeah, that's being real generous.
His friends probably put him up to it. He probably had to come in here and perform something. I don't know what they get out of it. It's like I would be ashamed to be the one that was able to be manipulated by people and convinced to come in here and do that. The weakest link.
Well, if it makes him feel smarter, that's okay. If it made him feel smarter for a minute, great. I hope we made his day.
You guys want to try the next one?
Absolutely.
Yeah, I'll probably leave him in here so he can just listen. Maybe it'll be useful for him.
Yeah, maybe he'll learn something.
We could try Bilal. Hello there, Bilal. How are you doing today? Or is it Bilal? I don't know how you would pronounce that.
Bro, how the fuck am I unmuted?
Oh, just to see if you want to chat. Like, hey, do you have any questions? Do you want to talk? Okay, I don't think we got anyone there. Should we try next one?
So the proof of curvature that I was given yesterday was dip a pea in ketchup. That was the proof of curvature.
What? That's new.
Bro,
Yeah. It's definitely original, but I mean, and this is from someone who has been in the YouTube chats for quite a while. It's like I was really surprised that they even said it, because they generally try to have pretty, sound conversations most of the time. I've not really ever seen them go off, off the hinge like that. But that was their proof of curvature. Dip ketchup or dip a pea in ketchup.
Okay, sorry to do this right away, but I'm going to have to run to the hospital real quick, and I'll see you guys when I come back.
Okay, we're praying.
She's getting better and better, and she should hopefully be out tomorrow. So it's all looking good.
Very good. Good to hear. So how
Let's see verified. Who's this MMN3 demo? Who are you? I don't think us ladies have met you, or I haven't.
Never been no
Maybe you
ladies.
can introduce yourself to us.
Oh no, I'm kind of every once in a while when I'm bored, but no, I've never spoken in one of these.
Okay, so the topic interests you, but you're not really.
Yeah, a little bit. Like I like listening to conversations. I've only ever had like a few questions, but most of them get answered. Like when it comes to the planar Earth and like stuff like that. I don't know actually when I joined this, but it was a while ago. But I don't know. I just find it interesting.
Well, what is your opinion on it?
Well, I don't know where I stand right now. I am still like lined up with the globe Earth that I believe in. But I don't know. I've kind of been swayed. I'm like on the fence every time I look out. I always think like, it's really not curvy. It's not like curved like that,
I would agree, but I'm glad you prefaced it as belief because that's what you have at the moment. You're right.
Yeah, I don't know if it's a globe. I've never been up in space or nothing like that. One day maybe. I don't know. I think space might be fake too. But I don't know. Actually, I do have a question. If you wouldn't mind.
What we're here for.
Yeah. I never quite understood why the government would want to hide a planar Earth from us. Like, did like somebody in like the 1600s or like the BCs like go to the Earth and then see the ice wall and like just want to hide it, or like why would they spend all the money with like guarding the secret from the public?
Well, do they actually have to use a lot of money, or are they gaining a lot of money because of a globe lie? Which one's actually valuable to them?
Well, I don't understand how they're making money with the globe lie.
So can I ask you a question? Like, is this question of yours? Why would they lie? Is this your recognition of the lie being true, like that they have lied? Or have you come to the conclusion that they have lied, and now you're moving on to why they would?
Yeah, why would they lie? Because I've known the government to lie.
Okay, so in that case, if they're liars, and you've established that they've lied, anything that they say or anything that they tell you or any reason that you discover, it's like, how would you be able to trust it? You would have to divine their thoughts. everything, every answer, it's just possibilities, probabilities, and pure speculation. It's kind of like a waste of time and your energy, don't you think?
Well, yeah, but I got a lot of time and a lot of energy, I guess. But
to waste on liars and wondering why liars lie. Really? Because I
no,
don't waste my time with such trivial things anymore because it's pointless pretty much.
yeah,
Speculation, like she said, because that's what you're doing. You're having to read somebody else's intentions, guess, assume. Yeah, there's pretty good reasons though why people lie though. You can come up with reasons why you lie. Sometimes you lie for reasons too. Well, they probably have some of those same reasons.
yeah, I wouldn't doubt it. I wouldn't doubt it. There's a lot of it makes sense. A lot of it to me right now doesn't make sense, but I'm probably missing some information and knowledge and stuff like that. I don't know if that's the right word, but
Well, what's your biggest reason for believing them? I mean, really, what's your biggest proof that there is a globe?
well, I don't think I've had enough proof that there isn't. You know, it's
Well,
just like the
what is
talk
it
of
that
religion.
then that still doesn't answer my question. What makes you believe that is a globe? What is it? What have they given you? What do you have that's proof enough for you to believe there's a globe?
I guess I don't know, maps and planes. That's really it. And boats.
Maps? Maps are flat. And what about boats?
Because you could take a boat from California to China, but I don't know where the ice wall is. It might be between like America and Europe and like Africa and all that. But I don't know. Maybe China and something are all next to each other on the map, and then you could just go around. But yeah, I don't know a lot. I'm sorry for interrupting ladies' night.
No, you're not. That's what you're here for, to learn and ask questions. That's what Ladies' Night's about. So, sounds like you don't understand circumnavigation on a plane or surface.
Well, I don't know how they do it with the boat, though.
Same way they do it on a globe. They go around the continents or between the continents in straight lines. And north is the central point in the middle of the map. Using your compass, you can navigate.
So is south like all around, or is it like only 4 points?
All around, as far as we know.
Okay. So the compasses that we use are kind of like manufactured in a way to like prevent us. Well, actually, no. From like the line perspective to the center, there would only be one south, I guess, if you turn around and all that. But I don't know. All right, I gotta go. I'm sorry.
That's all right. Well, make sure you look in the live chat. There is uh, a posting there that shows you how they navigate on a planar surface using a compass that always points north. They don't have to manufacture a fake north or a fake compass to point north. It just does, and it works on a planar surface.
Okay, all right. I'll be sure to check that out. But thank you for entertaining me. On
Yeah, just stick around and listen up. And if you have any questions, feel free to ask.
All right, thank you.
You're always welcome. Have a good night.
Epsy, you're unmuted. You're on the air live 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. What kind of questions do you have for Flat Earthers? Not a radio voice, guys. Sorry. But you're unmuted, Epsy. Damsel, thought we had a live one for you, but they bailed.
We try.
It
So
says
have you
user
been?
9285 that's VC verified. I don't think I know you either.
There's a lot of new people, it looks like, in here.
Yeah, welcome. What FEMA region do you come from? User 9285. I guess the region where they've totally revoked the freedom to speak at all. Because, Aiden. Want to talk? I'm offended. You were pretty welcoming. Promise you no hard questions. Just where are you from? What struck your interest? But if you don't feel like sharing, that's cool. Maybe some other time.
Forgot about ladies' night. Now I'm way more excited. About to go to work. Usually goes on for what, 2 or 3 hours?
I think it just goes on till it ends, whatever that,
Okay.
however long that is. So do you take us to work with you and listen while you work?
Yeah, I have been lately. It's like a never-ending podcast.
Yeah, true that. How long have you been tuning in? Stormfire.
What was that?
I said, how long have you been tuning in? He's cool. He's probably getting ready for work. He said he was leaving for work. No, I chat with him all the time in here. I just never asked him how long he'd been tuning in.
Oh, I didn't even hear a question.
I don't even remember when he joined. Yeah, I was just wondering, like, when you joined, like, how long? Because I've seen you around here for a while. I was wondering how long you've been tuning in.
Yeah, a few
Not
weeks.
a big question. It's not a very important question. It's no big deal. Tell me late for work.
Yeah, I'm about to head there right now. But yeah, I found you guys a few weeks ago, and it's been a good time. A lot of cool people here. It's definitely worth tuning in. And ladies' night's been pretty fun. The last one was, at least. But,
I didn't get to hear the last one. I've not heard the last couple ones actually. Maybe
That's
bits and
right, you're on
pieces. So I've
late.
not been here.
I agree. It was a good one. It was good discussion, even though we didn't have very many Globers to talk to. Actually, I don't think we even had hardly a one.
Seems like when I plan and try to make a point to make it, I never make it. So I just stop planning. And what do you know? It's like I'm here. So
It's good to have you back. How you been?
finished with winter, I'll tell you that. It's like those Michiganders can keep their snow up there. For all I care. I don't want it. They can have it. I'm good.
Yeah, we still have snow on the ground here in Arkansas, and it is, I think, about 28 degrees right now or a little less.
I'm wondering what's up with Yika. She's been on my mind a lot lately, and I don't know. It's like it's been forever since I've seen her in here or heard her in here. I don't even know if you ever met her. Damsel, I think she had already.
Yeah, I don't think I know her. I'm trying to think if I've ever heard a conversation or had one with her, and I don't think so.
Maybe if I talk about her, I can channel her and get her. Maybe she'll pop up. We can summon her. I don't know.
Sometimes works.
Sings and plays the piano. It's just like she sounds great when she does. I like her style of singing too. I like it a lot actually.
Yeah, I'm missing several of the ladies. Shines hasn't been around lately. Well, a lot of people haven't been around actually.
Well, I've got my theories on a lot of things that I just prefer not to mention in the live stream, but all I will say is, there's cycles in life, and I think that we're in this, and I can hear Lou in my head right now. It's like, oh gosh, not this again. Anyway, there's cycles in life, and we know that, like, we all have our short cycles. I think we're going into this long cycle where, I don't know, there's like an oppressive spirit or an oppressive energy that's just going to like continue on for a while, and it's not going to let up. And I don't know, maybe perhaps it's affecting everyone. So it seems to be, which means that I don't know. In looking at it like that, it's kind of important for everybody to try to, take time and moments for themselves where they can find a way to be happy and smile and laugh. And it's like when you don't have to deal with the heavy shit, you just, because there's times when you have to deal with it, and it tends to weigh on people's minds when they don't have to deal with it. They need to take those moments and break away from it and just, find time to themselves so they can just laugh and be happy.
One of the reasons I make this a point to come here is to kind of let that stuff go for just a little longer. It's all good. But yeah, it's been hard for a lot of people. I've seen a lot of problems with people having to deal with this tough life right now, and I agree. They just need to take a deep breath and take a little break once in a while. It'll help. It helps. It's one of the reasons I try to remind them we're here for y'all. Come back so we can talk, so you can laugh about a few things, make some jokes, listen to some music, talk to people that try to throw us for a loop, have some fun with some trolls. It's all good.
Here by yourself, but I am going to have to step away, and I've got 2 phone calls that I've got to make. And
That's all right. Do what you need to do.
If I don't make them, they're going to end up calling me while I'm in the middle of a convo or something. So
There you
just
go.
need to get them out of the way.
Well, we'll hold it down, even if I have to use the guys to help me out.
Guys are useful.
They can be.
Not saying that all you guys are a bunch of tools. That's not what I mean. Like, they're both equally important. I see the value.
We love them.
Oh, yeah. I'm going to try to play. KJ, do you have it? What was it? MacGyver? It's the MacGyver one, right? The Cheech and Chong parody. Maybe we could play that
I think that one was banned. I don't think
love
it's available anymore.
Look at Americans.
Is my audio coming in all right?
Your audio is good.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, so Truth Prevails, I think that song was taken down. I don't think it's available. At least I haven't seen it. And I think someone said it was banned.
Banned? Really? No way. Shit me.
There's something happened. I just don't remember what it was, but I think it's not available anymore.
That's just going to fuel my frustration. It's like, that pisses me off, man.
Yeah, it was funny. I did like it.
Man, it got banned. Are you fucking kidding me? Well, whatever. Just can't have we just can't have anything good, can we? My phone calls. I'm about to go on a rant here. This shit pisses me off.
Oh, not on YouTube. No.
No, they don't let us.
Not on YouTube.
Just no love. No love at all.
What's up, ladies? Not to interrupt your wonderful ladies' night, I'm going to do some street activism right quick and ask some guys to join the Discord live on the street right quick. Is that okay?
Yeah, it's quite all right.
All right, let's do this. Hey, what's going on, gentlemen? Hey, what is going on? I just got to give this to you, or else you don't want to hear what I'm going to say to you. But God is good. Every man's a liar. We're in the great deception. Do you guys know about Discord? There's a thing you can go online and talk to people on Discord. If you don't do the interrupts anymore? Oh my gosh, man! Oh, give me the money back, sir. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. So get out of here. Okay. Well, I got to advertise for the channel anyway. But yeah, give me your story.
I'm religious. I'm faithful. I'm not religious.
Oh, me too, sir.
You know,
Man, you fit right in.
I don't believe that you should have to go to church to worship God. This is his church. Didn't he fucking make it?
Absolutely, sir, man. It's ladies' night tonight, so I'm trying to find people to talk to the ladies on the Discord server. I am going to still tell you what it is. You're not going to believe this. Ready? It's called the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord channel, right? I know that sounds crazy, right? But you know what I love about flat earthers? They don't trust men.
Oh, fuck yeah, it's great.
They are the best people when it comes to not trusting anybody, and that's why I love them. So again, the Discord channel is 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. It's live. It's on YouTube as well.
Wait,
Go ahead, sir. No, I'm not filming. They're listening to me.
Okay,
no, I don't feel like I'm doing anything. So they're just listening to me right now. It's just a microphone.
If you film, I would have.
No, not gonna film you, sir. We're on a mic. That's all.
All right.
Yeah, it's a they won't let me turn my camera on anyway. Yeah, because they don't trust people actually.
Okay.
So what was your name, sir?
Kelso.
Kelso. Nice to meet you, sir. I'm the XO.
Pleasure.
Yeah, XO of the R. What was your name, sir? Woody. Nice to meet you, sir. Woody, sir. These two young gentlemen that I'm speaking to on the street corner here in Sierra Vista, Arizona.
Are you my real dad?
Hey, what's up?
Sorry.
No, good one. I like that. But yeah, Kelso. So I just had I'm going to advertise from them, but at the same time, I'm going to meet you. You already know the word. You already seem to be awakened by the deceptions of this world, and you seem very open, and you already have a relationship with God. Yeah. And that's all that matters. If you have a relationship with God, sir, nothing else is more important than that. But there are people that do want to talk to you about that, and they want to hear from you.
Huh? You're not my dad?
Hey, you're not my father, sir. Thank you. These people are a little happy. Yeah, these people are happy on the streets here.
I asked him if he was my dad earlier.
Good. Well, did he give you any money?
It don't matter. My goal out here, whether I get money or not, is I'm
good.
Tired of.
Yeah, they are very negative. People get angry. Yeah, you held up the sign. The sign said peekaboo, and I was like, you know what? I got to go talk to this guy. And the ladies are actually on here right now. There's a few of them. It's not very busy, so I thought I'd come and talk to you. At least give you a dollar that I had on me. I'm very poor as well, sir. Again, I'm absolutely. So
even if you talk, that's not enough people treat people.
Right. Exactly.
We're just the same as you. We just live our life.
Right, exactly, sir. Sorry if I'm getting close to you. I don't hope you're not phobic of people being close, but I wanted them to hear you speak as well.
No, you're good, bro.
All right.
I'm not worried about this.
Yeah, right, and neither are they. I can't even talk about it online. So that's excellent. You guys are actually better off. You know, the reality is, sir, that you guys are richer than any rich man because the truth is more powerful than any amount of money. So I want to say God bless you guys, and thank you for letting me bother you and talk to you for a second. Again, if you ever get a chance to, it's easy to remember. It's a 24/7 Flat Earth Discord live. They want to speak to you. We actually prefer to speak to people like you than the rich man because, of course, it's easier for a camel to go through the eye of a needle than a rich man to enter the kingdom of heaven, guys. And I bless you again. Thank you guys for allowing me to speak to you and allowing me to also be a child of God with you under the heavens. And that's where we're under the heavens. If you can tell, the sky is blue. I'm going to ask you one question. Do you know why the sky is blue? That's right, because it's waters above. All right, gentlemen, you guys have a good day. I'm going to let you go, and I'll see you soon.
All right.
Hey, God bless you guys. Thank you, sir. Thanks, Woody. Thank you, guys. All right, amen. See you later. All right, ladies. 24/7 Flat Earth Discord, back to your night. Have a good one.
Great job, XO. Thank you for trying. Keep reaching out.
You're not my dad!
Yeah, that was pretty funny. The not my dad thing. Who's your daddy?
These people are funny.
Yes, they are. I'm just looking in our chat and I seen somebody post a picture about Saudi Arabia getting snow. I've been to Saudi Arabia and it sure did not snow when I was there.
Are we allowed to talk when it's not busy, or I feel like I'm breaking
Yeah,
some kind of rule?
you're not breaking a rule. And since I'm on my own and there's nothing going on, more than happy to have you join a conversation.
It's ladies' night, isn't it?
Yep, but I'm the only one holding down the fort right now. Truth had to step away, and Karma had to go do something, and I don't know where everybody else. Who else do we have? I think we have KJ. Yeah, I got one other person maybe here somewhere.
There you go.
Hey man, ladies' night is not for you to listen to women's voices for 5 hours. Okay.
What if Bong feels like a lady? Can he participate?
Well, he identifies for the moment. No, it's quite all right.
Feel like the natural. No, not really.
Nah, as long as you're with the flow, it's good. And have you been to Saudi Arabia? Anybody else been to Saudi Arabia?
Nope.
That place is
Almost.
flat. That has a lot of flatness to it in the deserts and stuff. It was very flat where I was at.
I know Saudi Arabia only has one river.
Yeah, there was not much water anywhere that I was at.
No, like they only have one, and it doesn't even like flow continuously through the entire year. So, yeah. Fun fact.
Yeah, it's one of those places you can definitely see way too far over land. I can tell you that.
And I also know they're currently building the Jeddah Tower. Supposedly going to be the tallest in the world when it's over, but it's kind of halted a bit for some reason.
At Dubai, in Dubai right now.
What?
Is that where they're building it? Is not Dubai?
No, Dubai. Dubai's in.
I know. I was just thinking.
Dubai is in the United Arab Emirates. Yeah,
that's
in
it
a
is.
different country.
I was thinking Riyadh. Excuse me. My brain was.
Yeah. No, that's Burj Khalifa you're thinking about.
Yep. Well, I've been to Dubai too. I keep forgetting. I've been all over those little places. Wasn't at my best when I was doing all that. I was very tired.
I honestly don't want to go to those places.
Well, I didn't exactly go by choice.
What do you mean by that?
I was deployed.
Oh, all right. Yeah.
But I can say I was one of the few women that can say I did drive in Saudi Arabia. So at least I have that.
Women can drive there now.
Not when I was there, though. I was there in 2003, and they still didn't allow women.
Yeah, no.
How dare you?
That was a time I wasn't identified as a woman. I was identified as a soldier, so I was allowed to drive based on that. They pretended I was not a female.
Wait, did they literally say that?
Yes, they did. And I did drive. Drove an ambulance all over the place at really high speeds. It was quite fun, actually.
Everybody else was most likely doing it as well.
Was it scary? Like, did you feel like you could hit an IED or someone could shoot
Saudi
you?
Arabia.
Actually, it was one of the things that they were worried about because our base at the time had been had a what they called an attack by, let's say, shoulder-fired kind of munitions at some of our planes. And so, yes, they were advising us to drive at top speeds so that we could avoid maybe anything that might be out there because there was lots of threats at the time.
It's safer to drive crazy fast.
And that's what they told us.
Basically, like in Finland, if you're driving straight, you're drunk.
I'd be like, "Can I drive though? Yeah, can I drive like all the time? Okay, thanks."
Yeah, that's basically like in Finland. Because if you're driving straight there, you're drunk.
That's how you know, huh?
Because then you know he's not trying to avoid all the potholes.
That's the fun part, that's where you lose them on the potholes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I used to drive that ambulance. I'd drive it as fast as it would go, and I think I hit 100 miles an hour several times in it with ease on the flats. It was very flat and very straight roads, too.
It was only possible because of how flat it was.
Exactly.
It's eerily quiet currently.
Yes, it is tonight. Surprisingly quiet, especially since we had so many people that were new. But several of them didn't seem to want to speak up or had busy lives to tend to.
Yeah.
I don't know which account XO's on YouTube in, or I would address him in YouTube. But I'm just, if he's still listening, I'm just going to tell him now. If he gets anyone, like if he finds anyone else or gets anyone, get him on. Like I'd like to talk to him, ask him some questions. We'll talk to these people on the streets.
Oh yeah, I have no problem speaking with those people either. Let's go for it.
I'm just gonna say I'm not about to go about in my small town knocking on people's doors at let's say 0003. Like literally the start of the new day. They're gonna be thinking I'm like the town freak or something. Not because
you
of
worried
what
about what people thinking about you.
No. It's a small community. There's a big difference. We know people here.
Well, the ones who run your town do that. The politicians do that. They send
There's
people
nobody
out
running my
talking
town.
to
It's a small community. Either you just join the council if you would.
So you'd be the local, what they call the local crazy person. Yeah, because I'm in a really
Yeah,
small
we
town
already have
too.
that. We already have a guy who goes around saying things without a reason. Like, do you want to sleep? Do you want to sleep? And you just sometimes. One night I was out, like going into the garage to get something. I just hear in the distance somebody shouting, "Do you want to sleep? Do you want to sleep?" I was like, "What the fuck?" We already have those people here. We don't.
Yeah, I think every small town has a few of those.
Yeah, sadly. But hey, it's not always their fault.
Yeah, I think the crazy person is like some kind of psyop. You know what I mean? So it's like because if what you know is true, right, and you know that we are being someone is conspiring against us, right, and those people go make out that if you start saying things about them, you're a crazy person. You know what I mean? So in that case, you have to take. You can do your best not to appear like the crazy person, right? But what you are saying is crazy. So, you know what I mean? Like, you have to try and get the information to people that is crazy. The truth is, yeah, you know, what they say about the truth, it's ugly, it's incredible, it's, you know, unbelievable, it's crazy. So you have to, right? Like, you have to figure out how to either risk being seen as a crazy person.
And it's a label, right, Bong, of a category of people which are the outcasts, the ones. It's like this herd mentality. It all goes together. So if the ones who are in the category of the quote crazy person unquote, if those people increase in numbers, then it will be the other ones who will then appear to be the crazy person.
Have you guys ever heard of the windmill disease?
Windmill or windermill?
No, just windmill disease. Like basically a windmill.
Can't say that I have.
No, but basically it's something. It's an actual disease, but not. Then again, not. It's a psychological disease because it was actually started by one person, a psychologist, back in the 70s. She was always feeling this eerie feeling within her ever since these windmills were set up. And then she started talking about that, and like she found out with saying, hey, it's this windmill disease. And people around her started also having that effect with the windmill disease. And
What was the effect?
What?
Like, what was the actual effect that the woman?
It wasn't actually. It was a psychological thing. It was a thing with the psychological hurt cycle or something with that. But by people talking about it to other people, basically spreads it even more. It might have just done it to some of you people if you were to research it, but it might also not. I'm not saying it will or anything because it's still just psychological. It's not real. It is psychological, but it's still a thing. Because, like, you know, energy companies that want to burn fuel and such like that, they really burn on that one. Like, they like it. That like that idea. Whilst windmill farm companies, people that want to do renewable energy, they are not of it.
Wind turbine syndrome? Is that the same thing?
Yeah,
Wind
I
farm
think.
syndrome?
Yeah, I think that's what it's called. Yeah, wind turbine syndrome,
Yeah.
whatever.
Are terms for the alleged adverse human health effects related to the proximity of wind turbines. Proponents claim that these effects include congenital abnormality, cancer, and death for which there is no scientific backing. The distribution of recorded events, however, correlates with the media coverage of wind farm syndrome itself, not the presence or absence of wind farms. Neither term is recognized by international disease classification system, nor do they appear in any title or abstract in the United States National Library of Medicine's PubMed database. Wind turbine syndrome has been characterized as pseudoscience.
That's correct. I just find it funny. Like, it spreads, even though it's not real. Like, people actually
Like
feel sick.
old wives' tales, right? Or rumors, right? Or
Yeah, but still, it's funny why it's spreading. Like, because people read about it, and now suddenly you might start feeling it because it's like herd thing.
that's like a correlation, but not causation, right? It's just people correlating things with things that have no direct, like connection. It's just the windmills did not cause all those people to have cancer and all those things.
No, that's gibberish. Still, I just find it funny.
We know why placebos work the same way.
Placebos?
Placebo. Medicines that are not real medicines. You can convince people.
Yeah.
Yeah, placebos. It's the same kind of effect. You can get numbers of people sick over something if they're all convinced, or even if they're convinced that it's a medicine you're giving them. It'll work.
Isn't that a little bit like that goop thing, like some person did? I don't know what that was called.
The mind makes it real.
Yeah.
The mind has deep powers in the mind, actually, to make you ill or well. So, yeah, it's a real thing.
So imagine being told that we're lost in space, right? At any time, an asteroid can hit us and we're all gone. That we're a speck, that we're insignificant, right? And that there's no meaning to our lives. The best we can do is try. I mean, what would that do to a person's body? If this is how
we put our own meanings into it, I would say. I guess.
Can make you pretty sick, can make you depressed, right? Can make you feel like
I've actually had a depression from one of that when I was thinking about it once far back. But it's over. I'm over it. And I've set my own personal goals instead of having a massive goal as an entire people. Because if you put that on your own back, then you are, yes, going to get depressed and bogged down. That's from my own personal experience. That's how I dealt with it. Other people have dealt with it by putting a gun to their head, but that's not what I would suggest.
Well, what kind of goals does a person in prison have?
I don't know.
Not my I mean, you could read a book because he's in prison.
Staying alive.
Right. This is like making it from day to day without becoming someone's bitch.
Some company's bitch for 30 years.
I'd say that'd keep you pretty occupied, though.
40 years. I don't know how long people work for.
But still, I don't know how that would work out because here in Denmark we have a bit of a different prison system. Like, have you guys actually heard about that guy who shot like 72 people in Norway, right?
Only difference between prison systems and the so-called free land is that the prisoners in the prison system are aware that they're prisoners.
Yeah.
But the thing is, have you guys heard of, I don't remember his name, but the guy who shot and killed 72 people in Norway, right? You have heard of him before, right?
I don't know. Have you verified all 70? When you said 72, I was like 72. There's that number again.
72 virgins again?
No, 72 students on an island.
72 people to be real people? Deep fake, I can make 72 people out of nowhere and make them appear real on the internet, right? I could do that. Right?
What is this with this number that keeps coming back up, the 72?
I don't know, but he also fucking blew up a bomb in the capital the same day. Then he sailed out to an island, covered in as a fake police officer to check up on the island due to an explosion in Oslo.
And then he basically he had a bag with him. In that bag, he had a sniper rifle, or a rifle for that matter. And he started shooting children on that island. It was like a school trip island or something. And he started shooting and shooting and shooting. Hundreds of people were injured, whilst others were they were trapped on that island. And I remember it being talked on the news, and we even had like close family friends who were in Norway at the time. So that's
Sure, was it 72 people that were injured?
It was 72 or 73. I don't remember. He killed a lot. Right now, he's in court because he's appealing for a, what's it called? Early release or whatever it's called. What is it called again? What?
Is he saying he was insane? Is he?
No, he's not saying he was insane. He was saying he was tricked into believing he was something else, and he's now liable to return to public life. Not public life, but like society. He was released into society, and he's trying to get an early release.
Parole?
Parole, yeah, that's what he's trying. I'm like, he should never, ever, ever go out. Because that man is crazy. Shooting and killing 72 people and bombing the parliament in Norway is crazy. And the first thing he did when he went into the...
All of that shit, just so you know, all of that shit's questionable. It's like if you weren't there, you really don't know. You only know the story they give you. You don't know what happened.
They only know the story.
I mean, I'm not defending the guy. I'm just saying it's kind of really without all the proper information and firsthand information, you have to trust what someone else is believing you, and it's just kind of like a waste of time or waste of energy to even to waste your thoughts on. To be honest, I mean,
waste my thoughts on.
Well, I mean, because you don't know. You just don't know. You don't
just
know.
Talking about a guy who shot a ton of people, and you're questioning if it's even real.
Yes. Is there? Why does that upset you?
That fucking upset.
Just questioning everything about it. Really,
exactly what it's designed to do. It's designed to upset you. First of all, it's supposed to cause fear in you, because here you are believing that there is a man that they have, right? That's supposed to be in jail. You're upset. You're scared, right? And when people come and question this, you get even more upset when we say it's probably not real. The news is designed and controlled by people to make you think things. Then you get even more upset, right? It's like,
and we're not saying that an incident didn't occur, and that there's probably people that did, right? But like that's like, even if you can verify that, that's probably the most that you'll ever be able to verify about it. So you have to just trust the story that they give you. And it's like I have an issue with that.
His name just came up in my head. His name is Anders Breivik.
Yeah, they're called false flags. So they have crisis actors. Okay, they create lives. They create a whole life for you to look up and research. Yeah, it happened. You know, all the way back from whatever, president assassinations, wars, whatever. Like, you have to verify things. If you're going to invest yourself into a certain news and stuff, well, then you got to verify those things and make sure that, these are the people.
You know how I verified it? Well, first of all, remember what I said about family friends being in Norway?
Yeah.
They were in Oslo at the time. They vividly remembered that day.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It's just like 9/11. 9/11 happened and people died, but it's not the story that they tell us.
The thing is, that Anders Breivik guy, he even fucking said he was the one who did it.
Yeah. Well, if that pisses you off, then this will piss you off. Pearl Harbor. Yeah, the president moved everyone to Pearl Harbor specifically so it can be bombed by Japan. You want to believe that? You don't have to believe it, but that's exactly what fucking happened that day. Yeah, that pisses me off too. What are we going to do about it? It's been happening since the beginning of the New World Order. This is how things always have been.
Look what that article says about it, though. Like, go ahead, Hank.
Go ahead.
Sorry, I didn't know you was coming in.
That's all right. You had an article. Let's go.
I was just pointing. No, mine. I wasn't making a big point, Hank. I'd rather hear what you had to say.
Okay, so the thing about Pearl Harbor, it was the catalyst for entering the war because Pearl Harbor happened, and granted, Pearl Harbor was at the time. We weren't part of. They weren't part of the United States. It was the catalyst that got us into the war because the people were like, "That's Europe's problem. Let Europe deal with it. That's none of our business." You know, it was kind of like the Germans. Why would we want to go to war against the Germans? You know, and it's like when Japan did that, they were technically our allies at the time. So, but we're trading with China. So it's like if me and you were friends and sell some guns to your enemy, it's like that's not very nice, right? So we provoked Japanese. We wanted the new ships carriers. We had a bunch of battleships at the time, and Congress wouldn't give the funding to the military-industrial complex because they had so many battleships at the time. So the battleship was the old and busted, and they wanted the new hotness, which was the carriers. So they removed the carriers from Pearl Harbor, left the battleships there, and that way when they attacked and bombed them, that paid the funding and everything else that they needed. Because back in those days, you had to get permission from the war.
It's cutting out a lot.
Robot and Hank.
I'm cutting out.
Yeah, a lot.
He'll be back. Just the point, like a touch on the point I was making earlier. That article just on the thumbnail says he spends his days in a spacious 3-room cell, a 3-room cell, playing video games, exercising, watching TV, and taking university level courses in mathematics and business.
That's Norway for you.
Well, it's just my point. It's like he is aware he's a prisoner, but he's able to do the same shit that it's like the general population. What do? It's like they don't want to go out and do anything. They stay at home. They focus on things like playing video games and exercising and watching TV. It's no different. It's just he knows he's a prisoner, right? So
yeah, but have you seen Norwegian maximum security prison before? They are like that. Because the Nordic prison systems are quite different from the Americans and other European countries. We have our very own unique way of dealing with prison systems.
Well, that's
so here in
the
Denmark, it is a bit
about,
different.
Right? Yeah, you think that's what we're saying? Like we who are outside talking about these things, right? We don't see the bars. We don't know that we are in a prison. That's what we mean. That's what we're the point that we're making. You know, you get it?
What?
The people in prison know they're in the prison. The people outside of the prison, us, don't know that we are in a prison.
What prison are you specifically talking about?
Prison of your mind.
Yeah, well, that's not a real thing.
It is a real thing. So they control your mind. So what happens? They put a news story across the 6 o'clock news, and you watch it. Then they control your mind with it. If they put suggestions in movies, and they control your mind with everything that you see, everything that you hear. It is a total control of your mind. It's when you break away from that and you start thinking for yourself. You have your own opinions, your own thoughts. You're not swayed by the stories that they hand you.
But are you
aware of the tactics that they have?
Everybody and everything around you, when would you ever advance as a society? If everybody stopped trusting each other for their words, how would we ever, in any way,
an advocate for that?
What?
That's a society. That's a problem. Okay, when you say how are we as human beings going to live together in peace as a society, that's not the right way to think. Like, you think you're going to control everybody? Like when you say as a society, are you talking about the whole world and you're the one who's going to control it all, right?
No, I'm talking as we as a society, not as a
we are not. We are not a society. We are in a prison. Okay, we're not free to share our ideas and our viewpoints and how we think and what we discover in the world. We're not free to do any of that. What you think society should be. We're in a prison.
But
you know what a
still,
prison is?
yeah, I know what a prison is.
Have you heard of lockdowns?
Yes, I've heard of lockdown. I'm in quarantine right now because of COVID.
There you go.
Yeah, but that's not me. That's my own choice.
Article to us, right? And you are upset about it, and you're afraid that they're going to let this person go. See, that's a prison for you. That's them
They are
controlling.
not going to let him go, and I know that.
Hey, what do you
no, they're
mean? What do you
putting the
mean it's your
idea-
choice? Did
they
you
think
just all of a sudden one day decide to lock yourself down? Or was it because they told you on news and social media and instructed you to, and then you decided to comply? Like, is
Yeah.
it really your choice?
Yeah.
You don't
They
have much of
convinced you of things and then told you what to do about it, and you just complied.
There's a virus out there that's going to kill your children if they go out, and now there's a man out there that's going to kill your children because he, got, I don't know, possessed by some kind of, I don't know what his
Nope.
excuse was.
He was
These are all
actually.
reasons why you should be afraid.
He was not possessed or anything. He was actually rolled into it by the far right society. I don't know about that.
Yeah, that's what I meant. But the point is, you're afraid all the time. Afraid of all these things, many things. And where does this fear come from? It comes from that goddamn TV and those goddamn.
I never watched the TV though. That's the funny thing.
The news. This is where you got this news from, right?
What?
The
No,
news
I don't watch TV.
When an event is staged, okay, and people are going to hear about it. People are going to participate in it. Wars, these things, the news. And
It's
so
the
people,
information highway.
yeah,
Whichever highway you choose.
yeah. But it's going to come from the people who staged the event. That's where the event happened, and this is what happened. This is the story that they tell the public, versus the real reason why they staged the event or caused you to believe something happened.
Did you know that they have technology that they've got patents on? You can look it up. Maybe I can find it and post it on. Maybe I can find it on here.
Well, my question
on
is,
my other laptop. But well, hang on. I want to know if you are aware of this technology that they have. Where they can use these devices with these screens, the laptops, your phones, televisions, whatever. They can use these devices, and they have technology to manipulate you psychologically and neuropathically. They can manipulate your nervous system through these devices, and not just your thoughts, but your biological functions, your neurological system through these devices.
my question.
Why would they have patents on these things? Why would they want to do that?
My question is then, where are you getting that information from, and how are you able to believe in it?
Be from them. It's in the there's U.S. patents for it. It's at the U.S. Patent Office.
Where?
See if I can find it for you.
She said she's going to try to find it. Just be patient.
Am I not?
Yeah, you're doing great, bro. I'm just saying that it's perfectly normal for you to ask, where did you get that? And then it's perfectly normal for her to say, oh, okay, give me a second.
And since we have a second, nice to hear you, Hank. Always good to hear your voice.
Hey, what's up? How you doing over there?
I'm doing okay. Mom's in the hospital, but she's getting better. Hopefully coming out tomorrow.
Uh-oh. What happened?
It's just something that's been plaguing her for years. It's a stomach digestion thing or something like that.
Oh, no. Well, be sending good, positive vibes her way.
Thank you for that. I'll relay it to her. She's going to be very cute when I say it. How you doing, Hank?
I'm actually lost right now. I can't figure out where I'm supposed to go, which is rare for me, exceedingly rare. So I'm trying to figure out where I'm supposed to be. And I might have to actually call the customer. Yeah, but how about the rest of the family? I mean, your brother, how's he doing?
Well, he's sitting right next to me. So how you doing, Trace?
I'm doing great.
He said he's doing great.
Hi, Drace. I'm glad your mom's doing okay.
Yeah, she's doing a little bit better now.
That was a little flirty.
Well, you might need to heat things if you're from Iceland. You might need a flirt now and then. You know, it's chilly over there.
It's the land of ice and fire. We have like an active volcano, so I'm not cold.
It is a bit stormy though. I almost blew away when I went out of the car.
It's very windy right now.
What kind? I mean, why limit our experiments to laboratories and rats, right? I mean, can't we just experiment on people? I mean, who gives a shit what they think, right? I mean, we could do it, right? We've got the power. Why not just the whole world, everyone, live, right? How's that sound? Doable? Let's do it.
Isn't that why they were trying to kill the Nuremberg
globe?
I mean, they think they live on a globe, for God's sake. You could tell them anything. You don't
And
care.
then what they do, they take the Nuremberg scientists and like bring them over to the U.S. and now they run the United States.
Now they can experiment on the whole world. And we've got the U.S., right, to enforce our power. They would never do that. Why would they do that?
The Germans were the first to use public television for propaganda for their nation, and those were the guys they got to take care of NASA and give us that propaganda.
Wait, you're talking about the
Project Paperclip.
Talking about the depths that a man would go to seize power, control, you know, all that good stuff that we want. They would never do that. I mean,
Looks like Spiral of Love posted the two, or at least two patents that back up what Truth was saying earlier, and I posted a patent as well, which I think it's Microsoft that's putting it out.
No, I want one from official like website and not from a second-hand website. If anything.
and America, man, is the only place that would play and air a music video, right, of a dude dressed up like, you know, stripping and lap dancing for the devil, right? But they will ban any flat earther tries to talk on YouTube. How about that? Hey, they would never do that, but they are.
What that thing you said earlier about rats, it got me thinking about that Smashing Pumpkins song. You know, despite all my rage, I'm still just a rat in a cage. I was thinking more like, you know, despite all my rage, I'm still just a Glover in a cage. What it sounds like.
Patents that are being posted for you, though, Lucas, you can double check them and verify that, you know, whether or not they're active patents. I DM'd one to you, but there's like a lot more that's probably even better than the one that I DM'd to you. And then I'll find this documentary that this married couple did called The Minds of Men. And they go back and it's very, very thorough research that they did. You can double check their info too. They put They provide links and resources. They tell you where they get the information from.
That is an excellent.
They have extensive studies into this, right?
Yeah, that was an excellent video that was produced by them. The only problem I have with that group, that husband and wife, is they won't talk to us, the flat earthers.
I have suspected that they've came in here before. There's like a man and a woman that came in once as friends, and they sounded like, because I know Melissa and Aaron, I know their voices, and these guys sounded like them. And they were asking questions. It's like, I think they're interested. Maybe they're going to, I don't know, I think they'll eventually look into it. I mean, they don't totally discount it. They've never said anything negative about it. If they have
other people have tried to talk to them about it, and they just haven't been interested in it yet. Maybe they did come in. I hope they do. They are good researchers. They should research this. They would make more connections with what they're already researching if they did.
Yeah, I've talked to them myself about it, and I don't like hound them over it, but I do from time to time whenever they post like a really good video. And if anytime I leave a comment, I either will email them or say something in the comments or whatever, but tell them, give them an invite or something like that. But maybe if they have, they are for the truth, but it's like, you got to look at it though. People like that, they look at the things that really like highly impact people's lives, like having the information and the knowledge of, the technology. They want to wake people up when it comes to things like that. And they have a pretty big following, and they've built a pretty huge community. So they would definitely want to be thorough about it. And I don't know. It's like almost as if I want to justify them avoiding it because of their community and their following. But then again, when you are looking for truth and you're standing for truth, it shouldn't matter that truth is. It should be okay to talk about it. So
yeah, I kind of wondered. I kind of considered maybe they were kind of avoiding it because of the size of their following, that they would lose, they think, a lot from it. But they do a really good job. If they did a coverage on the flat Earth, they would probably do really well. But I agree, we should not care about the following for truth. Should we? Ever?
I expect them to. I've been expecting them to come to it for a couple of years now, and then they still haven't. But I still have expectations and hopes that they will. If they don't, oh well, it's okay. They have their own thing.
Yep, I'll still listen to their stuff because it is good research.
Until the day that they, discount it or come up against it or like talk negatively about it without even researching it, which I don't expect them to do because they're not the type to do it. So at that point, I'll probably stop listening to anything that they say. I haven't done that yet.
But I would actually, there's a thing I would like to go back on from earlier, was that how we would even like progress as a society. Like, what I mean was how would we progress in technology? How would we progress in like culture?
Okay, well, you would first have to define what it means to progress.
No, you would have to define that for me. Honestly, that's why I'm asking the question.
But it's your question. You have to define your own question.
How would I have to define?
Well, the shape of the Earth has nothing to do with that. So,
what?
The shape of the globe, or the Earth being a globe or not a globe, doesn't have anything to do with that. What you're asking about progress, like what does that mean?
That was
what evolution? Are you talking about evolution? Are you talking about computers? Are you talking about becoming gods? What are you talking about?
No, I'm not talking. Stop changing the question and everything. I'm asking the simple question of how would you be able to advance as a society
by following God?
By not
being able to trust anybody for their
I'll
word.
tell you, don't storm on us. We never said you shouldn't be able to trust anybody. What the advancements would be is that there's a unifying element to the truth, and so all of us on this server came together over the truth. And then there's also some of our best and brightest minds are just currently stuck running in circles in pseudoscience. So that would mean a lot of advancements in actual science. So that's one thing.
We advance and progress by not believing lies. Because how can you progress, right? If what you think is true is actually false. You cannot progress or move forward if something you think is real is not real because somebody lied to you. Lies do not progress anything. Maybe you
Then
should
how
fix your
we're
question,
here?
right?
Society would stop.
Then
What do you mean how we
here
What
right
do you
now?
mean how are we here?
Well,
You ask
how are we in this Discord right now?
because
How
we
are we
lied to
sitting
you?
on the internet
Because
right
we have What are you talking? Are you talking about technology, or are you
now? Yeah,
talking
how
about?
do technology advances with its culture?
What do you mean? How? You can do the research and learn how. But but
But
how
how
does
do
that
I believe
benefit
that?
the
How
Earth?
do I believe that it's true? It's something I
Believe.
got off the internet.
Well,
Okay,
you're
so
assuming.
I'm just asking questions.
listen. Your view of advancing in technology, right? Let's think about that for a minute. First of all, who builds and who discovers and who like brings about this technology? It's the people, right? It's the people that do it. But what happens is the ones who are in control, they gain control of those people. They recruit those people, right? And then they control what technology is allowed to get out, what technology is not. When we receive something in the public genre, it has already been established for 20 to 40 years. They keep it from us. They wait until they're ready. They have agendas that they follow. There's this amount of control that actually hinders what the people could do on their own. There's that documentary I just posted if you want to grab it.
Yeah, no,
Electricity just by itself. I mean, they stopped all research on electricity at one point, and then when they allowed it, it's like they control every aspect of it.
Yeah, you're assuming that the knowledge that we have today, as far as technology and science, is the real knowledge of how things really work. All we know is a system, an arbitrary system at best, to allow us to do our work. When you push this button, this happens. When you don't push this button, this doesn't happen. That's all we know. That's what we're taught. These are the things that we're thinking with, and you can't assume, right, that we could not have developed or progressed in a better way without this knowledge, because you don't know what kind of knowledge we had before. You don't know what life was before all this. We were born into it, and we were told what history is and who's who and what time we're living in and what we're living on. That's a prison.
It would be far more progressed and far more free, and we wouldn't be wanting or needing for anything if the people were left to do as they pleased when it comes to this, and if it wasn't controlled. They have it's like what was it, the hydrogen engine where they used water and powered it from hydrogen that they extracted from the water. Is that what it was? I don't know. It's like the guy ended up dead. They stopped. They used to power vehicles on hemp. No, they want to control, and the
Steam
electricity.
engines.
Like there's definitely ways that that you can. I mean, they look, dude. It's like they want you to have to depend on them and pay them for things. They are not going to let. They will not let people establish things that they can't control, that they can't charge you for. If you don't have to pay them and get permission from them to use it, they're not going to let you have it.
I think I lost you a bit early on there. I was getting lost about the hydrogen, whatever you was talking about.
There's just a brief example. I mean, there's tons of them.
When somebody discovers something, right, and wants to patent it and release it to the public for humanity's but that's not how it usually goes. When people hear about these things, when the government or people who are interested in what you're doing hears about it, CIA, whoever, they're going to make sure that you don't release anything that they don't want to be released. You're stepping on their toes. You're going against the narrative. You're teaching things that could cause people to discover the truth of the nature of their reality. Do you get that? You're not in control of if you make a breakthrough and that you know is going to help humanity. You're not in control of that. You're only going to go so far before somebody takes over, and I don't know. You might even get killed. Who knows? Depends on what you find.
It removes any amount of control from them over the minds of people or over people in general. They will not let it go through. They'll fight for that control. I don't know. Maybe Karma wants to read what she posted. I think that's a good quote.
Yeah. She ran away, so I'll read
I'm
it.
technically in the kitchen, but
the
I'll let
aim
him
of-
read it. He can't hear.
Is she talking?
Tell him he can read it because I'm making chicken for the cat because he can't hear me. I'm muted on his side.
She
Okay,
says you can read it because she's busy.
Sorry, Karma. I thought maybe you wanted to. I just wanted to make space for you too, if you wanted to. But what she
Thank you for
posted,
that. I love it. I'm just cutting down raw chicken, so not the best time.
right? Don't cut your finger off. Pay attention. The aim of the public education is not to spread enlightenment at all. It is to simply reduce as many individuals as possible to the same safe level to breed and train as standardized citizenry, to put down dissent and originality. H.L. Mencken, I think I said his name right. And then John D. Rockefeller, I don't want a nation of thinkers. I want a nation of workers.
Yeah, and all you have to do is look at the system, and then you can see that it's just there to produce, to harness the human resource, to harness the power of the mind, the force that Albert Pike likes to talk about, wasted force. All these people with minds, wasting their force. We must harness this force. That's why they have these Ivy League schools, so that they can take your children away from you, and they took control of his mind, and they look down on you, mom and dad, and say, well, my mom and dad didn't know anything, and look at me. Vanity. It's vanity. It's
Does that
all
sound
that.
like? Does that sound like a good way to progress society? I mean, think about it. You're talking about society needs to progress. That's why I said you need to define what that means. What does it mean for society to progress?
Well,
They hold society back. Society could do, if you talk about society and society defined as the general population, your average ordinary person, right? Not the ones who are in control, but your everyday person. If they didn't hold those people back, that we would be so much further.
You need to remember that science and society has progressed significantly a lot faster in the last few years, right? Since from the beginning of time, it's gone very, very slow till just a few 100 years ago.
Well, there's a lot of people who think they live in a ball, so I think it's progressing in the wrong direction.
Could it be that they just weren't ready to release certain technologies and they've controlled the knowledge and the information that people are allowed to have and what they're allowed to produce, things that they're allowed to release to the population until they're ready for it? And could it be that they're just ready for it to come out now because now they're ready to use these things as a tool to control?
It is the present that has progressed and advanced. Society has gone backwards. Look at it. Look at society. What's the number one song in America? Wet ass pussy. Think about that.
It's also that all of our technology and advancement is essentially discovered about 100 years ago, and most of it's just trickling down to us slowly but surely, with just slight innovation, just to be able to sell it again.
Well, 100 years ago, there's a lot of things were being discovered. That's right, but we already know. Yeah, electricity. It was discovered all the way back in the 1700s, or even further back. No, yeah, and yeah, we already had things that could do small things. And back in the very, very late 1700s or 1800s, I don't remember. The 1700s is like 7000, right? Because in Denmark, you guys are like 1 year ahead when it comes to that, right?
Oh no, I have an issue when it comes to talking about what they were able to do and what they were capable of and what technology they did have and didn't have then, because I wasn't there and I know that they control the information and the knowledge that we have now, and they want us to they want to paint a certain picture on his story, or the things in history, however you want to say it. Like they want to control the narrative and paint the picture. But I do know that they were able to build structures that we are unable to do now, and that we don't do, right, that are still standing.
Meanwhile, you go to modern day China, and buildings that have been standing for a year are collapsing.
Well, yeah, that's because of rapid. Yeah, that is very, very different, because back then they were building buildings of much more crude material. Yeah, and you also have to remember some buildings.
No,
Have you
it's not
have
more
you seen
crude.
parts
It's
of
actually
the? If you're talking about the Great Wall of China in this instance, yeah, we are at the tourist part. Yeah, that's very much renovated and restored. But there's other parts of the wall, if you go far enough out, that are basically gone. They're just a pile of rubble.
I'm basically comparing how in China they have a booming building market, but they're building it so poorly that in 1 to 3 years the giant apartment blocks are just collapsing and people are dying. That's modern building techniques. Ancient building techniques are so precise that we cannot replicate them today, and they're built with very specific materials. So I wouldn't call them crude, especially not by today.
Well, when I mean crude, I mean with more crude material like cobblestone or anything that's more just sturdy in itself, because they made it to be sturdy. Nowadays, it's just made to be cheap as possible.
Your argument, this argument about comes from the idea that anyone who goes up against science, is trying to take us society back to the caveman days. This is a psyop. So think about it. Think about it. This is a psyop. Like how what are you talking about? Where are we going if we go forward with these things? Where are we going? We're going into a world where our minds are going to be in some computer internet system, and they're all linked and they have access to our biology and our minds and our thoughts. That's the future you want? That's the future you're looking forward to?
I want. That's not what I'm saying.
But that's what you're asking, right? You're saying,
no, I'm not. Don't put words in my mouth, because
you're asking us how can we have the technology we have today, right? If what? If we don't
weren't trusting of the ones before us.
Pardon?
If we weren't trusting of the ones before us, how would we be where we are today?
Well, we don't even know the ones that
be like animals, because animals don't give down the traits from beforehand.
You know the saying that the victors write the history, right? Well, the history that we know of was taught to us by the victors, by the people who wrote that history. And guess who are these men that we're supposed to trust? They're all part of their secret societies, people that come from the Royal Society and from the same people that are lying to us. Those are the people you're asking. Well, you're supposed to trust people that came before us. What people? You only know the people they told you about, which is their people. You don't know about the people who fought, the people who argued and got silenced, maybe got killed. You don't know about those people. Why would they tell you?
He keeps talking like we're progressing in this great direction too. Like, look at where we are now. We've got all these mandates, lockdowns, put brain implants into people. Where are we, bud? Maybe the problem is that you trusted those people.
Look at how advanced we are. Look at all these collapsing buildings. We're built so advanced.
Calm down, all right? Not that many people speaking, all right? Just trying to have a normal.
Question that's supposed to get you going down a rabbit hole that goes nowhere. It's a psyop.
A psyop? Well, I don't get. Well, you're all saying these different things. We're now in the topics of collapsing buildings and all that, but still, the main topic is how would you yourself advance your own learning?
Telling people that the Earth is not a ball. By teaching people that the Earth is not a ball. That we
where have you gotten that information from?
From the actual Earth. From the actual
not from the actual truth. Who gave you that information? Where did you get that information from?
The Earth.
From the actual real thing. From the Earth.
No, where did you originally get the
Earth?
Okay. You go to the Earth, right? And you say, okay, if it's a ball, then it should be curving. Oh, look, there's a radius. They even told me how much it should be curving, right? So that means if I stand here and look over there, the horizon should be over here. Guess what you're going to find when you go do this? You're going to see that the horizon should be right in front of you, and yet it's all the way back there. You know what that means? It's not a ball that, like they told us. Okay, let's go up in the sky. Same thing happens. At eye level.
But where did you originally get that information from?
So where do you get your information from that it is a ball?
I'm still asking you my question. Where do you get your information from?
Not questions get answered over and over again from the Earth.
Coming from other people.
You got your information from men. We got ours from the Earth.
See, that's where you're wrong. It's like you go out and you look for yourself and you see what it is for yourself. Right? The problem is you're getting your information and you're trusting the people that's telling it to you. And you just believe what they say, regardless of what your eyes tell you, regardless of what you experience.
My eyes told me that I've seen a satellite, but then I was told off in here that it's just light moving in the sky. Well, there's an explanation to almost anything, and I was looking for an explanation just as like you people are.
Look, when I tell you that those things are fireflies, what's the difference if they tell you it's something the size of a fucking football field 250 miles away? What's the difference then? Why do you care? It's a firefly. Just take it as that then, if you're happy with it.
How would you say a firefly?
See, I think hold on, brother. Give me just a second.
Speed from one side to the other in an expensively short time.
Hold on, brother.
Hey.
Can you hear me, sir?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Excellent. All right. So what Bong is trying to tell you is that both are equally non-scientific, right? Because you can't verify what that light in the sky is. They tell you it's the ISS, but how do you know for sure that same light in the sky?
No. I'm not saying anything. It's the ISS, and I don't believe it was either. Because
okay, you just said you saw a satellite. Now you're saying you're not saying that you believe in
manned satellite. Let's say it like that instead.
Okay, how do you know there's men up there? Did you see any men?
No, because you wouldn't be able to see people on that distance.
Men. What did you see?
Okay.
Excuse me?
Well, you can't see. You wouldn't see the unicorn farts either. Maybe it's a unicorn fart, driven object. You see what I'm saying?
But the thing is,
like, you don't know. The thing is, you don't know. You believe. It's a faith that you have. It's a belief that you have, right?
No, why? It's also believe what you have then. Because you can't prove it.
No.
You can prove it, but what could you not prove that in the sky?
No. We don't have to prove something, right? That somebody is claiming. Look. You can't say to me, right? Oh, I think unicorns exist. I think there's a pot at the end of the gold, right? And if I can't prove, it's not up to me to prove that you're wrong. You have to prove that there is a pot of gold at the end of the rainbow, or else there's nothing for me to prove true or wrong or false. It's just that's a rainbow. That's what the light does when it's refracting by the water or the rain, like rain. And then
Bottom
you say
line,
The
the
thing is,
distinction the distinction we're making is what you believe and what you know. If you see a light in the sky, you don't know. You just believe because they tell you what it is. We're not saying satellites don't exist. Listen, they launch satellites on balloon, but what we do know is how gas behaves. Right? To have pressure, you have to have a container. So this area that they claim is that they're launching these so-called satellites that are in so-called orbit, it's like it can't be true because due to the second law of thermodynamics, due to the law of entropy, we know that entropy is always going to increase.
well, the
Right?
thing
We
is
know that the higher pressure is going to flow into the lower pressure. You can't have a 50 torr adjacent to a 10 to the negative 17 torr without a container. That cannot happen. That's the bottom line. So whatever lights you see, you are just believing whatever you want to believe because you're choosing to.
Well, we're not
Can
believing. We
I
don't
get
have
a
to
bit of
believe
space?
anything. Like
No,
we're not believing stuff. Okay, like
give
it's
me a
not
bit of space here to talk as well, please. If not, there's no point of even having this conversation right now. Thank you. Now, you're saying there needs to be pressure for there to be a gas.
No, there needs to be a barrier for the gas pressure.
There needs to be a container to have pressure.
But that is within the atmosphere. An atmosphere. Now, you may not even agree to what I'm about to say now, but you know that mass could attract mass. So anything.
No, show me this. Show me an example of this happening.
Please.
Can you define mass?
The reason. What? You could put
define
two.
mass.
Listen,
What are you talking about?
No. Let me talk too.
No, because
let me talk too. If not, you are not.
You're just making religious claims, bro.
You can't just keep.
You're just citing a dogma.
Listen,
Lucas. You can't just keep on going. Like when you say,
if you wanted, you could try to
demonstrate it.
You could put
Show
two
me.
leaves on a very flat piece of water. You could put 2 leaves or anything else that's very light. Put them on water and see them slowly get attracted.
Why do you have to put it on the water? Why do you have to put it on the water?
You don't have, because that's the only surface that
That's called Casimir effect, bro.
What?
That's the Casimir. That's called the Casimir effect.
It's called not understanding what the fuck you're trying to prove here.
Yeah. It's the Casimir effect, and it's not mass attracting mass.
Explain
That's
that to me.
106 years out of
Explain
date
it to me, since I'm
pseudoscience.
so uneducated.
You know, and you're well aware, or you would not have said put the leaves on water. You would have just said put 2 leaves out and lay them on the table and watch them connect with each other. Watch them attract one another.
Friction. Then there's friction. You wouldn't be able to see it then because there's friction.
Friction. What about mass? How much
Friction
mass?
does
What is
definitely also affect it.
the mass of what? Where do you get mass from? Huh?
Mass.
What is that?
We're going
Is that
off.
gravity? Is that pressure? What is that?
You're going off the subject that I was trying to explain it first. I would really love to explain it in the way I can.
Well, are you going to explain it by showing us a scientific experiment where you isolate gravity and prove that it does anything? Can you do that?
You can physically not isolate gravity.
Okay, then we'll just move on from that. You don't have a scientific claim.
No, you cannot just write off the night.
No, we can't just write off your completely non-scientific religious claims.
What are you on about?
Claim presented without any.
He's been going on and on about science. He doesn't even know what a scientific experiment is.
For fuck's sake. Honestly, are you trying to be childish here?
No, you said you can't isolate the very thing that you're making assertions about. So, next.
Any claim presented without evidence can be dismissed without evidence, period.
Everyone has something to say, and we're kind of all saying it at the same time. We're not, trying to get on you.
You have to say also this argument is quite one-sided currently because there's a bunch of you and one of me.
No, it's not.
Yes, there is. There's only one guy here. That's
argument, and there is no debate going on, dude. Like you're not even.
Why are you denying the debate currently?
You're not even qualified to debate. You don't know what fallacies are, logical fallacies are. You don't know
no, because you're cutting me off every second. Like I just.
You watch the 1-on-1. You can easily request one. Just who do you want to talk to the most?
No, because you keep going back to belief thing. You know, like you don't know why this or why that. Like you're not focusing on curvature. That there is nothing. Like what's the
I'm not
radius of
talking
the
about curvature right now. I
what is
moved
the
on.
That's
radius?
step one. You should be
Because I
talking
want
about
to
that.
explain something to you.
If you know
But
the
no, you
radius of
started
the
cutting me
Earth,
off, pulling me in all other directions, going off topic. Have you ever
what is
thought
the
that?
radius?
Always
Just give me the radius of the Earth, and I'll stop annoying you right now.
No,
Yeah.
I
What's
was
the
just
radius?
trying to say that it's every single time something like that happens, is you're being
You know
pulled
the
off.
radius of the globe or not? Yes or no?
That's not what you say. No, don't pull off topic.
You don't
Now
know
I'm
the.
saying,
Okay, so here's the
I'm
thing: if
saying
you
it
don't
to
know
you
the radius of
specifically.
the
Don't
globe,
pull off topic.
listen, bro. If you do not know the radius of the globe, we're not ready to have a debate. We have to explain things like why would they
Because
lie?
you like to
Like,
cherry
why
pick things.
would you
No,
trust?
because curvature is the basis of your entire religious dogma. So you need to get that down pat first, or we can just dismiss the rest of the story.
You're wondering why we don't trust authorities. You're wondering maybe we made a mistake. You know, you're still there. You know what I mean? You're not stepping away and saying, let me try to figure this out on my own. You haven't done that. You're still holding mom's hand at the freaking crosswalk. Should we cross now?
But I'm
No,
still
dude.
not getting to what I wanted to explain from the first part of anything.
You want to
That's
bring
what I
us
was
to the
trying
science
to
and tell us
understand
your
what the
story.
problem
We've
is.
heard the story 1,000
No,
times,
you've not
and you
heard
make
this.
baseless claims. So we
I've not.
address those claims within your story, but you don't like that.
No, because
Yeah,
you don't
you
want.
said
You don't like it either. You don't want to hear it.
you said
And yeah,
to
we've
put
also heard
trees
your
on
story
water,
1,000
right? Now let's
times.
everybody here
Tell
know
on you
where
other
you are at, the level that you're at, we're trying to help you get away from that, okay, and kind of look at what we're trying to show you, okay? You get it?
No, I honestly do not get what you're trying to say at this point because all I always get when I'm
And you were
trying to
trying
have
to
a
flip the
conversation.
Cavendish experiment. You were trying to be clever, but you're just showing that you don't understand
Trying
what
to be
we're
clever.
trying to show you, to tell you. Okay, we get it. We fucking get it. We've been dealing with this shit for 6 years. We grew up with it. You don't have to fucking explain it to us. You need to try to understand what we're trying to explain to people, to you. That's the least you should be trying to do, man. And you don't know the radius of the globe. That's even worse. Like why? Like what's the real reason? What philosophy? Is that why you're here? What psychology? Is that why you're here?
No, it's not. I'm here to have a normal conversation, but it turned into this.
Well, if you're going to scientifically validate gravity, step one is to isolate it, and you told us outright that you can't do that. So, next.
Trying to
It's
justify
also,
your.
if you want to talk about something you know nothing about, you're surprised the conversation doesn't go well. I mean, either be willing to learn
I'm
at that
allowed
point
to talk
or
to what
educate
I
yourself
know.
on the
I'm not.
subject.
Look how mad he is now.
Look how much intensified you guys are about it as
Why
well.
can't you just listen when people are speaking? Why do you have to
Why
speak
can't you
when they're
listen what I
speaking?
was about to say
Like
beforehand?
I can't even
You
finish my
don't want to
sentence
listen to
before
what I
you
was
start
about to say either.
talking. Like, what's wrong with you?
Lucas. You okay, Lucas?
It's just a religion. You'll get over it.
Are you upset because you were trying to explain why you believe that these lights in the skies are satellites, and you made a false assertion that you can't back up, and we won't let you go any further until
No,
you do,
I've not even made
unless you
anything
just
yet.
maybe try a different way to explain it. Maybe
I've
that'll work
not.
for you.
I've not even gotten to the point of where I was trying to explain something. I was not even close to it. I was cut off right as when I was saying mass is attracted to mass. That's when everything broke out.
Because that's your false assertion. You're just asserting something that's false, that's never been demonstrated.
So let me just explain something. Cavendish experiment, what your mass attracting mass has been destroyed by everybody here, right? But you're presenting it as if we've never heard it before. Can you give us a little credit?
And it's not an experiment, and that's not even what do you even know what they were trying to demonstrate? What were they trying to do in the Cavendish? Do you know?
No, I don't know because I've never. I have heard of it, but I don't know what it's about.
Well, then
It
you
wasn't his claim.
can't assert it.
He was
You can't
claiming
assert it
mass
for
attracts mass.
anything.
Can I get a one-on-one with this guy? I'll try, and if it doesn't work, then I'll just turn it back over. Does
I
anybody
still
object?
really want to fucking explain what I was trying to
I
say
don't know if
first,
it's
but I'm not getting a chance to it. So may
Yeah,
I
brother,
please?
here's the thing. Any village idiot can give an explanation, right? But here we like to stick with science. And I'm not calling you a village idiot, right? All I'm saying is that you have to bring some science with you, right? So can you tell me what the 3 constituent parts of a hypothesis test, also known as an experiment, what do you need to have a scientific experiment when dealing with natural science? Do you know?
No, I don't, because
Okay, that's fine. We can fix ignorance. Okay, so you need an independent variable, dependent variable, and control variables. Now, the reason the control variables are so important is because you don't want anything else affecting your experiment. So you lock everything else down and you don't manipulate them. You manipulate the independent variable, which is the cause, to see the effect, which is the dependent variable, which is the naturally observed phenomenon. So now I'm going to ask you again, what do you need to have an experiment when dealing with a scientific method? Do you know?
I fucking can't tell you. Honestly, I cannot.
Well, I think the problem lies with you, not with us.
No, because I seem to can't understand you in the way you're speaking it. You have to formulate in a different way for me to understand you currently. It's the way you're telling it, not for me.
When you manipulate the cause and you see the effect happen, what is that?
A manipulated cause.
When you turn on a switch and you see the light bulb come on, what is that?
That is something meant to do it in that specific way, or what? I don't know. But
okay, so I'm just showing that you don't know what you're talking about when it comes to science, right? If you do want to do a little research and come back, because we can forgive ignorance, right? That's not a big deal. You can come back tomorrow and teach me about the scientific method, right? And that'd be great. I would love that. But as far as right now, you don't understand the difference between philosophy and science. And what you do is you're conflating the two, and that's called pseudoscience. Do you understand?
I am not fucking doing pseudoscience. I fucking hate that.
Okay, then
right?
tell me, what's the difference between science and pseudoscience?
Pseudoscience is not being proven in any way, unlike science.
Exactly, because you can prove things with science. Because with the scientific method, right, when you got all the other variables still, right, they're not affecting the cause and effect relationship between the independent and dependent variables. Now, these things are really important to pay attention to. When you manipulate the cause, right, you turn it on and off, right? Like adding heat to water. The heat makes the water boil, and then you turn it off and it stops boiling. And then you add heat again, and then it boils, and you turn it off and it stops. What did you prove using the scientific method?
Well, I was trying to prove what I was talking about much earlier, before this rookery came up.
Hypothesis for that.
No, but
right?
I
So
was
that we
still
can test it
cut off.
ourselves, because you can't prove anything to us, right?
Can't prove
We have to
anything when I'm
prove
being
it to
cut off.
ourselves. Bro, there's a lot of people in here. You're going to get cut off sometimes. You cut off people too, but we don't really complain about it that much. Look, get yourself some preparation H if you're upset about being cut off, and come back and talk to us when you know, get a little tough around the skin, man. Get you some dragon skin going on, because you're going to get cut off.
Tough skin. When you have about 50
effort.
people cutting you off every second, I don't think that nobody can get what they want to talk about.
It's because you're talking about mass attracting mass. And the definition of mass is the resistance to velocity. So the resistance to velocity is attracting the resistance to velocity?
What?
Does that make sense in your head? That's why I asked you to define mass.
No, I didn't hear what you
I'm
said.
sorry. Dude, define mass. You're saying mass attracts mass. I'm saying, what is that? What is mass? Because I know the definition and you don't. The definition of mass is the resistance to acceleration. So you just said the resistance to acceleration attracts the resistance to acceleration. That's what mass attracts mass mean. And when you say that, people in here are going to call you out on it because they know it's BS and you can't prove it. Everybody else, please.
I was just giving my explanation, and that seems to not get in anybody's head here. Because what I was trying to say, when mass attracts mass, that also hence why we have an atmosphere, because an atmosphere is also a form of mass. And everything below your feet is also a mass. And why we have
You're asserting something that's
layers.
false.
No, listen, no matter if you think it's false or not. Right now, I'm just
You're making a baseless assertion.
What I think.
I'm not trying to
It's
prove
not what
your
I think.
theory's
It's what
wrong
is.
or anything. I'm just saying, if mass were to attract mass, now I'm not saying it is in your what you believe or what it is, but if it was to, and that you had a planet, and that is a massive fucking thing, like huge thing, that would attract other things as well, like gases. Why would they then go away from that object when they're attracted to it?
You need to know a little bit more about what you're talking about. Planets are wandering stars. Okay? Mass does not attract mass. You're saying if it were to, then you invoke Cavendish. You don't even know what Cavendish was trying to measure, what they were even trying to do. So why are you talking about all these things? You're just, like Indio says, this is like my favorite thing Indio says, you're just throwing shit at the wall, hoping something sticks.
You're talking about
It's all fallacious. Sorry.
Let me know this. You're talking about the philosophy that Copernicus used, right? To change the geocentric. Did you know that the Earth used to be in the middle of the world and the sun used to go around it? This is why he put the sun in the middle and made the Earth go around it, because the philosophy is that it is good logic that the lesser should serve the greater. This is why he put the sun in the middle. This is also why you think, right? This is why you think that things that are bigger, all things should revolve around, attract it. This is why you think that. When we ask you, well, can you demonstrate how that works? Blah, 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 everyone knows that, We're like, no, that's a philosophy. It's not science. But what do you mean mass attracts mass? Sorry, Jace, go ahead.
I think it's funny when you always keep going up on that.
I just was going to say that he made a baseless assertions about mass on mass attraction, which we can prove to be wrong, and then he used that as a foundation in his begging the question fallacy to try to validate his belief. That is fallacious. Have you ever heard of logic, sir?
Yeah, I've heard of logic, but it's just not the point where I can't explain the specific thing, and that proves me wrong in every way because I don't know that much about it. But I know anything beyond that. But still, I am not the guy to explain these things for you because I don't have a degree in it. Nor do you. You might know a bit more about
We love talking to people with degrees, and we have many people in here with degrees. Just because you do not have one does not mean that we do not have one. We love talking to people with degrees because they do not act like you, sir.
Don't assume those of us who have degrees don't know what we're talking about either.
I'm just saying, I don't know that much about it again, but I know what I do know, and that's what I'm going off from.
That's an honest thing to say. You don't know that much about it, right? Because you don't know how the scientific method works, but you know that pseudoscience is bad.
Just don't know how to
That's a good start, right? See, the thing is, we don't want an explanation of how mass attracts mass. We want an experimentation. You understand? We like science.
Well, we did put one of those in front of you, and that was with the leaf and the leaf on the water.
Okay, give me the hypothesis.
Well,
right, so,
a leaf is put on the water with another leaf. Now,
okay, you're describing the Casimir effect. Did you look up the Casimir effect when I said that?
I am being cut off now, and I'm trying to tell.
Yeah, because you're describing the Casimir effect, sir. Listen.
Casimir, and what is the Casimir effect?
Sir, listen. Sir,
what is the Casimir effect?
Sir, the Casimir effect is what you're describing, and you're trying to attribute gravity to it. That's dishonest, right? I've already explained it to you once. Dude, you have a computer in front of you. How are we connected right now? Look it up. I'll look it up for you. But you should have already looked it up when I said you're describing the Casimir effect. You should have said, "Oh, okay, what is that?"
Casimir effect right in front of me right now as an explanation for what I was trying to say.
Exactly. It has nothing to do with gravity.
Yeah, but still, no, it does not. It has something to do with mass attract mass.
No, it doesn't. It actually disproves your gravity. It's where we get that number with 120 zeros behind it. Do you know about 0 point energy?
No, I do not, because I've never heard of that.
Okay, well, this is what you need to look into, brother, because this is the stuff that debunks gravity. That's why you have to have the theory of dark matter, because gravity doesn't work at the galactic level. This is well known, repeated by many scientists. It's called the cosmological constant problem. I will show you.
When you admittedly don't know enough about something to speak on it, then maybe that's the time to listen and look at some of the information we're giving you and learn about it, because even the scientists that you are trusting and believing in, they don't even invoke mass attractive mass anymore. They've moved on to something different.
I think if you were to ask them that, does mass attract mass, they would say yes instantly.
Dude, you don't know your own religion. That's not even what they claim.
Why are you
What they claim gravity is? That it was superseded over 100 years ago.
Don't refer things to as a religion. That is just
No, that's no what you're talking about.
Hank has permission for one-on-one with this guy. Please respect that boy.
Yeah, that one-on-one part's over. I do apologize. But, all right, dude, can you see the live stream?
Me?
Yeah, you, bro. Can you see the live stream?
Yeah, I know it's a live stream.
All right. The live stream voice text. Excuse me. I apologize. Can you see the voice text where we're posting stuff?
Oh, yeah, that, yeah.
Okay. I just posted Harvard first, and then the next part of the cosmological constant problem. This is Wikipedia. So Wikipedia, grain of salt, right? But the Casimir effect, also known as 0 point energy, this right here, the Harvard link, read it. It's really simple. It's talking about the quantum field theory, which is where they try to combine Einstein's gravity and the quantum mechanics, quantum physics, right? So it says quantum field theory predicts a very large energy density for the vacuum, and this density should have large gravitational effects. However, these effects are not observed, and the discrepancy between theory and observation is an incredible 120 orders of magnitude. That means a 10 with 120 zeros behind it. That's how big the discrepancy is between gravitational effects that we don't observe and what the theory says. So when you bring up the Casimir effect, the two leaves, it was described as boats to me, but the two leaves on the water, how they get closer and closer, that's the Casimir effect, also known as 0 point energy. Thank you for listening.
All right, but well, yeah, you're trying to explain this to me right now with the Casimir effect. But could you make a non-mathematical explanation for me so I could understand it as well? Because you should be able to do that as well.
Wait, did you?
Then you're not. If not, you're never going to be able to reach.
He just explained that without having it mathematical, and the fact that you have such a high standard of him explaining to you when you don't even know anything of what you've been talking about is absolutely amazing.
English is not.
And I gotta say, Hank has amazing patience for just.
Well, English is
wanting
still
to
not
deal
my
with.
native language.
Is there anybody else here that wants to talk to this guy? Because honestly, I'm done with him.
He's a lost cause.
No, I'm a lost cause. No, I'm not.
Yeah, you are. You don't have a clue what you're talking about. He just explained everything to you very concisely, and your answer was, "I don't get it." So
yeah, I don't get it.
Yeah.
His answer was even worse because it was, explain it to me in a way that you already explained it, because you should be able to do that, which was the stupidest thing I've heard so far, and I'm reeling still.
Yeah, what mathematical
I'm gonna
explanation?
do
What
my
mathematical explanation did you get?
right now and just leave because I'm not gonna be dealing with this anymore. Have a good day.
Well,
I'm not
we're the
gonna
ones that have to deal with you.
If you ever learn any logic, feel free to come back.
Wow.
Well, back to ladies' night, I guess. Any ladies still here after listening to that guy?
That guy needs to go back to learning basic third grade science, please.
Ouch.
Go review it. Review it. It'll help.
And at what point do you admit that you don't have enough knowledge on something and you don't know about something? At what point do you then turn around and start asserting things about that thing that you just admitted that you don't know about?
He admitted to knowing nothing pretty much throughout the whole thing. And then he just acted like that didn't matter at all. Like him not knowing anything about this didn't change the veracity of his claim. And it just pointed out how extremely zealous and religious that was. It was painful to listen to. I pity the boy.
Hopefully he'll grab the link that link that Link hosted, that Hank posted, and maybe he'll read up about it. I don't know. It's like if he wants to know more about it, he can. It's all up to him. On his shoulders. He's the only one to blame but himself if he never knows anything more about it.
But he can keep his religion if he likes. It's really okay. It really is.
Yeah, this may not be the time and the place for him right now. It's all good. You know, like 2 years from now, he might come across some other information or a person that brings it up, and then he's like, bam, wow, I'm a flat earther.
Oh, he's gonna look back on this differently then.
Yeah. I don't know what people get all like ego offended and everything when they come in here when they don't know stuff, because it's not like in the public school system we cover the heliocentric model ad nauseum and everybody knows exactly how it's supposed to work perfectly, you know, but these flat earthers, I don't know. The thing is we didn't cover it ad nauseum in school. I don't recall that. I don't think anybody I've talked to in here has claimed that.
Nope, they don't cover the heliocentrism, but they do cover basic understanding experiment versus pseudoscience and science. What's the difference? They do cover that.
Yeah,
well.
I do.
In about third grade, they start hitting it.
Yeah.
So that you can
And
understand at least.
Something else that I remember from school, in high school, when I was in the indoctrination camp, and that is what a triangle is. All triangles complete sides.
Yeah, geometry is covered pretty good.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not thorough enough, but it's at least the basics of shapes and what they are.
And, you know, I think it's interesting to maybe, for me personally, to delve more into the this talk about a curved adjacent. I mean, because if you can't contend with that, then you're just making stuff up as you go along. I mean, I don't know. Who is Nathan really covering that, or was that like a couple weeks ago?
He's still covering it pretty much every episode that I've caught lately. So
yeah, because QE was in here the night before last playing a current episode, and I was like, "Whoa!" I'm so loving everything he's saying. I mean, I've never been a huge Nathan fan, but I was like, "Whoa!" In fact, I think I pinned the one that blew me away so much.
Because Bob has been trying to manipulate curve adjacent stuff all over in triangles with curves, and it's been bizarre.
Oh, really? Okay.
I think I've seen that. It's pretty funny.
Yeah, and just throwing out scientific terms doesn't help you much if you don't understand it, especially like Cavendish or whatever. It's just like, yeah, it doesn't help you much if you don't know what it was about and what it didn't prove or it did.
Yeah, and I think what you girls are putting out there a few minutes ago in so many words that it's okay to say you don't know. It's a lot easier to say that rather than go through all this painful defending something you really don't know what you're defending. I think that's what was going on, what you were saying. Because I just kind of came in.
Yeah, Nathan does a good job of saying it's painful for these people. It literally is painful. I'm sure they're in pain while they're doing it.
Yeah, they're like glitching out, I guess, right? I mean,
it's an eco bruise, so they're eco
Dear
surgery.
Cogdis.
I mean, we just got to have tough love. So nothing can be done about that. Can't coddle people.
Do we have anybody else, or was that the only one?
Sure wish they would teach logic in schools. That's what they really need to start doing again.
Agreed.
I don't think that's going to happen. I really don't. I think we should employ parents to do that for their children.
Yeah, parents need to do it. My parents did for me. So that's where I got my foundation on it. But yeah, the logic is lost on a lot of people. They just are really emotional, make claims with no basis. It's just funny to hear them do it.
It probably wouldn't be that hard to make a game out of it, just to make it fun for the kids.
Yeah, for sure.
Well, I know some of the homeschool groups here in my area, they do have a logic class. They're teaching Latin and logic. It's a good combo.
Well, I'm always posting the cartoon for them, right? In the kid version, the cartoon, the Spock, the logic lessons in the cartoon, the Spock cartoon.
Yeah, I've got all those saved. I go through them every once in a while just to make sure I'm keeping up with them.
I should really bookmark those. Next time I post them, I'm going to try to save them.
They're good to review. Even when you're pretty knowledgeable with them, it's easy to get caught up in them if you're not careful.
Also, could use it as a basis to translate into Icelandic or something like that to use at work. That could be cool.
That would be good for your class. If you're going to start your science club, that would be an excellent thing to do.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Once we're finally, fully staffed again. But I gotta say, I love my workplace because even though we're understaffed and it's been like so much pressure at work recently, that our boss just yesterday was like announced, I'm giving you all overtime because y'all been doing so good and I've been in quarantine and haven't been able to show up. And then when she saw on Snapchat that I'd been up until 6 with mom and all that, she sent me a text in the morning and told me, just stay at home today. You don't have to show up at work.
Now that's a great boss. I'm so happy for you.
That is a true blessing to have a boss like that.
The cutest thing is, actually, I only slept like 3 hours because I had to get up and help grandma go to an emergency dentist and stuff. But when I sent her a message earlier, thanking her basically for being so good to me, she said, I knew you wouldn't ask for it first, but no worries, I'm looking after you.
Aww.
We got a real family vibe going in the staff and the workplace, which is really good because we have such healthy, fun relationships. It's good role modeling for the kids as well, and it's just really nice.
Wow, I wish everybody had a boss like that, a work environment like that. It would lower people's stress so much.
Yeah. Also, she's the one who's like, you think the earth is flat, right? I'm like, I know it is. And she's like, oh, cool. And I was just doing we went to the bathroom at the same time during a staff pub meetup or something. So she's cool about it, and she's asked about it casually, but not really asked more. But I keep sneaking in little flat smacks and little random facts at work.
How fun! That is so fun.
That's excellent.
She also knows
She's
how I feel.
open-minded.
And I don't get any bother for that at work. So I guess we don't have any Globers. Should we just chat to random people or chat to each other? What should we do? Play music?
Talk to everyone.
All of it.
Okay, should we go down the list and ask people how their week has been? Okay, everyone, how are you doing today?
Excellent.
Grand.
I have posted the ladies' night link on a lot of different servers. And it's been pretty funny seeing the response. I go, you guys can talk to girls about science, and some of them are spiraling. It's like.
I love that. That's a great idea.
This
Thank
dude
you
is
for
kicking
doing that.
chicken. He basically I go, you can talk to a girl today, right now, if you want to. And then he timed me out on the server.
Hey, Crit, don't you wish they would say, hey, if I could talk to Michelle Thaler.
Oh, man.
Yeah, they would talk to
you can do more than talk with her. And get your rocks off.
I'm your rock cousin. Anyway.
Wow.
No, you just say you're going to send her cousin. You say her cousin will come over in a few weeks, and then you mail him a rock with a picture of her quoting that rocks are her cousin.
Yeah, I'm going to send you my cousin.
Oh, you can even say that their cousin is just as pretty as she is and stuff like that to make it really sound legit.
I'd be like, Papa was a Rolling Stone.
Yeah, Papa was a Rolling Stone.
Gives whole new meaning to a pet rock. Whole new meaning.
Makes us cousins.
That would be great.
Oh my goodness.
Okay, if you guys want to see something funny, do you want to see an amazing lamp that's in a store in Iceland?
Yeah, sure.
About if you want to see something funny, I got a really good cat video. I watch it every day when I first wake up to get my mood in the right mood because it just makes me laugh for you guys.
Shit.
How'd you like the lamp?
Wow.
I'm pretty sure you can ride it.
What the?
There's a horse in the room.
Look at the couch.
What, that's just your house?
My friend is really short. She was like, I can fit underneath the horse. I could walk underneath it a little bit.
Is that your friend's house or?
No, that's a store in Iceland. She found this.
Store. So it's just a horse with a lamp on its head.
That's
and it's like a really fancy store, a design brand store, and it's super expensive, I think.
Yeah, I bet.
That's very odd to me.
It is odd, but it's cool kind of too. It's funny.
Exotic.
Allegedly.
There was also this gigantic elephant in Costco, which eventually disappeared. So we kept theorizing, me and my friend, that the guy who bought
you
the
guys have
elephant must have
Costco in Iceland?
Oh, yeah. We got one.
Do you
Singular
have a
one.
Walmart? Do you have a Walmart there?
No. Costco is recent. It was a few years ago, and we were like, oh my God, we got an American big store that sells bulk. They sell in bulk? What the fuck is that? It was glorious.
Yeah. Costco's all right. We don't have Costco around here, but I live in Walmart country. But yeah.
The Icelandic business Freemasons basically came together and were like, we're not selling the public in bulk. That's only for businesses. So when Costco started doing it for the public, they're like, fuck.
Dude, you can get 8 cans of tomato sauce for way cheaper than you can at the grocery store. You know, it's like if you go to Costco, you get like half price. If you
Yeah,
buy 8
Costco.
cans at a time, bro.
Costco's great
I
for
want you guys
bulk,
to
but
watch out.
they've been a bunch of Nazis about everything else lately.
Yeah, I've heard a
Not
lot
my
of bad
Costco.
rumors about it, but like how they treat their staff and stuff like that. But because it also has a selection you don't see in other stores, that also brings a lot of attention because we have limited, very limited selection in Iceland. So any new variety, and people are going to flock to there. It was so crowded in the beginning, like you had to put it off for a few months before you wanted to visit, unless you wanted to wait in line.
Oh wow! So they line up at Costco.
When it first arrived, I mean, if we ever
Oh,
get a Primark, I will expect people to camp out. I'm not even kidding.
Oh, they need a Dollar General. That's the big thing here in Arkansas. Dollar General.
I've always wanted to go
Yeah,
to one of those
bro.
stores.
Yeah. I mean, you get cheap products, but you also have like name brand products. But like as far as Dollar General is like, you can buy shoes there, but I wouldn't recommend it.
I don't
You mean
recommend it either, but man, people
you
eat,
mean
eat cheap there. People buy a lot of snack ramen and stuff.
Yeah, sure. I mean, they have like a small grocery aisle, but yeah. But
you
actually,
mean the store where everything's generally not $1?
The
Yeah.
$1.50 tree.
Yeah. Now the Dollar Tree just announced, I think, a couple months ago that they're not going to offer everything for $1 anymore. It's going up to like $1.25.
$1.
The dollar lost so much value. It can't keep the dollar store the dollar store anymore.
Yeah.
Blame the government. Guys, really watch my cat video. It is so good.
Oh, yeah, I'm doing that.
I'll do it.
Oops.
I wonder if I can
$1.50.
play that on live stream. Hold on, let me check.
I'll buy that for $1.
I'd buy that for
I
$1.
can't find it.
I'm finding it.
Hey, Globies, get your ass in here. Let's talk about this posed flat Earth, so the ladies can flat smack you. Yes, now it's the $1.25 tree.
$1.50.
$1.50. What the hell's going on?
Why do
Yeah,
people
but
go to jail for not paying taxes?
Did you say why do people go to jail for not paying taxes?
Yeah, specifically the federal tax in America.
I don't know anybody personally that has ever been to jail for not paying
Yeah, it's
taxes.
basically so I'm just gonna put this gun to your head. Yeah, you're gonna pay me this much percentage. Yeah, no, okay, I'm just gonna bang, right?
No, I'm saying bong.
I
I'm
love.
saying that I don't know anybody that's ever been to jail for not paying taxes.
What are you talking about? All those actors, all those rich people that go to jail for tax evasion. You know what I'm talking about? Like,
Oh, tax evasion that way. I mean, like I'm talking
yeah.
about people like me.
No.
Like I
Well, if
haven't
you
paid my
don't pay your
taxes
federal
every
tax,
time, everywhere. I haven't filed every time. I'm just
if you
talking
don't pay your,
about, you know what I'm saying.
yeah, you can't go to jail if they come after you. If you don't pay taxes, right? Federal taxes.
Well, they're I never
Well,
made enough money for them to give a shit. So
Why? Why would you know?
I stopped filing for quite a while, and I started filing again. I don't know. Maybe they'll catch up with me. I've actually had them take money from my wages and almost left with left me with nothing, for a couple of years. And it was pretty fucked up, bro. But
Hey,
I still fucking hate their ass. Anyway, go ahead.
Like, why are people afraid of the IRS? Like they're the mafia or some shit.
No, it's even worse now. It's like they can barely find you now. They got so much shit going on with the IRS. Who was the lady that was going to say something?
People don't
Oh.
understand what money is.
I was just wondering what Indio posted. I'm gathering that was like a recent episode or something. I mean, so there's allegedly space junk orbiting the Earth, is basically what that's saying. So that would have been at 38 minutes after the hour, is what I'm referring to. I don't even know if is he in here or did he just post it?
Dude, if we want to check out space junk, I got the perfect link for that one.
Space junk.
Image that
But the image he said the Great Lakes were like ginormous. Surprise, surprise, right?
So that's not an ocean.
Not an ocean.
That's not the Pacific Ocean or the Atlantic. Oh, that's a lake. That's the Great Lakes.
No, the Great Lakes.
So this is Planet Michigan or something, right? Or
Yeah, that would be Lake Michigan, Lake Huron.
Sure, it's not a planet, Michigan.
A planet.
Ah, it looks like it might be the planet of mid USA.
You're viewing a portion of a sphere. That's what they're telling us you're looking at when you look at that.
Which is also a portion of planet Michigan, right?
Michigan.
Michigan to ground control.
Mail me some of what
the radius of 5473, right?
Ground control to planet Michigan.
Yeah. Remember when they did the red? Remember when they did the Red Bull space jump on planet Nevada? That was funny, eh?
Hey, I'm up for a song if anybody is.
That sounds good. I'm into.
I can't wait for them to do Planet Sydney or Planet Australia.
Yeah, Planet Australia. Yeah, that's a lot of space junk there, Helio.
Yeah, that's a lot of space junk.
I hope that y'all watch that video. I get lots of good, healthy, deep laughter with tears and everything in the mornings before I even get out of bed.
Your kitty cat video is quite funny.
It was hilarious.
Yeah.
I love it.
Yeah,
When
it's
the
not
cat
my
came
video,
back
but
in the window, I died.
yeah. Why you ain't come help me, Curtis?
Yeah, well, it's because you got your human friends. Like, he was so intense. I love it.
So I guess the Pacific Ocean would be considered the water planet, right?
Water.
Yeah. Because if you try to film the Pacific Ocean the same way, it would look like a water planet, right?
Don't you play Mario Brothers? That's the fifth world, bro. That's Water World.
Hey, so I thought I was the only weirdo that remembers the water song, the water level song.
I just think of Waterworld, that old movie that I'm going to guess had Kevin Bacon or somebody with a mullet. Kevin Costner, the other Kevin.
Kevin Costner.
Yeah.
Those Kevins.
The postman wearing his mullet.
I just really remember the
That's one of
mullet.
my favorite movies.
Really remember the
Mom
mullet?
loves
You notice that Kevin Costner, does Costner do a movie where a woman doesn't take off clothes in front of him? When that girl came up to him in the post office, she was like, "Look, my husband's got the bad mumps. I'm gonna need some." And she was like upfront about it. It's like that was the most mechanical shit I've ever heard in my life.
Is somebody sleeping? My hands are occupied. Any chance somebody could pick a song, whichever you girls want to listen to?
I'm up for whatever.
Well, we could play a ladies' song. That's what I'd go for.
That's a good idea. What lady would you like?
What about the girl that's always changing her name? That's always driving? What's her name? Lola?
Lulu?
No. Lulu, that's it. She does that one song where the background music kind of sounds like Rainbow Road, Mario Kart.
I think that's Moonshine.
The one with the light show?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Moonshine's
that's
excellent.
Moonshine.
Song on the Rainbow Road on Mario Kart? Yeah, that one. Can you play that one? Kind of sounds like that song on Mario Kart, Rainbow Road.
I love how everything's been very related to Mario Bros. Recently.
Oh,
Can't help it. I'm brainwashed.
It's cute. I had nostalgia.
Oh, wait, that's Bubble Bubble. Okay. I remember most of the Mega Man.
You know well what I've been through, living there without a view, asking why we missed our chance, and now I'm looking for something to get by, high and dry, everywhere in myself. I'm looking for
They make sure to photograph him standing there with a really wide angle lens, which curves horizontal lines.
high and dry, everywhere. I'm looking for sunshine, evermore, sunshine, evermore.
How can I even know what lies ahead if I don't go? I see a chance, I take it slow. And I know I just can't leave these things behind. Trying to feel satisfied in my world. I'm looking for
Look into a lot of the claims that is made by the group, and you'll find that it's either just an assumption or just straight up lies.
shout out to Lulu and Elijah. Oh, such a wonderful song.
Yes, it is. It's fun.
She has such an angelic voice.
She does. What's your favorite, Karma?
Ah, that's like Sophie's Choice.
Okay, so one of three.
By ladies or just truth or music in general?
Ladies.
Well, Kai is always going to be high up there because she's a freaking genius when it comes to music.
Mm-hmm.
Lulu, of course.
Yep.
And yeah, Shines had that awesome rap. That's a good point, Tris. Yeah,
Oh,
it's hard to pick. But yeah, I haven't heard Shine's song in a long time. Maybe we should play that.
Yes, you read my mind.
She hasn't been on much
You
lately
think
either.
Grace
It's been a while.
he
So
meant
yeah,
her?
let's play something from her. That'd be good.
I'll ask Grace to drop the link for you. He's working. Did I already ask you the riddle of what do you get 3 times in your life? But the 2 times you get it for free, but if you want to get it the 3rd time, it'll cost you.
That's a riddle, you say. You get something 2 times for free, but the 3rd time it'll cost you.
Yeah, everybody gets it twice for free. The 3rd time cost.
Unfortunately, I don't have Shine's song. Do you, Karma?
Drace is looking for it.
Oh, okay.
Although it's proving a little tricky.
Well, let me play one. Oh, did you find it already?
I found her channel. She has a bunch of songs, but the song I wanted to play doesn't want to open.
You talking about Kai?
No. Shines.
I found one of her songs. I did a search in the bot history. So she's got one called Yeah. Is that the one?
Yeah, that was the one I was trying to look for. It's just I can't find it on her SoundCloud. I can play it on the
Okay,
SoundCloud,
perfect.
but I
I'll
can't get the
play
link.
that one.
I know what the answer is.
Excuse me. Do you think you could turn down the heat just a teeny bit?
It's a nice day to start again.
She's fine. Hope you're hearing it.
So
Mr. Crazy Heat Wave searing, ooh wee. Sweating naked, laying in between soft Egyptian sheets. AC blowing, still popsicle melting all over me. Watching movies, trying to sleep, it's just not happening. Gotta hit down, get up, get down, hips and shake sound. Call all females to my house, imagine us getting ready, bouncing around. Heavenly, looking perfect, picturely. We hop up in my Durang G-O and go. No time, Marvin slow, pink petticoat, heavy on pedal. Open window, fast lane, blaring music, T-Pain. Lane switch, exit and pull up LA, they open it. Velvet rope release, yeah, you best believe we VIP. Entrance grand, double taking, turning heads, scratching necks. No subtle glance ever happens when this lady passes. Yep, them draws drop, drop like the star I make a wish on just for one. Not noticing just one, cause your mentor ain't no Friday night. My body right, didn't hit the club. Now that's what's up, so bring it through. See what it do. It's Friday night, my body right, didn't hit the club. Now that's what's up, so bring it through. See what it do. Thinking heaven but me fine from head to tenor. Ooh, she's best believe me, beeline introducing with a glimmer in my eye. Sweetest type of smile, eye contact, she had me at first glance. Takes my hand politely, asks to dance. Gentleman, damn what a man. Need more like him, yeah, every female in here hating. Can you blame him? I got creme de la crop. Here, cool breeze on the rocks. Eyes on us while we jitterbug. Lindy hop, fingertips on hips, slow dip. Oh, shit. New Year, old, same but different classic. 8-9 earthquaking, floor shaking. Eking my chest caving now. Everyone's joining in. Ooh, yeah, you feeling it. Great times, the best of vibes. Fully dressed, and you got your smiles. High up live, music pumping through us. Cool and sweating, dripping, looking like a wet tea. Competition, imperfections, makeup smearing, hair up, messed up. Sexiness, feel the lust. Hot, I guess nice, damn right, we love it. Friday night, my body right. Didn't hit the club. Now that's what's up. So bring it through. See what it do. It's Friday night, my body right. Didn't hit the club. Now that's what's up. So bring it through. See what it do.
That was such a banger.
I couldn't do it. That's pretty fast.
I love fast raps.
Hey, speaking of, I think I got your song ready to play here. Hold on a second. That's okay.
I know the answer. Nintendo games. Duck Hunt and Mario Brothers, Super Mario Brothers were free when you bought the console, but the third game's going to cost you.
Not every person gets that though, because you kind of gotta get the Nintendo, don't you?
Yeah, back in the 80s when you bought a Nintendo, it came with Duck Hunt and Super Mario Brothers on one cartridge, but the third game would cost you because you had to go back to the store and buy the third game.
But the riddle said that everybody gets this twice for free. You don't have to buy a Nintendo to get this. You get it automatically for free twice. The third one's going to cost you. Did you give up?
How about drugs? Yeah, I go.
It's teeth. You get your baby teeth, your adult teeth, but if you want fake teeth, you better pay for the shit.
Those old cartridges work well as coasters. I have that same one you're talking about, and I use it as a coaster.
Okay, I think this is the one of with Karma and Drace, The System.
They fucked it up a little bit.
If you know how they race you in the system, stunt your growth, blunt those hosts, you get the gist then. your own when you're grown. Never learned at school or home. Paying off the student loan got you working to the bone. Do you know how they raise you in the system? Tell you lies, hypnotize, tell you listen. Praise the thief, give you grief, feed you nothing but belief. Till you're crying for relief and you listen to the chief.
If you know how they raise you in the system, broken men, yo girls, you need to listen. Save your children, turn your boys into good men, and the future will be good then.
If you know how they raise you in the system, must conform to the norm, you don't resist them. Be a slave till you cave, cause they dangle what you crave. Make you think that you're unsafe, make you think that you're not brave. If you know how they raise you in the system, got you stressed, never rest, you get the short end. Working hard, pay with card, backs I've gotten through our God. Young children being scarred, fat cats packing lard.
Do you know how to even tell the difference? Live a lie till you die with indifference. Bound by chains, cannot see, still you miss them. Take the reins, it's your life or be their bitch, man. If you know how they keep you in the system, flashing pictures, glow past scriptures. Take your money, oh you're funny, it's a reset. Pay their debt, that's a threat, don't forget you're a pet.
They raise you in a system, so you trust to your dust, no resistance. Young or old till you're cold, better stick within the mold. Best believe the story told, better get your kids enrolled. Now you know why they raise you in the system. Full control of your soul if you let them. Open eyes, see the skies, but you look beyond their lies. See the devil in disguise and the truth it mystifies.
If you know that the globe is inconsistent, in your mind cannot find non-existent. Cannot trust, truth's a must, globes a bust, no cosmic dust, just free of wanderlust.
Do you know how they raise you in the system? Of the fear, lose what's dear, open prison. Broken mind, hard to find, so it scares you to be kind. So you choose to wear the blinds and it leaves you in the bind. Now you know why they raise you in the system. Kill your god, raise the rod, you don't need shit then. Stars align, it's a sign, there's no bendy space and time. There's a getting all the time, but their content is a crime.
If you know the truths, you can list them. Draw the line, genuine, effie baseline. Grow a spine, get online, and meet me and mine in the new paradigm. If you know about the rulers of the system, it's a bloodline, foul, clandestine. World decline, not divine. Makers of the storyline from long before Byzantine.
Do you know how they keep you in the system? Kept in debt, under threat, so hard to leave them. Stand up strong, you belong. That's the purpose of the song. Doesn't hurt you to be wrong. Now you know why we should change the system. Free your mind, meet your kind, let it disco. Ocho Choco, cracking crypto, Bambi, Lulu, QA, Mickey, Sonny, such a wig if you acting funny.
Now you know why you should join the disco. Get informed, break the norm, it's time to let it go.
Just a question for Drace. What is it that you said that made Karma laugh at the beginning of that song?
I don't remember. I make her laugh all the time.
True that, but it was definitely something that had a bit of a like, how should I say, either an outrageous side to it or something where you're like, hee 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 hee, that would be devious type of thing. Because that's my bad guy laugh, should I say, which is why I'm not too fond of it, but I let him put it in there.
She has many different adorable laughs, and we get many different blunders, which generally don't like make it into the songs.
So, any new people? Any people willing to learn, capable of listening? Man, when that said he could repeat what the 3 steps were. Ugh. So, bro, I was telling you the 3 steps you don't know.
Roboting for me.
That robot is so hard, it sounded like an alien language.
It did. Ooh.
By the way, it's nice to hear you, Jenny. I feel like it's been a while since I talked to
I guess it's pretty slow today.
Yeah, pretty slow day. Okay, ain't nobody here but us chickens.
Yeah, Drace just posted that video of Rio song. You guys remember Rio?
Dude, she was a fireball, wasn't she?
Yeah, she's in Philippines, and I just messaged her and said we miss her. So maybe we can get her back in here. And she,
Dude, I loved her
I'm friends
pizzazz.
with she created.
When she was talking to Globers,
dude, yeah, it was crazy. But she has a group on Facebook, and she made me an admin in the group, and so I just messaged her. I was like, "Hey, we miss you. Get your ass back in here."
yeah, tell her that I miss her. Tell her I want her back in here caramelizing the Globers onions.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So do we.
Tell her also that Trace really misses her. Like her input is crucial.
Yeah, bro, she's awesome.
You can tell her all the Icelanders miss her.
I mean, I said we miss you on Discord, and I sent her a link to that song. Baby, come back. So anyway,
Nice.
You would, Helio.
You know what it do? What
Yeah,
it do?
she was a fireball, man. She was a true
What was that?
fireball.
What was that one where she just went off on somebody? And she was talking about like a turd in the toilet. It's just like you're not even worth a turd to flush down the toilet or some shit. It was just going off one day.
It was glorious. I remember that. Oh, so pure fire.
That cat claws, man. I tell you what.
Oh man, yeah, she's great. So yeah, hopefully she'll get back with me, and I'll let you guys know.
Can you imagine if that woman had like Navy SEAL training? Jesus.
She might
She'd be an unstoppable force.
No, I only mean well. I mean, every time I heard her talking to Globers, she would just roast them.
Yeah.
Like I said, glorious.
Yeah, it's like flawless victory.
Flawless. Anyway, I'll let you guys know. I'm trying to keep in contact with her, and I haven't heard from her in several months. But yeah, if I hear back from her, we'll see what happens. We'll try to get her back in.
What about Mitty? Where the fuck is Mitty? Is he still alive?
Yeah, I'm sure he's still around. He's just ignoring us for some reason. I need to message him too.
Dude, he used to be in here day in and day out, like hooking people up with rolls. Like he was on this shit. He was like a super mod.
Yeah, no, he's got I mean, he's in Brooklyn. That's fast action there in Brooklyn. So
The land of Brooks.
Okay, Resolve has the quote. It was, "You're like a turd that won't flush." When I read
Like
that,
a
I
turd.
remembered it in her voice, and I burst out laughing because that was just so
She's
good.
got that Filipino accent.
Yeah, I love the Filipino accent. One of my best friends is Filipino, so I'm just like, oh, I'm vibing so hard when she does.
Yeah, we got to get her back in here, man. She's got to at least come back for a guest spot, something. I can't remember where the first time I met her. I think I met her back in in the Google Hangouts days. Did you meet her back there back then, Hank?
Nah, bro. I met her in here. I think in Bible.
Yeah, I think I met her in the Hangouts days. Yeah, like in the Free Chan. I think I met her on Free Chan, or somewhere in between. In between. But yeah, she's a fireball. She's fun.
I remember the last thing I heard her say was that her queen was illegitimate, or the ruler of her nation, or whatever, and she was going to help overthrow the ruler of her kingdom or her island, and was going to put the legitimate, like, rightful heir in the place. I was like, damn, this
I
woman's on
wouldn't
a
doubt if
mission.
she's active on that right now.
Okay, if she's a real life warrior woman fighting a rebellion, I can understand why she hasn't had time for disco. Just damn.
Yeah, man. She's pretty passionate.
I think it was that the queen was illegitimate, but there was some kind of an overthrow. They were trying to overthrow her, and that was illegitimate. But yeah, something like that.
Yeah. And so,
This reminds
Rio,
me of
if you're listening, Rio, get your ass back in here and talk to us. Tell us what's been going on up there in Philippines.
It's like when you played Skyrim, right, Elder Scrolls, and you weren't a Nord, like everybody was like really ethnocentric. Like, what are you doing here? And then, like, if you played like a high elf, like the high elves were trying to force their religion and not allow the Nords to have their own religion. So it was like a really racist game if you like pay attention to the undertones. But like hear how they talk to the high elves. It's like, yeah, what are you guys doing here? Get the fuck out of here, high elves.
Yeah.
Well, the wood elves are different from the high elves.
This is true.
Depending on which race you have or which race you choose, you have different objectives. The high elves were racist, though.
Yeah, you don't get to choose which type of elf you are.
Like low key. Yeah, in Skyrim, you get to make what kind of character you are.
Oh,
You get to
well,
choose,
in the game, but in
yeah, you get to choose either a wood elf, or a high elf, or a dark elf.
yeah, that's the character you create at the beginning, but then you're gonna have to deal with all the other racial stuff afterwards.
Right, it's still the race and the species and the culture, right?
It's set something set race menu, and you can like change your race and everything. But if you have that game, like go to the command lines, and I think it's something race menu, and then you can change it, and people will act differently. Like if you're a Nord and you come up to a Norseman, right, they'll be talking to you all fine, like brotherly, right? But if you're like a high elf, like, so what happened is the Imperials sided with the elves. I know this is dumb, but it's really fascinating. And they told the Norse that they couldn't have their own god. So by the nine is a Norse saying, because they had 9 gods, right? But the other ones only allowed 8. So that's what the Civil War was over. It was over religion.
It's funny because it's not that different from some of history. Because I mean, the Vikings were forced to take up Christianity under threat of death. We had many gods, and they had only one. So it could be they took some inspiration from actual history.
Well, that is exactly what they did, and just low key put it in a video game.
Well, just so you know, I never sided with the Empire. Not once.
Cute pet.
I didn't. I played that game a bunch, man. Like for the past 10 years, I've probably wasted like, I don't even know, probably like thousands of hours. Because I had one character that was like a 78, and then the PS3 just couldn't take it anymore. It just couldn't load the games. So then I built a PC, and then I outgrew that PC with all the mods. And then now I'm on the next PC, and I have over 150 mods right now. So my
I guess
Skyrim is beautiful.
Your Skyrim is kind of like what Sims was to me. I've spent too much time in that game.
Remember the first Sims, or was it the second one that had the robot that would clean house for you?
I remember that robot. I also remember
was a
when
helpful.
they couldn't walk past each other in a single tile, and if you couldn't find where she put the baby, child services would show up within a minute and steal your baby. She would always keep a watch on the baby in case she put it behind the fridge or something, because then you couldn't see it and it would cry, and she'd be like, I don't know where the baby is. I just put him down somewhere behind the house, and I'm not going to tell you where.
Did you say you put the baby behind the fridge?
She did that once. I swear to God, because they had really bad AI in the first one. It'd be like, she just had a baby. I tell her what to do, and she doesn't realize to put it in the crib. So she walked behind the house, placed him in the backyard where the view was blocked by the fridge. And then I spent my whole time hearing the baby, trying to figure out where it was. Like, I hear it crying. It's somewhere. Where the fuck did you put the baby? And I try to tell her to do things to the baby, and she's like, I don't know. And then eventually someone shows up, and that's when I find out where it is, when the Child Protective Services walks straight to the baby and picks it up behind the fridge.
Yeah, I hate that game. I fucking hate that game.
I used to love it, man. When I played like the first Sims and the second one, it was great until I realized that this is like a $500 game. What are all these expansion packs for? And it's like at that point I realized that it's like a money pit. It's not a video game.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
I played it for a
Me
little
and
bit.
my
Not
sister split costs by sharing games.
So Child Protective Services are the bad guys in the Sims game, right?
Well, it's only if you don't take care of your baby that they take it. But
Oh,
it was
really?
just, like I said, the AI was so bad, it made it very hard to keep the baby in the first days.
So
Wanna
you don't
keep
take
my
care of the
baby.
services is going to cost you.
Oh, some Madonna shit right there.
Sounds accurate.
Yeah, that was.
Sounds like the real world.
Well, it can be pretty funny. I had my guy's date to death, and he seemed infertile because I couldn't have a ghost baby with him, and it was very disappointing.
The fact that the AI made it very difficult to even keep the baby is frustrating.
I bet in the next one they'll take it from you if you don't vaccinate them.
Oh,
that'd be the next level right there.
Or teach them the globe.
Yeah, there'll probably be a pandemic DLC or expansion.
Oh, I got an idea. Why don't we ask
They've
her?
already SJW'd it to all hell. It's annoying. They have like, you can choose what sex your sim is, and then you choose if he pees standing up or down, whether he wears masculine or feminine clothes, and whether your sim can get pregnant or not. But also have all those other selections. And now they just announced we're adding pronouns, and I'm just like, stop ruining my game.
Have pronouns and 70 different genders you can identify as inside the video game.
You mean
that makes sense.
the other ways to lie to themselves?
It makes sense when you're talking about The Sims, but when you're talking about Red Dead Redemption 2, and Arthur was like a social justice warrior from like the 1900s, it's like, what the fuck is going on? Why is Arthur a social justice warrior? He's a bandit from like the 1800s.
Yeah, at that point it just feels absurd.
But I can't lie, I did find the KKK meeting in the middle of the forest in the middle of the night, and I fed them some dynamite. I'm not gonna lie. It just seemed like the right thing to do.
Did you blow up their burning cross?
I didn't see no burning cross. I just saw a bunch of dudes wearing hoods, and I was like, they need dynamite. I can tell.
You could just tell from the white hoods that they were missing dynamite in their diet.
You got some kind of weirdo, like with KKK shit. Just like, I'm gonna like go do rituals.
Well, that's the first time I ever threw a dynamite.
With
I mean,
no
I had a Viking helmet. I got a Viking sword, right? But I was like, nah, I could go in there and cut them all up. But no, they need dynamite.
You just blew them up instead of just slaughtering them all with your sword.
They believe in eugenics, right? Like in the Aryans, that whole story about, right? The KKK.
You're gonna have to ask them. I don't know a fucking thing about what they think necessarily.
It's like a religion.
Well, listen, you guys have heard David Duke talk before, right?
No.
Okay, that means no. That means no. I've heard David Duke talk for hours, and it's not. He's not an active like racist.
Yeah, that's what I mean. They're not racist. It's just that they have this belief. I mean, they are racist in that they think they're better than everyone. I don't know that they're
No,
racist.
that's not what he says at all. No. Anyway.
I do remember a long time ago seeing a thing about how a single black man defeated the KKK in his neighborhood with just kindness. Because there would be moments like, for instance, when they walked up to him in the diner all dressed up and they're like telling him to get out, and he had a piece of chicken that he was about to eat, and they're like, whatever you do to that chicken, we're going to do to you.
Chicken, that's racist.
So, hang on, he picks up the chicken. Hang on. Picks up the chicken, and he kisses the chicken. At that point, the guy who just promised to do whatever he did to the chicken to him is standing there awkwardly, like, what am I supposed to do now? Am I supposed to kiss him? And like the diner was laughing, and he'd always just make it fun or be super nice and stuff. So eventually they were like, just realized this bothering him was not the right thing to do. And
I recommend if you can actually find any David Duke interviews on YouTube, be objective and go listen to what he says. And people just dismiss him out of hand, but just listen to what he says. And he's not a racist. And
he might not be a racist. He might also be a racist. We don't know. He might just
could be. I mean, it depends on what you think, but you have to listen to what he says. Just like people have to listen to say what we say about flat Earth before people can judge us.
Yeah, I'm not. Yeah, just like with flat Earth, we don't just accept what NASA says just because they say it.
I didn't say he was a racist, dude.
No, nobody did. I'm just saying a lot of people just say David Duke racist, KKK, and all. That's not what it is. If you actually listen to him talk, that's not what it is.
I was thinking about Tarantino's movie Django. You know how those KKK guys were like ended up arguing.
That Django Unchained. That's such a propaganda freaking bullshit.
Yeah, portrayed them like a bunch of fucking idiots. Almost like the Freemasons, you know what I mean? It's similar. The mafia. They have like doctrines or whatever.
But that's why Hollywood tries to make this a simple. Everything is propaganda with Hollywood, and but it's just like it's this straightforward, and they try to entice and influence people so that they can just make every agenda move toward their influence, and then they have the white versus the black. I mean, they use the Hegelian dialectic. They've perfected it, right? So it's like, they haven't perfected it totally, but it's almost like it's a very easy.
They need the drama.
Yeah, well, they need it to overflow from Hollywood into the news so that everyone is just like influenced by it. And it's like, oh, this shit is really happening. It's like,
that
motherfucker, I live next door to somebody that, you know, that is different race than I am. Or...
Helio,
go ahead. I'm sorry. I'll shut up.
You know the Illuminati card game. It's almost like they're like groups are playing that game, and we're just like, you know,
No,
group power.
no,
This
we're not
like
playing that game. We see through the bullshit. I'm just saying this is how they do it.
Yeah.
Through the Hegelian dialectic. Now, whether in one form or another, this is the way that they do it.
I just want to say something real quick. I think race is like a man-made term, like species, right? And I think that in actuality, there is no subhuman, right? We're all equally Homo sapien sapien. In fact, even Neanderthals were Homo sapien sapien because they bred with us. And some of us are descendants of so-called Neanderthals. But I would ask, if a man's brow ridge never stopped growing, how do we know that he just didn't live to be a very high age? Right? So big ears, big brow ridge, big nose, really strong. I mean, that, you know, that sounds like an athlete to me. Right? Because I have a big brow ridge, right? And I've noticed that when I get punched right there, like it hurts the other person a lot more than it hurts me.
They'll break their fucking fist.
The way they portray the brow ridge is so that it resembles an ape more, and than you know anything. I don't even think they have real anything consistent, real. You know, whatever. I don't believe any of the stuff they show us. So,
All right, are we rumpusing ladies' night again, or ladies' night are allowing? The ladies are allowing us to.
I mean, I don't think the brow ridge is going to get that extreme the way they portray it. You know what I mean? Yeah, I know what you're saying. Like if you know, the pre-flood times they lived hundreds of years, right? But I think the way they do it is to make it resemble more of an ape than anything.
No, that's not. Oh man, I mean, you've seen some big ass dudes with some big ass heads, thick ass skulls, right? You can break you can break your fist on somebody's skull, and they'll be like, like you thought you were gonna knock me out.
Boy, I'm boxing my son, right?
On somebody's fist.
My son, he's a black belt in Taekwondo, so I supplement his training with boxing because there's not a whole lot of boxing in Taekwondo, right? So I don't care where I get hit in the head as long as I don't get hit in the nose. So I'm good. So if I can make them miss my nose by a half inch, I'm good. A quarter of an inch, I'm good.
Right,
so
it just slides
all I have to do is when I'm getting punched, is just slide my nose off to the left or to the right. And as long as I don't get hit in the nose, I'm good.
As long as you don't get straight on, because that should have break your
It's the forehead you don't want to go ahead and hit straight on because, yeah, you can break.
My fist breaks everything it hits. Sorry, guys.
Well, that's because you got them good genetics, bro.
He got them Samoan genetics.
No, it's ring chin. It's ring chin. Oh, yeah, okay.
You know, it's funny, when I first started hearing from Bong, I was like, oh, he's Samoan. That motherfucker's big. But then after I found out he's about the same size as me, or same height. Maybe not the same size, but I was like, oh.
I can train.
So, I mean, we have a lot of, you know.
I can train anyone to be Samoan. You might not have the genetics, but you will whoop Samoan's ass because you'll have a heart.
I don't know. I don't
It's all
want to
about
kick
genes.
anybody's ass.
How about genes?
I really do believe that because there's certain people that have way more heart than anyone else I've ever seen. So number one, Arturo Gatti. You ever seen that boxer, that Italian boxer from like the 90s? That dude fought this German guy 3 times. If you ever get a chance to watch those 3 boxing matches.
Yeah.
There's another Italian boxer. I can't freaking remember his name. No, just I met him one time. He was a lightweight. He killed a guy in the ring, and he stopped fighting after that. God, what was his name? Boom Boom Mancini. He killed a guy in the ring, and then he stopped fighting after that. That dude was he was a badass, man. Just look up on YouTube some Boom Boom Mancini fights. He was freaking, he was a master. He was
Yeah, I
he
think
was
he's
like
the one that said
middleweight or like super lightweight or something. But dude, he
he said he had a dream that he killed his opponent. No, I think I'm talking about somebody else.
no, look up Boom Boom Mancini. I actually met him, got his autograph when I was a little kid. I was like, yeah, Boom Boom Mancini, and then he killed somebody in the ring one day, and it ended his career. Like, he never fought again. He felt
The
so
other thing is
bad about it.
is how heavy a person is. You know, the heavier you are, the more power you can deliver in your punch. That's the other big thing. And then there's the technique. Yeah. So
Yeah.
it's all about genetics. Genetics is nothing compared to skill.
I disagree, bro. There's certain people that have quick twitch muscles, like Bruce Lee, or let me think of someone modern. What's that Irish guy's name? Irish UFC guy.
McGregor.
Yeah,
Yeah.
McGregor.
So you
Well, he
notice
also
how, like
trained
in
that.
the beginning. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
No. What I'm saying is, like, you know how people say this race or that race, because especially with the Polynesians, they say. But like you said, see, there's Bruce Lee. See, that proves it's not about race; it's about skill or dedication. But yeah, in genetics, you gotta at least have, decent tools to begin with, right? Go ahead.
Well, you either train explosive muscles and you create explosive muscles, or you create the other type of muscle, which basically has more endurance. So if you do a lot of endurance training, you get more endurance type muscles, essentially, with doing heavy lifting or like lifting at your or range, or for instance resistance training, where you do as hard as you can in both directions,
and also cardio training.
Yeah, but cardio is more for the stamina muscles, whereas pushing your muscles to the limit quickly will build the other types of muscles. So you can train up either type, and the best is kind of when they are kind of the middle ground, so they're good at both.
Right, but if also you don't keep your endurance level up too, as well as you keep up your muscles, and then I think endurance a person with endurance would be a much difficult fighter if they're well balanced, especially.
See, that's what you're talking about is like Nate Diaz, right? He'll punch you like 500 times in the face, and it's like a battering ram, right? When it comes to Conor McGregor, he punches you once in the face, and it's just lights out. So it's like two different fighting styles, right?
Well,
So Muhammad Ali was used. Sorry, just
Pacquiao?
real quick. I don't know about Pacquiao too much, but I just want to say real fast. Muhammad Ali was like a really fast fighter most of his life until he met Foreman. Then he had to play the rope-a-dope, right? Because he couldn't beat Foreman in the first rounds if he would have took him head on, right? So what he did was he let Foreman punch himself out, right? And that's called the rope-a-dope maneuver. And it's like it's very equivalent to when GSP fought the Prodigy, right? And he was getting his ass kicked. He's that Hawaiian dude was putting his hands on him, and then the next round he comes out and wrestles the dude for 2 rounds and beats him. So it's like you got to be like intelligent. Like just because you're taller doesn't mean that you always fight tall.
Yeah, you got to fight to your strengths as well. Like if you're really tall and big, then being heavy can really help, and working on that explosive force. But stamina becomes your downfall then.
Yeah, if it were a video game, I would have like really high health points, right? So I could take a lot of damage. But after like 5 minutes, like everything just starts dropping down, like drastically dropping.
Yeah, fight it. If muscles were because the guy, I think about as a martial artist, I think about the 80-year-old man, right, with a gun versus the 25-year-old man with, you know, fighting skills, right? Like, it's like, why am I doing all this? Some guy can just pull a gun on me, and then, like, so there's a little bit more to martial arts than just the fighting aspect. There's thinking, and there's the decision making. There's morals, especially. And it's come back to the end where it's not about it's about old versus young. When you're young, you have the strength, but when you're old, you can't have any of those things. But
But
when
you're
Junji
wise.
had a yep, what's up?
I
Yeah,
said, but you're wise. With age, comes wisdom. With
right, but there's a certain way to
young,
train your body so that when you're old, right, you can still do those things. Not as aggressively or as right, but you can still do things like with your body that's dangerous, and you can extend your body's endurance by training a certain way. So if you put on too much muscle when you're young, by the time you're in your mid 30s and 40s, your back is hurting. You're struggling to keep all this mass moving, right? And you have to take in a certain amount of energy to keep it even operating. So that's why, you know what I mean? Like when you train, what are you training for? There's only so much power you need to knock somebody out, and then everything else is just heavy.
but when you're training, you shouldn't train to try to knock somebody out, because the person that's fighting or training as well, they're training to make sure they're not gonna get knocked out. So training it hard to knock somebody or hitting somebody, getting into a fight and trying to knock somebody out, you're not gonna knock them out. Can't look to knock out your opponent. You have to outsmart your opponent.
Also, I want to say, like, when people are training, they often focus on carving up, but in actuality, fasting causes growth hormones, right? So if you're fasting and training, I know it doesn't really make sense if you think about it, because you're not putting anything in, but you're putting a lot out. But if you're fasting and training, it creates what is it? The working out creates neuroplasticity, right? The fasting, I think it creates neurogenesis. Don't quote me on that second one. And then stem cells. So after 3 days, your immune system like kicks into high gear. So there's like a lot of benefits to doing it, but it's just like when you're on the bicycle on like day 3 of not eating, it's like, whew, like really, like really trying, But if you can do that, it's the whole mind over matter thing.
You gotta stop telling people my secrets, bro. Because like when I went to my first tournament, I actually fasted for 3 days, and for my tournament, it was a whole weekend. So that whole weekend, I didn't eat, but I did end up winning the tournament.
Yeah, anybody can look up the stuff, the benefits of, all these things. Always talk about it.
I done it. I done it.
Yeah, you can prove it to yourself.
The saying, it's like a finger pointing to the moon, and if you focus on the finger, you're gonna miss the moon. And that's what it.
Bruce Lee's philosophy.
It's a Chinese philosophy. It's even a Wing Chun philosophy that Bruce Lee, popularized.
Right, and he got from.
So the finger is the thing you are training, right? The finger is the Wing Chun training system, right? And once you've mastered it, you've only mastered like a system, right? But if you missed what it was pointing to, right, which is efficiency, efficient thinking, right, efficient living, right, and what's the most efficient way to solve a confrontation or a dispute? Is it fighting? No, it's not.
Run.
What is Wing Chun
Controlling.
pointing to? It's about not having to fight,
It's
right?
peace.
And
Yeah.
it takes a while to get there, but when you understand this, when you understand that fighting will solve nothing, your fighting skill, if you've mastered it, you're only going to end up hurting people, right? And then who knows who's going to go to jail? But hey, it would have solved nothing. You're just a bad guy now. Yeah, everybody's afraid of you, but you're an asshole. Nobody likes you now. I mean, all these bad things happen. So that's the end of it. The end of it is fighting is not the solution. That there's always a better way to solve, a more efficient way to solve problems. So it's a problem-solving martial arts to teach you how to solve problems efficiently.
It's the
And
very
fighting
last
is the
resort.
thing you want to do. Isn't that cool? Isn't that weird?
Yeah, I actually have a couple of decent examples of people actually doing that in real life.
Yeah, they're like the
They're-
most gentle people in the world, right? Because they know how fragile people are.
Yeah, it's also amazing how effective it is, even by accident. There's been a few cases, for instance, where people try to do a bank robbery by passing a note to the teller. And one time, for instance, they handed it to a man who wasn't wearing his reading glasses. He couldn't actually read what the note said, but saw it was on a piece of paper from a different bank. So he looked at the robber and said, "Oh, you can't do that here. You need to go to the other bank down the street." And the robber's like, okay, and walks away, leaving the note, and goes and robs that other bank. And then the guy gets his glasses, meanwhile, and reads the note and realizes what happened. But the robber just obeyed him and walked to the other bank. Another case of that was there was a lady, I think it was a southern lady, no nonsense lady with big hair, that was the description. And she'd just been through some robberies. And this bank had had a few robberies. And then another one comes in and hands her a note and is like, read this. And she's like, oh, what's your business? And he's like, I want to withdraw. And she's like, okay, you need to fill out this withdrawal slip. And he's like, all the information is on the piece of paper. And she's like, I need you to put your information on my piece of paper. And he ends up actually filling it out. And she's like, oh, I'm going to need your ID. And he's like, the information's on the note. And she's like, oh, I need a legit ID. And he shows her his ID because he's just a professional. And then he's like, oh, it's my dad's account. And she's like, oh, you're going to have a written check from him. And you're going to have to do this. And he's like, oh, okay, fine. And then leaves. And the funny thing is, like, the person working next to her was like, that guy looks a lot like the wanted poster that was sent out on the banks with the notification of bank robberies going on nearby recently. But they were having such a normal interaction that the guy was like, it's probably just looks like him. And then later he goes on to rob some other bank, and the lady realizes when she sees his picture in the new email update, and it shows you like, oh, this guy's been robbed this bank, be on the lookout. And she goes to her manager, she's like, he was actually in here earlier today, and I sent him away, and And the FBI got called in, and the agent was handling all these bank robberies was expecting like, okay, I'm going to come interview these staff members in the bank that's been robbed again in this past few weeks. It's already been robbed so many times. But instead he finds out they didn't get robbed.
She took control.
And she was like super embarrassed as well because she thought she did something wrong or something. And she's like, oh, I'm so sorry. And he's like, are you kidding me? You got his ID. You told him basically to go away because he wouldn't read his note. And he ended up giving up and leaving. And ended up going to another bank, handing them the exact same note that you said no to reading because you just wouldn't read it. And they handed him $5,000. And she's like, yes. And you have his IDs? And she's like, yes. And she's like, he was like, that's amazing. We're going to put this in training courses. And she's like, really? Oh, that's so nice.
5,000. I mean, we can easily give you guys 5,000 to do that. You know what? We should do that, right? Yeah, just give.
So, Karma, I got a question for you. I noticed that you studied the NLP thing, neuro linguistic programming, and I got to wonder, how much free will do people actually exert and enforce their free will? Because what I notice is that most people are like the Sims. Like, you can just wave your hand and say, these are not the droids you're looking for. right? Most people like will just be like, yeah, you're right. These aren't the droids I'm looking for. And it's like, once you realize, like, okay, in Harry Potter, it was illegal to do the curse because they're not giving you the free will, you're taking it. But most people just give you their free will unless they're possessed by some sort of ideological possession, like leftist or communist or religious folks. But how many people actually exert their free will?
I think it really differs from person to person, but everybody has their own version of autopilot or going around in a trance. And one of my hobbies, actually, when I was working in a store, was breaking people out of the trance, because you could say the most ridiculous things to a person in a trance state, in an autopilot state, and they wouldn't notice anything. I'm like, I'm charging you 2,153 and a goat. And they'll be like, okay. And then they charge the money, and I'm like, where's my goat? And they're like, excuse me? And I'm like, I told you it was 2,153 and a goat. Now where's my goat? You accepted these terms. And they'll be so out of, like, they'll sometimes freeze because they're just like, reboot and then start talking after a little bit. Or they'll just, go into a few different archetype reactions there. It's pretty funny.
Is there a goat ATM machine around here? I didn't bring my goat today. The trance. Imagine if she really pulled out a goat.
That would have been amazing.
So when I was younger,
sorry.
Oh, go ahead. No, go ahead.
I just want to say the best thing is when I caught people in trance like this and I managed to snap them up with something funny, you get a more like sincere response. Sometimes you'd often build almost instant rapport, and that would lead to like amazing conversations with people I met under like 3 minutes. But we'll have already promised to one day meet again and have a what's that long bread called again? The one that's like a short. What was it called? Baguette. A baguette fight.
A baguette, yeah.
She got so many compliment letters because of how she treated people, because she would always compliment people, and after she snapped them out of the trance. So that was really like,
I got a raise.
yeah, it was really helpful for her in her job, just learning these things.
That was also before I started looking into NLP. I just witnessed it naturally, and then it made everything make more sense when I heard him say stuff about this online.
Yeah, well, I always talk about these things to her. She hadn't like looked at it herself.
Well, I gotta admit, like, hang on a second, I'll be right back. So I gotta admit, like back in the day, I would analyze people's yard, and when they were handing me money, because back then people paid in money, not credit cards, and I would ask them a question, like after analyzing their yard. So if I saw a race car with stickers, it would pertain to that. If I saw like the American flag, it would pertain to that. If I saw toys, it would pertain to their children. And I would ask them like questions right at the moment that I'm trying to do math, because I knew that people couldn't multitask. And I would trick them into tipping me, which I realize is evil now. I didn't know that was evil back then. But I realize now that, there's certain things that you shouldn't do. And it's like, I was just doing what, I thought I was supposed to do. It's like, okay, I'm supposed to capitalize, right? Okay, what's the best way to capitalize? And I would literally like ninja people's brain with talking to them about their favorite thing, which A, makes them happy. Happy people are bigger spenders. And B, they can't concentrate on what they're supposed to be doing, which is paying me. So, and I would do it all in a certain way that it was like trickery. And then I realized, like, wait a minute, this ain't right. Like, I'm not supposed to be doing this. This isn't how you're supposed to use it. So I put off NLP for like, is this dude pulling me over? No. I was like putting it off for like years and years and years and years. And then like one day Carmen says that you could use it for good. And I was like, what? Like, how do you use it for good?
What is
So I
NLP?
only knew neuro-linguistic programming.
Oh, here I thought it was natural language. Okay, neural. Thanks.
Linguistic programming. So one of the ways that it works is if you repeat somebody's words back to them in the order that they gave them to you, and this like hijacks their physiology and it makes them pay attention to you because you just did the most amazing things, which you listened, right?
Yeah, it
And you
shows that you're
repeated their
listening.
words. Yeah. So when you do that to people, like it automatically like hijacks them and they're into the conversation with you.
Well, not completely automatically, but it does build rapport highly, and
So,
rapport is very powerful.
without looking at the word, I wouldn't want to look at it. So, is it what basically paying attention to people? Is that what it is?
Yeah, it's understanding that your words have power over people and they affect people in different ways, and so the different ways you could approach the conversation will change how the person reacts. For instance, like if you go to your significant other and you start asking them like, have you had any problems recently and can you tell me about them, and they start listing their problems, and you can watch their body language as they don't look comfortable, because you you reflect the emotions that you're talking about. So if you ask them about their happiest moments, then you're going to see in their eyes and their body language they're experiencing that happiness again, and so that puts people in a better state. So you can help people control their states and make them feel better or feel worse. NLP is just being aware of that and understanding how that all functions. A lot of people use it for bad, and that's what you see in entertainment a lot.
I think it's also a lot about just communication because it's a question of also you can match a person's energy. If someone's coming at you real high energy and you match their energy, and then you can calm down and they'll follow you down. And there's a bunch of little tricks and tips that also can help you understand the person you're dealing with and how to best effectively communicate what you want to communicate and get what you want out of the conversation.
Yeah, you might not want to be there and argue with him forever. You just want to like talk to him about a certain thing. So you might not want to trigger him into full dissonance, you know?
Yeah.
So since I've been studying this stuff again, like it's definitely effective in the real world. Definitely.
How would you use it for evil, like, other than how would you use it for good? I mean, okay, never mind.
I got a good one. So the news, right? They tell you 9 things that are true and they feed you narrative. And the next time they give you 8 things that are true and they feed you narrative. And then by the 5th time, right, they tell you 1 or 2 things that are true and then they feed you narrative. That's how it works. So you can use it for bad. That's how the news does it.
Yeah.
So it's kind of like saying, who do you want for president? Hillary Clinton or Donald Trump? And it's like, is that the only option? Those are the only options? And it's like, no, that's just the narrative that we feed, right? Really, anybody could be president, right? But, since we've already selected them for you, which one of these 2 do you want? And it's kind of like, okay. So you put out what you want in such a way and use the right words in the right order to get what you want. So that's what they're doing all the time. Like people are doing this all the time. Like salesmen, like people who are in business, right? They're pitching a deal, right? They're trying to sell you something. And they use this sort of thing all the time in advertising. All the time.
Yeah.
So they're telling you what you want to hear. Yeah. I have a like, things like talking to people about the Earth, being not a ball, things such as that. It's something that a lot of people don't want to talk about, and it usually brings up, it upsets them. You know what I mean? So that's why I was wondering, like, how would you, I mean, and how do how people say you're thinking too much about it? Look, I think you're just overthinking things. That feels like almost the same thing, when they tell you, um, I'm not feeling comfortable with what we're talking about, so I'm just going to say you're overthinking things. You know what I mean? Like, so how can you use it for good? If it's almost like you're just saying things people want to hear, so to make them bring them into like a, you know what I mean? That's why. Go ahead.
It's kind of like, for instance, if I take the example of how Dre's brought flat Earth to me. For one person, you might want to go with a full logical approach because they're logic-based thinking. So you go to them with all the scientific facts and the measurement, and you show it to them, and they'll be like, "Oh my God, it's flat." He knows me pretty well, so what he started with was humor because I wasn't a science buff. I was not a sci-fi super fan or nothing like that. I was more into fantasy. So what he did, he brings it with humor because I love humor. So he woke my interest with that, and he also made it a positive experience by using a positive way of bringing the conversation up. Also, by doing it that way, we were both laughing together at the NASA thing, which creates a us versus them rather than me versus you. And then once I've seen like this is ridiculous for myself, and I'm like, okay, this is ridiculous. What the hell's going on? Then he gives me information once I've asked for it, so I don't feel like it's being forced upon me. At which point I get to ask everything I want to ask. He gives me all the information, all the evidence for it. And at that point, I understood was flat within freaking minutes. Different people need different methods to communicate, just like people have different love languages. For one person, a way to feel loved might be, I need to hear you say, I love you, I care about you, you are precious to me. For another person, they might say, words are nothing. You need to show me with actions. You need to care for me and show me consideration, and that is how I feel loved. But that depends on the person. And by using neurolinguistic programming, you can find out more, like you can know what questions to ask to try to figure out what kind of person you're talking to, so you know how to talk to them so they best understand the points that you want to bring forth. And then there's also the subconscious part of this, which most people use without knowing, which is the self-talk. Because how you think and how you talk to yourself and your I am statements form your self-image, your worldview, and a lot of the beliefs you hold. So if you're aware of that, you can control your emotions better. You can be more aware, and it's just generally really good as a self-help thing. But just like with any tool, the biggest weakness of a weapon is its wielder. Sorry, you can go on. I've rambled.
Oh, that was thanks. That was good.
I'd like to answer that question too. So I'm going to use QE as an example. So sometimes QE will say, yeah, okay, I'll give you all the gravity you want. I'll give you gravity times, I'll give you Newtonian and Einstein, all of it times 10, right? So what he's doing there is he's like still manning their argument, right? So when you still man someone's argument, you repeat their argument back to them and try to make it better. And then they start shaking their head. Yeah, that's what I meant. Yeah. What about gravity, right? And then you say, okay, yeah, gravity, yeah. And I'll give you an extra one. It's still not going to make a difference. So when you got them shaking their head, yeah, that's what I'm talking about, they're going to be more likely to go, yeah, now I see what you're talking about.
Yeah.
Because they're already shaking their head, yes.
I get it. Yeah, yes. I just don't know. It's the first time I've heard of it. The actual term, what it's called, neural.
Linguistic programming,
Yeah.
because it's all about how your brain works, how your words work, and how you program them.
Yeah, how the different words
It's
affect
everywhere too. It's
brain
in
or
every article.
psychology.
Psychology, right?
Yeah.
Well, hey, and I was listening right before Ladies' Night tonight. There was one guy in here, the French guy, and everyone was like jumping on him, wouldn't even let him finish a sentence. and a couple of people jumped in and said, "Hey, man," well, it's Elijah. It was like, "Hey, let's go down this line of logic that he's, or at least give him a chance to look at the logic of it." You know.
It's also kind of like when you're talking to a child who's trying to tell you about this thing, like why unicorns can exist, because he saw it in a cartoon. And if you cut him off early and you're like, cartoons aren't real and da 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 da, the kid might feel compelled to keep arguing because he's like, I have not finished making my point, so you don't even know my logic behind it. And you're thinking, I already know any logic you could possibly present for this. But from the child's point of view, he does not see that. And it's the same with the Glober. Sometimes they just need to get their argument out, otherwise they cannot even listen to you because all that's filling their brain is what they're going to repeat.
Yeah, sure. Especially if they've never been, have never talked to anyone like us before. You know, you have to let them get it out, and then just follow their conversation, and then show the logical
The thing
where
is,
their line of logic goes. I mean, just have a conversation with them and say, "Here's why. Here's how I've come across to this." But you have to let them get it out. You can't just
the thing
stop
is,
them before they
the
get.
thing is, you don't have to actually let him do all of like the whole spiel.
No, they don't have to
You
spend
can,
30 minutes.
yeah, if they start making a claim and you know exactly where that claim is going, you can help them steelman it so they go yes, yes, yes.
Exactly. That's what Hank was talking about. Yeah, exactly.
They just need to feel that their point is acknowledged so they can even move on.
Yeah.
I agree with
just agree with them and say, "Hey, yes, I understand your argument. Let's solidify it together so we're both agreeing that that's the argument that you're making." You don't have to have 5 people jump in and say, "I already know what you're going to say." Like who was it? Somebody was doing that. It's like, "I already know what." Oh, it was Fraud. He kept jumping and saying, "I already know what he's going to say. So why should we even let him finish his statement?" What the fuck is that?
I just didn't know it was like they turned it into a science, like how people should treat each other or value each other, in this nihilistic age that we live in. It's kind of
No, I get that, but they're guests here. When new people jump in, they're guests in this room, so they may have never come across this argument before. They're brand new to the topic. Let them freaking get it out, and just like Hank was saying, let them let's establish their steel man, their arguments, so that we can show them how it's fallacious. If you just interrupt them every 5 seconds, it's just not going to help.
NLP. Yeah, I learned that from Jesus. Right? Treat people the way you want to be treated, right? I mean, isn't that the golden rule in law?
Yeah, the thing is, neurolinguistic programming is just like neurolinguistic programming is just a small aspect of what they actually use, because it hooks directly into hypnosis and is used directly with hypnosis. So they use trance-inducing words within the neurolinguistics to get people to go into trance states, and then they slip in subliminal messages which program people. This is all throughout all entertainment.
Oh, that's what
I've been toying with this stuff since I was a child. Like, I knew that you could program people, and it was just like a computer, because when I was a child, I watched a movie called Short Circuit. And in Short Circuit, this robot gained sentience and lost his memory, and he was like going around, need input. And I was like, that's how humans are. Like, humans are exactly like that. Like, they're just walking around like baby, brand new little robots with fully formed bodies, and they're like, I need information. And I spent a great deal of time programming my children, like a great deal.
Yeah,
and then programming other people.
Yeah, programming your children is called raising them good. Because if you don't raise them good yourself, someone else is going to raise them bad for you.
Yeah, I mean, when you walk into a movie theater, like as you're approaching the theater, the movies, right? It's preparing you, see, to go into that state, that alpha state, that trance state. So you're looking at, you're walking into the parking lot. That whole thing is like an experience, just like a restaurant. It's like any business, any brand wants to. Then you go in, and it's the dark room you're about to go in, right? So you're walking down the hallways to the theater, and it's getting darker. The lights are dimming, like setting the mood and the atmosphere, right? And then you enter the theater that's dark, and all your beliefs and everything stop at the door. Like, hey, where's he going? Why is he leaving us here? Then you go sit down. You eat your popcorn. You prepare yourself. You do this to yourself. You prepare yourself. Right? You come to previews. You start eating the popcorn. Oh, damn, ready to be programmed. Program me. I am ready. We do it willingly, right? We even take our fucking children with us. God damn. Look at that.
Thing is, everyone isn't as acceptable. Like, it depends a lot on how much you're on autopilot all the time, and how much you question yourself and beliefs and things. If you're just very shallow and running on autopilot, it's pretty easy to get you hypnotized. But when you're a person who questions a lot of things, and you even question yourself and your own thoughts, it's much harder, because you don't just follow along when someone tells you what to do. You question, why is he telling me to do this? That's why the best hypnotists are really good at using nonverbal cues to mark the words. So the person has a harder time to actually identify that they're being manipulated, or that the words themselves are being emphasized within their subconscious. But
Yeah, I would say you'd have a hard time hypnotizing me. I don't think you can do it, because I'm just not really willing to give over my will. And I'm really hip to when people are trying to like say certain things and do certain things, because the way that I have that, you tell me to do something, I'm like, nah, we ain't doing that. Right. But if you ask me to do it, then I'll consider it. You know what I mean? So for me, if I go to a hypnotist, he's probably not going to be able to fix me, because I'm not going to allow him to have my will.
Yeah, same.
Me and Karma try to hypnotize each other. And a professional hypnotist once tried to hypnotize Karma. She failed. When me and her were doing it to each other, I noticed, even though I was like really trying to just let her control this, my brain was like, oh, you forgot this. Oh, there's this other thing that you're not doing that we should have done, because this is... So my brain's like doing 1,000 things, so it's not following her commands.
Yeah. And then you guys know about Pavlov's dog? You guys know about that experiment where they ring the bell and the dog comes to eat? Like the bell, when he hears the bell ring, he starts salivating. So like school is like that, and work is like that. There's a bell that wakes you up in the morning, right? Ring, 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 and then you wake up with all this anxiety. I mean, as if you wake up, early, and then you gotta rush to work or school, right? And then ring, 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 ring. Oh, that's the first bell. Then you go to your, if you're at work, it's like ring, ring, ring. Oh, it's tea time, and then you. So it's almost
It's like a fearful state, low key.
No, Weimer?
It's like a fearful state, that ringing, that bell that's going off you're talking about. It puts you in this like state.
Yeah. something's happening. I bet I have to do something. No, it's that I have to go do this now. Why? Because that's what the bell means. Like, why is it written in your code or something? Like, is it?
That bell's freaked me out so many times in school. It's just, yeah.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure the Babylonians knew this. NLP. The Egyptians knew this. The Greeks knew this. The Romans knew this, and now we know this. I mean, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, the power of suggestion, like it's only as powerful as they'll allow it. But like I was saying earlier, like I don't feel that most people are exerting free will. I don't think they are. A lot of people are just walking around in a trance state. That's why the Bible says, "Don't worry about tomorrow. Don't worry about the past. Stay focused on the now," because a lot of people are not here. Like they're not here in the now.
Right. They're they're saving up for the future. They're looking towards the future, or they're regretting the past.
Yeah, but I seriously wonder how many people are like in the free will thing. Because I grew up listening to Metallica, right? And I think about Master of Puppets, and it's like, some people it's gambling, and like some people like me, it's food, and then other people like get hooked on like narcotics and pills and stuff. And it's like, when are we in control? When? Like, like the dude said on YouTube, he said, you only have like willpower when you have like a good blood sugar level, right? But at that moment that, someone says, hey, do you want anything? You want any fast food? And you're like, no. And then you're in the drive thru and then you're like, you know what? Go ahead and get me a dip cone. Give me one of them dip cones. Right? It's like you didn't want the dip cone. You weren't thinking about the dip cone, but because you're in the drive thru, right now you're like, oh man, go ahead and give me one of those. So it's like, it's the same thing with gambling. Like, I can't tell you how many times I've spent behind the counter waiting on some jackpot moron scratching their tickets. And I'm like, get the fuck out of the way, dude. You've already done your transaction. Like, get out of here, bro. Like, what are you doing? I gotta go. Like, can't you see I'm in a hurry? And it's like, sometimes I say stuff and sometimes I don't. And it's like, I don't know. I just see people, a lot of times, they're just like little automaton robots. They're not even asking for input.
Yeah, they're stuck in their cycles, doing their repetitive things, and just running on autopilot because that's what they do every day. And you snap them out of it, and they're like, "What's happening?"
Also, nowadays, if somebody's doing that, you can use the fear propaganda to your benefit and just cough loudly in their general direction so they want to move.
Well, that's the worst way of using it.
Well,
I like Karma's, idea. Say something clever to the person.
One of the things I really like about what Karma does is, if you look at people and you ask yourself, is there anything about this person I like or like think is cool or anything, and then you just compliment them on that, just from your heart. And a lot of people just don't expect that, and it can really make their day. And so that kind of positive thing, I really love about what she does.
It's also good to have a follow-up when people get bewildered. My motto was, if you think it, you should say it. And I actually, it came back round to me. One time in a staff meeting, my boss's boss was talking about a seminar she went to where this lady had talked about how she went to the register and some woman had complimented her randomly and then said, if you think it, you should say it, and how people should live by this and stuff. And I was just sitting there like, that woman was talking about me.
So, can you guys hear me okay? Mic check. Hello, hello?
Yeah, bro. Yeah.
Okay. Okay. All right, so let me show you how to pay someone a compliment. And instead of setting up their defenses, and they're like, why are you being nice to me? Show you how to make the compliment stick. Don't ever compliment a Japanese person unless you're their superior. But, okay. So if I were to say, hey, Drace, man, those shoes are nice. Okay, I just paid you a compliment. And eventually Drace is going to be like, what does this guy want? Why is he talking about my shoes? Men don't care about shoes. So the next thing I say is they make you look taller, or they make you look fit, or they make you look athletic. So I pay a secondary compliment describing how it makes them look. And then here's where you get them. Where did you get those shoes? Now they're no longer thinking about why is this guy buttering up to me? They're trying to remember where they got the shoes from. And because you complimented them and described how it makes them look, or it makes you feel, or whatever, and then you asked where they got them, now they can no longer hold on to that first thing that they had, which is, why is this knucklehead buttering me up?
Yeah.
So that's how you pay a compliment and make it stick.
Yeah, that's essentially what she does when she does the qualifier of what was it again exactly? Yeah, if you think it, then you should say it. It's essentially her motto. She explains to them, and so it becomes oh, it's just a really nice person just saying a nice thing about me. Okay, and you can just see their whole demeanor shift in that moment.
But it's also very useful with old people. I recommend this. For instance, when old people are stubborn about accepting help, like for instance, when you meet an old lady and you're like, "Oh, can I help you with this?" And she's like, "No, I'm okay. You can go." A line that often works is, for instance, if you say, "Oh, I was just thinking, if my grandmother was carrying something so heavy, I'd like someone to help her, so I offered to help you. Are you sure you don't want me to help you? Can I? It would make me very happy." And then it's very hard to say no.
Yeah. It's also called social engineering in the business community.
Hey, check this out though. I mean, I've gone through many times. I've gone through like in check-in room or even in this room. Just like, hey, welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. I'm glad you found us. How did you find our server? You get them to talk first, and then you say, well,
feel like I'm in
have you ever
training.
heard about the Flat Earth before? Have you talked to anyone about this before? You want to get them to talk because
I feel like
if they start talking, you want them to talk more than you talk.
The more they talk, the more comfortable they feel, and it also gives you information and things to work with.
Yes. I mean, you want to ask them leading questions so that you can understand where they're coming from.
Yeah.
Then you'll have more to work with. If you just start screaming over them, and say, "Oh well," halfway through their sentence, you're saying, "Oh well, you're just wrong. You understand this logical fallacy." What the fuck? You didn't even get their point of view first. It's fucking crazy to me when people do that.
Yeah. Sometimes people need to have a bad cop come in and tell you can't use fallacies, and then that bad cop needs to go away so that the conversation can continue going on, and then he will not want to go into those fallacies again as much because he doesn't want the bad cop again. He doesn't want the conversation to de-escalate or escalate.
Sure, exactly. And that's why we need to recognize when there's good cop, bad cop, in the room. So the bad cop needs to just like chill the fuck out
Yeah,
while we butter this dude up, you know.
Yeah, exactly. And
Helio, could you
I've
never
listened,
ever say butter this dude up again? Thanks.
I've listened to you, Helio.
I can't promise that.
I've listened to you, Helio, in the VC check-in, and I really like how you do that with the questions and how soft you are. It's really good NLP or building rapport. So, yeah, I recommend for other flat earthers who can to listen to other people who are in the VC check-in.
Yeah,
checking
you
people
want
in.
them to talk more than you do. You
Yeah,
want
you
to
learn
get
a lot
them
from it.
start, especially in check-in. You want them to start talking so they'll feel more comfortable when they jump in the room, into the live stream room. When when they actually do jump in there. So yeah, that's pretty much how it should work. Because you don't want to jump on them, in the check-in room. It's like, hey, welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. How how did you find us? Just get them.
Butter him up.
Butter them up. Anyway, no, but no.
Just
you
get him nice and just get him nice and lathered.
You want them. You want them to feel comfortable to have a conversation with us.
You want to rub the butter in between your hands, get a good lather going. I'm sorry.
Ew.
No, anyway. I mean, what? Somebody was going to ask me, but somebody said Helio. It doesn't matter. I don't necessarily want to talk. I'm just saying, like that's a really good point that Drace and Karma were making. I mean, you want people to feel comfortable to have the conversation. You don't want to berate them, for their beliefs or whatever when they first come in. No, I mean, if they're obvious trolls, I mean, go ahead and do whatever the fuck you want to. But if they're new people and they're not familiar with the conversation, there's no reason to jump down their throat.
So far we've got Helio jumping down people's throat and buttering them up.
What a lovely visual.
Helio, you're disgusting, is what I want to say.
Okay, well, I'm a disgusting.
I'm just kidding.
No, it's all good.
What's next? Taking the piss?
Oh, we're gonna have to ask some other
R. Kelly
flat
style.
about that.
Who said something? Say something. Somebody?
Oh, I said R. Kelly style, but Trace thought I said ladies' night, so I'm saying ladies' night. That sounds
Oh,
better.
okay. Is it still ladies' night?
Not really. It died
So it's
few
kind
hours
of a
ago.
weird ladies' night. I'm still recording it. I actually stopped it at one point because there was like guys talking for like 30 minutes, and now I'm in here doing the same shit.
Well, I will shut up then.
No, it's mixed ladies' night. They allowed the guys to come in and have some fun because it was very slow.
Is that like girls?
We have a lady or two night at least.
I did notice there was somebody with no roles in here earlier, but I think they might have left.
Is that like girls taking one of their best guy friends to a gay bar? Is that kind of like what this is?
Oh, that's fun. Have you ever done that?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's fun.
And that's the night you're not getting with any of those girls. That's the one night.
It doesn't matter. It's still fun.
No, I know. I'm just saying, if there were ever a night where you were convinced that nothing's going to happen, it is that one.
Well, yeah, there's a reason why they go to the gay bar.
Exactly. And just because, bro, they took you with them doesn't mean anything. Doesn't mean a fucking thing. They actually probably wanted to watch you get embarrassed around gay guys.
Yeah, they're taking the piss out of you.
Yep.
They're just like, holy shit. They can hang out with the gay and all that, and they're just looking at you.
They can get away with a lot.
Looking
okay?
uncomfortable all night, and just like, oh.
No, you got to keep moving, otherwise you're going to get hit on.
Yeah, it's still fun all night anyway.
Fun fact, I've never been inside of a gay bar.
See, now you don't have to lie to Hank. You don't have to lie to Hank.
It's fun.
No, it's not. It's not fun.
Gay bar, gay bar.
It's uncomfortable, but it's still fun. But anyway, go ahead.
Yeah, I've never been inside. I've been in lots of straight bars, but never been in a gay bar. And I think it's only because I've never been invited. I probably would go just to check it out, but if shit got too weird, I'd probably leave. I'm an
No, it's
introvert.
not weird.
It's
It's
not
not
that
weird. I
bad,
mean,
dude.
the gay guys can know when you're not gay. I mean, it's not. They don't really fuck with you.
Yeah. But there's always a few dudes in there, man, that make
When you look super hot with a six pack, they even if you're straight, they'll still be all over you.
they make
Okay,
their
I guess I
move,
wasn't
dude.
super hot then. I still had fun. It was fun.
Dude, they make their move and they mean business.
Anyway, so ladies,
I haven't had a 6-pack since I was about 19. I haven't had an 8-pack since I was about 17.
I ain't never had a 6-pack.
I almost have a 6-pack for the first time in my life. Dries can testify. I'm starting to get the lines.
Oh, you working out? Doing the leg lifts?
I work with kids. That's all it takes.
Oh, well, that's that work.
All that and
Oh,
housework, you know.
God. Adam, look at that. Adam's it. All right,
I'm not a teacher who sits on the couch and does nothing well with the kids. So yeah, it's a workout.
Yeah.
What do you teach?
Well, I'm not technically a teacher. I just don't know how to say frístundarleiðbeinandi in English, which would be something like recreational guidance person.
Do you have to pick them up
Like that?
sometimes? That's kind of exercise. You have to pick these little kids up.
Sometimes they're almost my size, so they're not that small sometimes. But I have had to pick those up.
Let's give you a workout.
I've had
You
to
got
carry
children
things
almost
that,
your
like,
size?
my
You have to
chin.
pick them up.
I'm serious. I've had a kid fall pretty badly, and he's bleeding, and he reaches up to my chin at least. And I picked him up, and Princess carried him all the way inside and tended to him. I got mad muscle pains the
Princess
day
carry
after.
is like it's
that's
like
where
a
you carry
wedding
the
carrier where
person in
you
front of
carry
you.
him over the threshold for your wedding. Is that a
Oh, you know,
princess
the
carry?
classic pose where you have the person in front of you with you have your hand under their knees and behind their back, like a knight carrying a princess.
That's a princess carry. I didn't know it was called a princess carry. I thought it was.
It's a princess carry.
Okay. Thank you for educating me on that.
Yeah, I princess carried someone who passed out in the heat, like half a mile. If you
Holy
princess carry
shit,
someone
that's a
half a
long
mile, yeah, I was like 16. Yeah, she passed out in the heat, and I was like,
Why
"Fuck
you
that, we're going."
why you trying to make yourself better than Karma's princess carry of a little kid?
I don't give a fuck about Carla.
Oh, is this a
Carrie.
competition then?
She just made me have a flashback of a
I
memory.
can beat this. Okay, hang on. Okay, it's not as long, but because I am small, when I was a teenager as well, I had once had to put mom on my back and carry her up the stairs so that she could go to the bathroom when she was very sick, and my back almost gave out. Not as impressive, but that's as close as I can get.
Sure, there wasn't a
Okay, I
bathroom.
got another one.
No, we only have one bathroom on the upstairs.
Oh man, who would build a house like that?
It's because it used to be more stories. There used to be 3 stories, and there's a bathroom on the bottom floor and the top floor.
There used to be a bathroom on this floor.
Really?
But they changed it so the bathroom is now the foyer.
Oh, we have a foyer now instead. Okay. Well, either way, this used to be connected to what is grandma's apartment before, even before we moved in here. That got created into a separate apartment by blocking off the stairs. So our storage room is actually stairs that lead into a wall that's been made. And our grandma lives down there.
Okay, I got a story. This guy, I was managing a Sonic, and sorry, I'll be real quick. So he was like, "Hey man, can I go home early?" And I was like, "Yeah, scrape the grill, you can go home." He wasn't feeling good. He passes out, right? It's like this 300-pound dude, right? And at the time I was only like 215, 220, 230. Right? And this dude passes out, and I'm like not waiting to see if he's breathing or anything. I just like throw him in the truck, right? I get to the hospital, I'm like, "Hey, my buddy needs help, come help." And they were like, "There's the wheelchair." Well, the wheelchair was facing away from me, so when I picked him up, I stood up on one leg to grab the wheelchair with my leg, because, if I hacky sack him, I use my feet like hands. like a monkey all the time. And when I did, I ruptured my umbilical, like a hernia popped out. So like my
Oh,
intestines like fell out of my belly button, and that was like a $5,000 surgery.
Yeah,
But the
wait,
dude did
wait.
math.
So Hank, you
The
brought
dude
him to
did
the
math and
emergency
passed out.
room, and
Yeah,
they just sent you. They came out of the emergency room and gave you a wheelchair and didn't help you put him in it.
right. And then I had a
What the
hernia.
fuck is
'cause
that?
Hank,
I
did
know.
your guts come out of your belly button into the real world?
No, it stayed in the skin,
Okay, wow.
but it
Okay,
popped out of my stomach
but
lining.
that's still pretty crazy, yeah.
Well, I mean, hernias
Yeah.
don't work that way. What the fuck are you talking?
Well, you had a big hernia, huh?
Yeah, I was gonna say that's some hernia.
No, I mean, yeah, hernias don't pop out of the skin, but
I
they
know.
do.
I was
They
kind of
pop
trying to
through
be
the
funny.
stomach muscle. Well, I'm just wondering
It's like a lap
why
of
when you
skin,
pull up
isn't
to
it?
emergency room and say, "Hey, I have a friend that needs help, and he's a very big person," and they just wheel a wheelchair out there and say, "Hey, get him in this, and we'll get him in here," and you have to pick him up. They didn't have people in the in the ER to fucking help you
No,
put him
they
in the
didn't help me out. So I didn't know that I had a hernia until my wife saw it. She's like, "What's this?" I was like, "What's what?" She's like, "What's this? What's this sticking out of your belly button?" I was like, "I don't know. What is that?" She's like, "It's purple." I was like, "Oh, okay."
Honey,
Don't
that's
you
purple.
only have to just sew them closed? Isn't that the answer?
What was the question?
Wait, don't you have to sew the hernia closed? Isn't that
Hey,
all you have to do?
hold on, Whammer.
Yeah, I had a
Your
surgery.
Yeah.
microphone. Your microphone is a little muffled. Can you get closer to it or something? But yes, a hernia. It doesn't pop out of your lower stomach or whatever. It's a part of your intestines that just breaches the muscle tissue under.
It's not alien.
But don't you have
It
to
doesn't
sew
pop
it
out of your
closed
skin.
though?
No, they have to actually
Yeah,
open you
I
up.
had a surgery.
Yeah.
It was a surgery. I paid cash. I paid $5,000 for my surgery.
What?
Yeah.
You
I'm
paid in
just
cash?
really
That's awesome.
curious. So when you took this guy
Baller.
to the emergency room, they wheeled a wheelchair out there and said, "All right, put this motherfucker in there."
Yeah, but this dude was like a really big,
I know.
like
I
300
got
pound
that
dude.
part. I'm
He's
just
huge.
like, all right. So was he unconscious?
Yeah, he did meth 3 days before and crashed on my shift.
All right, cool. So they wheeled the wheelchair out and said, "All right, now that you're at the emergency room and you have your friend in there, put his ass in this wheelchair, and we're not going to help you." Is
And
this
then I
is this
grabbed
what
him.
happened?
I grabbed him out of my 1992 GMC pickup truck, and when I looked at the wheelchair, it was facing the other way. So with one leg, I scooted the wheelchair
How
towards
many people?
me
Who
so I
brought the
could.
wheelchair out? And
I did.
oh,
I
you
did.
went into the emergency room and brought the
Got
wheelchair
the
out.
wheelchair. Yeah.
Oh, you
And
should ask
nobody
for
went
some
to help
help.
me.
Well,
I did. They said they were busy.
oh my fucking goodness, that's fucking crazy, bro.
Yeah, so that was a $5,000 mistake. But
Oh
you
my
know what?
god.
I
It's
wasn't
like,
about
this
to
is a
lose
big
a crew member
motherfucker.
on
I
my
can't
shift.
pull him out of my fucking
I feel like the big guy
put him in the fucking
who you were helping when
wheelchair.
you got a hernia should help pay for your hernia surgery.
I know. It's like these
Yeah,
assholes
he's
fucking
dead.
made me carry this fucking 300-pound dude from my truck into the wheelchair and wheel him in and say, and once you got in there, what happened? Where they were like, "Oh yeah, he is fucked up." Sorry, we didn't help you get him into the wheelchair and get it. They should have brought a fucking gurney out there, bro.
Yeah, no, because he was out. He was out.
Sorry.
Like
Okay.
I picked him up. He was like dead
That's
weight.
your fault. You should
Like
be
he
like,
wasn't
this
helping
dude.
me.
Yeah. You should have
He
told
wasn't
him,
helping
man.
me
This
carry
dude
it.
is unconscious. I can't fucking carry his ass in here. Wheelchair is not going to work.
You guys
But
want to
what's
help?
crazy though? I could deadlift like a lot of weight, But when I relaxed half of my body and lifted my foot up, that's
Were
where I
you
fucked up.
doing meth too at the time? It probably might have been.
Hell no, bro. I ain't never done no meth. What the fuck?
Even questions.
Well, I have, but I'm just saying, that situation, I'd be like, y'all niggas, I can't pick this some bitch up and put him in a wheelchair. What if they say when you wheeled him in there, like, they're like, how the fuck did you get him in the
Motherfuckers,
wheelchair?
give me your hand. God damn it. You should have said that, right?
They're probably like, holy shit, this dude he's unconscious. I mean, how the fuck did you get him in this wheelchair? What
You need an
happened, Hank?
invitation.
Tell us the story. This is very interesting.
Hear ye.
It's a story from like 2003, right? The dude passed out on my shift. He collapsed from scraping the grill. So I didn't check to see if he was breathing or CPR because I wasn't about to do none of that shit. So I grabbed him up, put him on my pickup truck, drove 5 minutes to the hospital. They wouldn't help me, so I just threw him in the wheelchair. But the problem was when I relaxed half of my body, that's when the hernia popped out.
Oh my
So I
god!
wouldn't relax because I could deadlift. Back like when I was a freshman, I could deadlift like what was it?
This has nothing to do with deadlifting. Why didn't you call an
Yeah,
ambulance?
It does.
Hold
Because
on,
I
you
could
were at the
deadlift
restaurant.
way more
that
than
you
he
guys-
weighed.
You were at the restaurant that you guys worked together. Why didn't you call an ambulance
Or
from
a
the
forklift.
restaurant?
Fuck that shit. It takes too long for ambulance to get there.
No.
It's already-
All right.
In
What
retrospect,
the fuck? I mean, you live in the city, man. I mean, the ambulance is going to be there in 5 minutes. I mean, what the fuck are you talking
Hank was
Forklift is easier.
Hank did his best. It's too bad you got a
He
hernia.
was a young man, young, dumb, and full of cum. That's what they usually say about young men.
We use that kind of language here. This is a family orientated.
No, it's not. No, it's not. This is 18 and over.
Get that motherfucker in the chair and bring him in.
It's just like, why? So you freaking carried his ass out to your truck, took him to the emergency room, went in and said, hey, can I get a wheelchair to carry my unconscious friend in here so that you can treat him? And they... Come on,
Sorry, Hank.
bro.
I'm
This
sorry.
is
Sorry,
fucked up, bro.
sorry, Helio.
You should have called an ambulance.
Get that motherfucker in here. Bring him in. Get that motherfucker in there. Yeah. Right, Dennis?
Hey, I'll tell you
Dude,
what,
I was
though.
19. I didn't know what the fuck I was doing. All I
I'll
knew
tell
was
you
I was
what,
about
though.
to get this sleepy fucker off my floor and get him in the hospital where he belongs.
I actually had some not similar situation, but I was, had warrants for my arrest and stuff, so I didn't. I broke the shit out of my leg in my backyard, and I was like, we can't call the ambulance because the cops will show up and they're gonna find my warrant. So I was like, drive the car back here, and I'm gonna sit in the back seat and take me to the hospital. Hey, and guess what? I didn't go to jail because there were no cops involved. But dude, it hurt. It hurt like a. I broke the fuck out of my leg falling out of a tree. And
I gotta say this, Helio. Stop using the N word. It doesn't suit you. I'm not saying you can't use it. It's just I'm saying it doesn't suit you. It's not
dude, if I use the N word inadvertently, it's not. It's just because I grew up in Little Rock. So
It's like almost cringy. I'm just saying. I'm trying to help. That's all.
Okay, well, your mama. How about that? How about I say?
See, that sounds good. See, that sounds good on you. When you say y'all niggas, I'm like, I can make this face like, can Helio trying to be cool and
Yes,
shit.
I'm not trying to be cool. I just use it, as a, it's whatever.
Well, there's something you have to understand. Let me help you out, Helio. See, you can take the girl out of the hood, but you can't take the hood out of the girl, man.
I know you mean
It's just like I didn't even know. Did I say my nigga? Or did I say that? I don't even notice that I do it. I mean, that's how. That's how
It's funny when you say it.
When you were
It
doing
just
an
sounds
example
funny
of
when you
something
say
Hank
it,
did,
Helio.
you said it, and it made me imagine Hank pulling it, and I laughed so hard because you were like, "You should have just been like, my nigga," and I was just like, Oh, that'd be so funny to hear Hank
What?
go in there
I'm
be like,
saying.
nigga, my
The
motherfucker.
thing is, you
Yeah, I'm
know,
just
when the
like,
person speaks it, they speak it fluent. You know, you can when you speak it, you don't speak it fluent. You don't say it like that's something on the daily that you say daily, bro. Because you
Don't
be
get
like,
no
look.
points, bro. Like, just something.
all
Because when
right.
you hear
How
Eminem
about
say it, it sounds like he say it
if
daily.
if I'm using it wrong, let the black people speak up.
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying the way that you use it, like when you say it, it doesn't sound fluent. It doesn't sound like it's daily that you use it. But when Eminem, when he say it, it sounds like he say it fluently. Like it's always something he says. It doesn't matter. So it's like included into his vocabulary. And when he's around them, he's already it's like they accepted him.
All right, well, check this out. I don't even remember saying it. So isn't that kind of inclusive? I don't even know that I
think that's
said
funny.
it.
I think it's funny.
I don't even know what you're talking about because I don't remember saying it.
Chair, you know.
Anyway, I find it funny too.
Dude, I lived in the hood for so long. I don't even remember saying it. You guys are making a deal about it. I don't even
It's all
remember
right.
that I said it.
We can have some
Matter.
pumpkin pie, my nigga. It's okay.
I'm just you. It sounds fucking ugly on you. That's all I'm saying.
All right, well, then
I'm
I'm
just-
ugly. I'm ugly that way.
Anyone, I don't care who says it. I'm just saying it doesn't. You know what I mean? It doesn't fit your You know what I mean? Your talk.
Oh, should I be more proper white?
No, no, it doesn't have anything to do with white or black. It's just not you.
It just
Aren't you
Come
just saying
on,
he
sir. How would you
Well, I
like
mean,
to go?
well, you didn't
Coors
grow up in
Light, my
Little Rock,
nigga.
Arkansas.
You know what I
I
mean?
didn't grow up in Little Rock, Arkansas.
You're not an
Just
actor. You don't know how
I
to.
didn't say it on
You're not
purpose. It's my lingo, man. What the fuck?
a Navy
You guys are
officer
fucking.
and pull
I
off a
think we're
gangbang.
jumping on him too much.
Should I be more sensitive
We're
about the
jumping
way
on
I
him too
talk
much,
when
Bong.
I'm really just flowing? You know, fucking A, man. What the fuck?
Yeah, Bong. We're busting his balls, bro.
This dude,
I know
this
he used
dude
to sound
from
very
Australia
sophisticated.
is vibing about the N word, giving me shit about the N word, and he lives in Australia.
Don't worry
He
about
needs
Whiskey
to-
Tango, man.
Give me a
Look, guys,
fucking
Bong, don't worry
it's a
about Whiskey
cultural
Tango.
thing.
Helio, can I tell you something real quick? You're the only
Sure.
white dude I know that regularly uses that word. Okay, so
I use it too. Nigga, please. What you talking about?
Him
So,
and Hank, to be
I just
honest.
want to say,
I've never
hold
heard
on.
Hank say it.
I
Yeah,
have.
nigga, please. I say it all the time.
Bro, I heard Hank say it. Yeah, see, that's what I'm saying. Like,
Well,
he
okay, so
totally sounds like
the only
he
two
sounds like
white
a Hank,
dudes,
bro. Like,
the only two white dudes I know are you two. You fucking say it on a live stream, no less.
Texas, man. Yeah, man, it's Texas. And
Yes, I lived in Texas. That doesn't mean I was
Everybody calm
racist when I
down.
was there. Wait, what?
I'm not racist because I
I'm
use
fucking
a word,
around,
right?
Hank.
Hold on, guys.
I'm
Relax,
fucking
relax. So this is how it works, right? It's about the intent.
we blew
right?
up ladies' night
So
tonight, man. I'm sorry, ladies.
give me
We
a
did
second.
this.
Give me a second, bro.
Love you guys.
It's about the intent. So, like, if I step on a black man's shoes, right, and I say, "What you gonna do about it?" and I use the hard R, that's totally different than saying, "Nigga, please, I got this shit." Right?
No.
It's totally different.
Yeah, it's different to white people.
no,
Now
saying
you're
that,
gonna-
not
no,
saying
you're gonna
nigga
step
please
on-
is
you're gonna step on-
saying
on
nigga
our
please is still an
lingo.
insult, bruh. Saying nigga
Yep.
please is still an insult.
No,
I want
no,
you
it's
to-
not. No, it's not. You're gonna step on our lingo
No,
when
no,
we're flowing. There's no purpose for that. You're not gonna
The
step
best
on
thing to
our
do
lingo
is
when we're
call the other
talking. We're
N
gonna
word.
flow.
Be like, "What's up, my nephew?" Don't worry,
I say
nephew.
nickel.
Ninja.
Remember?
Say
Nephew,
ninja.
just be like, "Don't worry, nephew."
On ninja.
Yeah,
Oh,
Yeah,
that's
you
great.
say
Come on, man.
if you say it right.
Backflips
you
in your
say-
backyard.
My
You say
nickel,
nephew, dude.
right? Like pennies, dimes, and nickels and quarters.
Yeah.
Oh, what's up, my nickel?
Oh.
It's the same thing.
No,
So
it's
I'm
not.
No,
No,
bro.
the fuck.
Oh man.
Don't even step on my motherfucking flow, bro.
Hey, I
Don't
just
fucking
noticed
step on
something.
me with
Okay.
that bullshit.
Helio, I want to hear you write a rap.
Hold on. Let me defend Bong. Okay, in Australia, like it's different, right? This is a cultural difference that Bong has. there's a little bit more hyper racism in Australia. So when Bong hears a man saying this, he's like, whoa, what the fuck is going on? That was like overtly racist. As opposed to me growing up in poor neighborhoods, and I'm assuming Helio has too, that's not overtly racist, that's culture.
Yeah, but you can have overtly racist culture too. So
that's true too. That's also true.
The question is, are you saying it with a positive or negative connotation?
It's a term
Like,
of
have you ever
endearment.
said
That's what I'm saying.
Have you ever said it negatively?
Exactly.
That's the question.
Right, exactly. So
No, I'm
it's
asking
about how you
have
use it.
Do you say it negatively?
Well, I'm just saying.
Or are you always using it in positive connotation, like
that
my
I said
nigga?
it and
Yeah,
somebody brought it
he's a
up.
good kid. He's a good nigga.
Yeah,
I didn't even know that I said it. And
Helio,
somebody
that's
brought
not
it
the
up.
good news.
Well, then fuck your mother. How about that?
Because listen, like I'm fine with you having the end pass if you're saying it positively. You know, you're like, you know, yeah, that nigga dope. You know, or like my nigga. But if you're saying it negatively, that's when you have an issue.
What
When you say those,
If I remember correctly, it was something like, my nigga's passed out in the trunk, come help him, or something like that. So it wasn't a positive connotation. So I really think we should get over this already.
that's fine
and
then.
move
That's
on.
fine.
Absolutely. Racism only happens on a flat earth.
Or what about
you sound more
what about
gangster when you say
what
the
about
word
this? Be like,
motherfucking.
hey yo, did
When
you
you
hear
say
the
you
single from my
motherfucker,
cracker?
Glatflobe, you're the one that brought it
Percents?
up.
My cracker
Yeah, you're
percents. You're
racist.
dropping some
So?
truth bombs.
You're racist.
What I'm saying is, you sound better when you say motherfucker, right, than when you say the N word. Like, so you sound more gangster, more hood.
All right.
Say,
Well, I'll try not to say
motherfucker.
nigga, even though it sometimes comes up and while I'm speaking, and I just don't know that I'm saying it.
Yeah, but it's just
you
you got a
know.
guttural sound with your voice, though. That's the thing.
He's drunk. I'm joking.
Right? I prefer
Nobody's
you to
joking. I mean, you guys must be fucking with me, man, because you know I've
No.
been doing this shit for a long time. I'll say it every once in a while. What the fuck
I keep
is going
forgetting,
on
you know.
here?
Keep forgetting to bring it up when you do it. You know, it's like it just goes so fast.
No,
But
you're
now
good,
I got
Helio. You're good.
yeah.
I know
If I
I'm
catch you
good.
slipping, then I'm gonna take the
Everybody
end pass
that
back.
thinks they're offended, it's just weird to bring it up. It's weird.
Yeah, not offended. I'm just offended at how badly you say it and how cringy I feel after, you know.
Okay, well, your mama. How about that?
Yeah, see now that's
Okay, I'm
weird.
just gonna give you guys a random riddle if you're gonna keep talking about this. What exists when one person has it, but ceases to exist when another person gets it?
Oh, I forgot this one.
Something they don't have.
It's not a thing, right? I forgot this one.
I posted it just in case.
You talking about suppression when certain people can say certain words but other people can't?
No, it's a riddle.
Yeah, I'm answering her riddle. It's called suppression.
Nope, wrong answer.
No,
But very
no.
close because you have one right letter.
Where'd you post it?
It's in the text chat for live stream. It's what
person has it
exists
and
when
another
one
one
person has it, but ceases to exist when another person gets it.
A joke? A secret. There you go. It's a secret, yeah.
No,
Yeah,
you could
it's
have
a
a secret with
secret.
another person. Can you have a secret between two people?
No, it's that was the answer. The secret.
That's a trash riddle. No offense, Karma.
It's fine.
I
If it's the subject, I'm happy.
It's
I probably
always a
should do
good
it
riddle
before.
to bring up. It's always a good one. It gets people thinking.
Because you could have a secret with another person. That's what a secret is. So they would
Yes,
get it
but the
as soon as you
secret,
tell them it.
once you get the secret, it's no longer a secret to you and ceases to be a secret.
Yeah, but
And
a secret
here we
isn't
go
to
and
you.
getting
That's a
On the
thought,
secret.
what
right?
Oh, we getting
what
deep
about
now. We getting deep now.
Yep,
Okay,
yep. There we go.
it's kind of like the riddle. Okay, I'm gonna give you another one. Okay, it's an item one. Those who buy me neither use me nor want me, yet those who use me know it not. What am I? And I've told this one before.
Little hint.
Those who buy me neither use me or want me. Huh.
Yeah, so the person who buys this thing doesn't want it. He's not going to use it. Someone else is obviously using it.
gift.
They don't know
It's a
they're
lie.
using it.
He's talking about
It's
an
a lie.
outlet.
Is it a lie? Lie?
I've
Like lying?
given you guys a hint.
No, it's an object.
Oh, okay.
A
It's
dildo?
A present.
The person using the dildo not aware that they're using it. Your answer is very
What was the
specific.
second part of it?
Okay, those who buy me neither want me nor use me, but those who use me know it not. What am I?
Oh man, that's so funny.
Did you give up?
No, hold on.
These kind of riddles, I
I'm
need a
giving
day
you
or
guys a
two.
hint. I'm practically giving it away.
What?
Oh man, hang on. Let me take a hit real quick.
You mean silence?
Funny.
How do you buy
I
silence?
can't even guess it.
This is the old. This is the very old. This is the old one.
Is
Yes,
this a
give up.
game show? Are we in a game show? It's like, ooh,
It's better than the previous
Well, this is ladies' night. She's
Wait a
asking
minute.
questions.
Yeah. Play with me. It's latest night. Okay. Press on to
I know that was to get Josh. Get your head out of the gutter.
Okay, you guys ran out of time. The answer is coffin.
Yeah, see, I'm sitting here
Too late.
coughing, and you guys can't
Yeah,
fucking
'cause
hear it.
Yeah, you gave him a great hint. But yeah, because the guy who buys the coffin doesn't want the coffin, he's not going to use the coffin. But the dead relative who's going to use the coffin doesn't know he's using it because he's dead. Now, this riddle works generally, but if you're going to go with something like, oh, but what about a vampire? He's going to buy a coffin, sleep in it, so it doesn't work. Like, you can always find an exception to the rule, but it's a general, you know?
Well, you can also use a dildo too as an exception.
Ouch.
I don't mean that to be like
No, the
dirty
person
or
that's
anything.
using
but
it knows it's being used.
Well,
Some people
exactly. So the person that's buying it isn't gonna use it. So I'm. Never
The
mind.
second
Well,
part
it
of
could
the
also
riddle
be
is the
an
guy who
urn.
uses it knows it blocked. It has to have that.
Could also be an urn,
What
right?
calls me is charcoal pea cleaner.
Master
Yeah,
Chief,
urn actually worked pretty well. That's good.
like Master Chief, quickly, hand an object. Dildo.
I have a different
Don't
riddle.
read that word up, bro.
I have a different riddle. It's also an object riddle. I'll post it now. With pointed fangs I sit and wait. With piercing force I crunch out fate. Grabbing victims, proclaiming might. Physically joining with a single bite. What am I?
Not gay.
Spider?
A snake?
A cave.
A cave?
It's an object. So
A worm.
I know what it is, so I'll give you a hint. It's not living.
Stalactite.
What?
That's a pretty cool guess.
A bear trap.
We're just gonna throw out answers.
I like bear trap guess, but I know it's
pretty
wrong.
much what we're doing.
Teeth. Teeth.
Nucleus.
My guess is a bear trap.
Bear trap is a good guess, but not correct. It's not
It's not
wrong.
what I'm looking for, but it's a good one.
Bear trap definitely works as an answer.
Yeah.
That's not the right one?
It's not the one I'm looking for.
Okay.
How about a mosquito trap?
The hell's this mosquito trap?
I don't know how that works.
Or how about a fly trap?
Yeah,
We don't have a lot of flies in Iceland. I'm sorry. We have minimum amount of bugs, and our worst spider can give you a headache. Ooh.
Pointed
I was
fan.
going to say a mousetrap,
Even
maybe.
if the spider bites you on the
doesn't have
foot, you
pointed
still get a
fangs. I
headache.
forgot about that one.
I was going to say mousetrap, but it lacks the piercing force and the pointed fangs, so no.
No, it has piercing force, but not the pointed fangs. I've
They
seen
get,
a mouse get pierced by
Venus
Vampire.
flytrap. Venus
I say
Bat.
get them.
Vampire bat?
No, I'll just give you the answer now.
Venus
It's,
flytrap's a pretty good guess too.
It's actually a stapler.
Oh shit!
Fuck me, dude.
fangs. Yeah, it's.
I'm over here thinking about animals and shit.
They said it's not alive.
Hey, what's the
Hey, I mean,
gimmick?
that's
They
the
said
purpose
it was
of a
not
riddle.
alive.
That's the purpose of a riddle.
Samurai chicken.
All I could think of was a fucking
Samurai.
insect or fucking spider.
chicken.
Sorry about my language.
Yeah, but those
It's
things
not
are
alive.
alive.
That's good. That's good. Yeah, fangs. The stapler.
I have a big
The
feeling that
elusive
KJ's laughing at me.
stapler.
Here's a question. When you're sewing, you have like the sewing machine. Does the needle physically join with the single like stitch? Like if it goes down once?
Well, if I knew how a sewing machine works, then I would be able to tell you that. But
I know
maybe
how a
if I
sewing
asked
goes
machine
up and
Steiner
down,
that
right?
question,
Is
I would be able to find the answer for you.
in a single
But I
bite,
am
it
no
goes up
longer
I
and
know
dating
how
down.
that
sewing machines work, and
person.
I can
A
answer him.
sewing machine is a very scary
Go ahead, Karma.
thing to me. Very scary.
A sewing machine only has a single needle, which would make it not work because it says fangs in plural. So almost works.
Fair.
How about a spinning wheel, or what is that called?
Wheel of torture.
The one where the princess is spinning the thumb
Called a spinning
blue.
wheel. Yeah.
The spinning. It's called a spinning wheel.
Yeah, it's literally called spinning wheel. Yeah, the old
You,
schooly type.
Okay.
you know those hair bands, those plastic hair bands that girls have that are like
Well, I
they look
used
like
to wear
spiders?
one because I had long hair.
They look like spiders almost. They look like teeth.
No, I
think
don't
that can
wear
work with
those.
this.
I know what you
But
mean. Those aren't very comfortable if you have very, very, very long hair.
What are they called?
scrunchies.
Clams.
I
Scrunchies.
can maybe tell you that in Icelandic.
But I mean, they're called by many different names depending on the style.
Clams.
Hair
You say
holder.
clams?
Yeah, they're like those clams, those bearded clam type things that have the
Bearded clam.
those
Shut up, man.
those things, the
The little
projectiles that come out from the
moss
clam,
growth.
from the
Shut
shell,
up.
and it clamps and it
Anyways,
like
I think
traps the
that answer
fish.
could work for it.
Shut the fuck. Anyway.
Get your head out of the
Holy
gutter,
shit.
Helio.
I can't fuck. No, you said it. I didn't.
He said, "Nah."
Scallops, that's what they're called.
No, they're not.
Yeah, they're like little clams, but they got like these teeth that look like a beard when you look at it.
No.
Clamps.
No,
They're like
you know
the
what
things,
that
those
word
things like
means.
yeah,
Or
it's like a
that
clamp,
term.
like a chip clamp or a
Is it
bag
called like a
clip or
hair
whatever
clamp?
the fuck it's called.
Oh,
I don't know what the hell they're called.
I know what
Well,
you.
I'm
Yeah,
pretty sure.
Oh my god! How did this?
it has teeth. I know what you're talking. It's like a comb. It has teeth like a comb.
Called a banana clip. Or,
No, it looks like a banana
we're
though.
not
It's in
talking
the
about an
shape of banana.
AK-47.
All right, show me a picture of a bearded clam then. Tell me what you're talking about.
Okay.
I'm curious now too. What the hell is a bearded
You're
clam?
not curious. I know exactly what it means, and he's being sarcastic. So anyway,
You being nasty. Teeth on a clam.
Yo, so I was searching it. I searched plastic hairband, and then the autocomplete is with teeth.
No, he said bearded clam. That's what you shouldn't look it up, but if you want to, go ahead. That's ridiculous. It's not. Has nothing to do with hair on your head.
We're out. I can't remember what the fuck these things are
Helio,
called.
what the fuck you talking about, bro? No, Helio, those things
Yeah,
are
what
for your
are
head,
you
right?
talking about, Helio?
Girls, what they would do is they kind of split off into like a Y on a hinge, right? And they would just grab both sides of their hair and put it up and then click it, and they have like a little mohawk sticking up so that they can work out without getting hair in their face.
They're called barrettes, apparently.
What's the one with the balls?
There you guys go. There's a bearded clam.
That would be a male child.
With the hair ties, with the
Man.
one with the balls. What are those
It's a
called?
clam with a beard.
Oh,
It's
I
like
know what
they're
you're
like
talking about.
little
What?
sea urchin spike things on it.
Yeah, see the reason that nobody's posting anything exactly with that term.
Oh, they're also called
I-
jaw clips.
I can't remember the name of the clam, but there's a specific
No.
name for it, and it looks kind of like a scallop. It's got a little tongue that it sticks out. It's crazy.
Sexual connotations. Anyway, if you want to avoid it, I don't blame you.
Helio, you're the one that gets a male rooster mixed up with a penis.
I make jokes and stuff. Yeah, but we can't
Think
post
that
that
the
kind of stuff.
rooster's chin looks like balls, don't you?
The jib. What is that thing called? The waddle, right?
Yeah.
The rooster's neck is
I
just
bet
black
you that
and
looks
red.
like a pair of ball sacks to you, doesn't it?
Y'all niggas almost.
You know when a
crazy as
rooster's
me.
sitting there going off and going,
Shit, I used the N
I
word
kind of want to
again,
grab
but
it by
was
its like
hey.
neck and like move it back, like vibrate the neck, not like throttle it or nothing. Just like take two fingers and pop it on either side, so it's like make it sound different. You probably look at me like, you bastard, stop it. Probably peck me.
Helio, you ratted on yourself. You caught yourself.
Yeah, Helio.
No,
Your
no,
cracker's almost as crazy as me.
I
This
do
cracker's
this shit
almost as
on
crazy
purpose.
as me.
Almost everything I do here is on purpose. So you guys can call me out.
No,
on it.
Helio. That's not true. You don't do everything on purpose.
I said almost everything.
And you just said that you didn't even notice that you even said it.
What?
Look, all I gotta say is when people who aren't white, when they say let's go pop some firecrackers, I don't feel no kind of way about it. I'm just like, did they say cracker? Oh well, moving on. Right? So I don't care.
Hey, I do
don't
take
really
offense to
see the
Cracker
whole-
Barrel, though.
And I'll tell you what, I've been using that phrase that I say, y'all niggas almost as crazy as me. I've been using that phrase for years, so it's not like anybody can call me out on it. And I've been saying that for a very long time, so it's like y'all niggas almost as crazy as me. Almost.
Shut up, nigga.
Oh, what did the cucumber say to the horse?
Hey. Sorry, never mind.
Nothing.
what was
Cucumbers
your-
don't talk.
That's the correct answer.
He
And you
said,
shame
what did the
people when they
horse
give you dirty
say,
ones.
right? What did you say?
I said, what did the cucumber say to the horse? And the correct answer was nothing. It's a fucking cucumber. It doesn't talk. But the best part is, if people give you dirty answers, you can shame them. Be like, your mind's in the gutter.
Saying that the horse was saying, hey.
Oh,
I was thinking something
I
along the
do have a
lines like,
different horse
man,
as well.
you're
It's like if
what do they say? Why the long face? Your face is longer than mine.
If a rooster lays an
I have
egg
a
on a
joke as
roof,
well. Hang on. I have the one where a guy says to a horse walking by, "Why the long face?" And the horse replies, "My mom just died."
Okay.
Ouch.
That's a joke.
Sad story.
All right, I got one. I love racist jokes. Okay, jokes that are just
That's because you're
super
racist.
All right,
Oh,
so here it
no.
goes.
Bring it. I'm kidding,
no.
Hank.
What do you call a black man flying a plane? A pilot.
Black Swan Express. Black Swan Express.
No, bro, you call him a pilot.
What?
A black man flying a plane, you call him a pilot, you racist bastard.
What?
A giraffe joke.
What? See, I like poking fun at racism because to me, like people who are like authentically racist, they're like real lowbrow, low IQ type.
Okay, what do you call a
Like,
brown
oh.
man flying a plane?
A pilot.
A terrorist. Don't you watch the news?
Got him.
I think Hake's talking about your
I
typical
got a
whiskey
bad one.
tango.
So what do you get? What do you get the blind, deaf, or what did the blind, deaf orphan get for Christmas? Cancer. Awful.
Yep, that pretty much sums it up. That's dark, but
Okay,
I
I
respect
have
it.
I have one that's cute. Do you want the silly giraffe joke?
Oh no.
Yes.
Okay, here
The
it comes.
sillier the better.
Okay. A man and a giraffe walk into a bar. They both get really drunk, and the giraffe falls on the floor. Now the man prepares to leave when the bartender says, "Oi, you can't leave that lion there." And he's like, "That's not a lion, it's a giraffe." And then he leaves.
Aw,
So that
that's
was
sad
that
story.
ambiguity. That's
He
one of them
abandoned
ambiguity
the giraffe.
jokes.
Yeah, poor giraffe.
Aw, it's not a joke. It's a sad story. Just like Helios' face. Sad story.
I got a joke. A man and a giraffe walk into a bar, right? They both sit there at the bar, drinking. And when they leave,
Drinking what?
they're drunk. The giraffe is so drunk, it blacks out as it's leaving. What happened?
The alcohol
The
content
became
of the drinks
too
caused.
relaxed, and his blood pressure fell, and couldn't get the blood to the brain.
Oh no.
When the giraffe was sober and was entering, it remembered to duck. When it was drunk and leaving, it forgot and it hit its head on the door, like on top of the door.
Oh no.
That is a pretty good theory.
That's the story of my life.
Yeah, guys, I got one. All right. A
No.
man was trapped inside of a room with no door, windows, or hinge. Right? Wait, what was it? Door, windows, or way out. Like the only door, or the door was locked from the outside. Right? No way you could unlock it from the inside. But there was a man locked in this room. The only thing that was in the room was a mirror hooked to the wall with a table. He escaped. How did he escape? It's a play on words.
Can you repeat it without kind of like fumbling?
A man was locked up in a room. This room had no windows. The door was locked from the outside in, and there's no way of getting out except for the door on which he went in. The only thing that was in the room was a desk and a mirror. How did the guy escape?
The key was in the desk.
No.
Is there a roof?
Yes, but there's no way to get through it.
Is there a window that's locked, or just no window?
No, there's no window.
Is it a non-physical room?
No, it's a
Was this guy's
physical
name?
room, but it's a play on words. It's a semantic play.
Was this guy's name's Houdini?
No.
Play
His
on
name
words.
was
I don't
Gypsy.
remember what words you said.
The key lies with escape.
Someone else opened the door?
No, like even if he had a key, he couldn't use it because there's no access, no keyhole from the inside, only from the outside.
Is someone else opened from the outside then?
No.
The door?
Yes.
No.
I'm missing the pun.
Wouldn't that work?
The guy, he looked in the mirror to see what he saw, so he took the saw and he cut the table in half. He took the two halves of the table, put together, two halves make a hole, and he went out through the hole.
Oh my god.
Yeah, I wouldn't have gotten that if my life depended on it. I'd be dead.
Stupid, huh?
Like saying Alexander the Great had an infinite number of arms. Because Alexander the Great was a great general, and a great general is forewarned. Forewarned means forearmed. And 4 arms is an odd number of arms to have, and the only number that is both odd and even is infinite. Therefore, Alexander the Great had an infinite number of arms. This is like that.
Yeah, it was that bad. What do you call an owl who gets caught in the act?
An owl?
Application?
Yes, a who
Spotted
in it.
owl.
A hooligan?
Oh,
Hey guys,
spotted
I
owl.
got one.
What was the answer?
Oh, spotted owl. Okay, I get it.
Oh.
That's a good one. Okay, this is my only joke for the night. You guys ready? A snake
Bring
walks in. A snake walks into the bar. Bartender goes, "How'd you do that?"
Oh my god.
That is pretty good.
And that's my joke. Nobody gets it, huh? One
For a
guy got
second,
it.
I thought,
Yeah, it was good, but it was
for,
also bad.
for a second when you said this is my only joke of the night, I thought you were going to say, like, heliocentrism.
Oh, no, that would have been pretty cliche of me, I'd say. Fine, since that joke failed, I'll come up with another one. You guys are the joke masters right now.
It didn't fail. That was a good one.
Quick, what do you call
Well-
a cow with 2 legs?
A cat with 2 legs?
Cow.
Oh, a cow.
Hang on, no, it's lean beef.
Yes.
Limp beef.
Lean.
Limp biscuit.
Lean beef.
Oh. Lean beef. Oh, shit. Now I get it.
What do you call a cow with no legs?
Ground beef.
Ground beef, yeah.
What do you call a deer with no eyes?
That's not how you spell deer.
Low hanging fruit?
No idea.
Oh.
That's a good one.
What do you call a deer with no eyes and no legs?
Oh.
Why, dear?
A still no idea.
That's a good one.
What do you call a deer with no eyes and no legs that's bleeding?
Bloody still got no idea.
A bloody still no idea.
Okay, that got me.
Okay, good.
Hey, what's red and white? Or what? Excuse me. What's black and white and red all over?
And then they got in a bar fight.
You mean aside from a newspaper?
If you can find
Or
a
both?
newspaper, I was
Frog
gonna,
in a blender.
I was going to say a match.
Ooh.
Green and red and goes in circles. That's a different route.
Frog in a blender.
Yeah, that's
Bloody
that.
still
He said
cow
frog in the
with no
blender.
eyes.
Yeah, I got it. I got that one.
That's cold in here. Shit.
Glober's got us telling one-liners. One of the best one-liners is Earth rotates on its axis.
Ooh, that's
No.
a good one right there. That's a good one.
One of the best
dear.
ones that they're still laughing at is in the 70s, we went to the moon.
Because I can see
Yes,
myself
another
in your pants.
For 3 years, we went to the moon, and now we can't go back.
What a fish story.
That's
What a
the
fish
biggest
story.
joke.
They destroyed the technology.
And it's a painful process to build it back again.
So if the guys, like, most people, like, know that the Earth or the moon landing was fake, right? But yet they still trust what NASA does. Oh yeah, they lied about the moon landing, but everything else they talk about is true.
No shit. They kind of expect the same thing. They expect the same thing to happen, like what happened with Santa, right? They told you Santa wasn't real, or you found out, and then they're like, "Okay, yeah, but you still have to trust me for the rest of your life." You're like, "Why? What?" Anyway, go ahead.
Why did you lie
I was going to say, are those guys with the cog disc?
Oh, don't worry
Are those
about
guys
it.
with
It's
the
really
cog disc?
some
Okay,
other
go ahead.
guy's birthday that, you know, we say its name is Jesus, but it's really Isaac Newton. Yeah, he was born on Christmas Day.
Well, it's 31 degrees outside.
Nice. You gonna get snow?
It was a balmy 26 today in the sun too. It's crazy.
All right. Karma said she just remembered one of her favorites. What's brown and sticky? Oh, that sounds gross.
What's brown?
A stick.
Maple syrup.
Yes, it is a stick.
Well, maple syrup is also sticky and it's brown.
A branch.
It's a stick. Yeah, 'cause it's
Branch?
sticky.
The guy who comes in here?
Maple syrup is caramel.
Yeah, branch. Let's not summon him.
No,
Don't say his
there's
name.
no caramel coloring in maple
Branch,
syrup.
branch.
I only said it twice. Nobody say it again.
One more
You
time
guys
and he
make me
appears.
want to drink alcohol. I could go for some Southern Comfort right now.
Ew.
Yeah,
Oh,
that's
man.
the worst liquor.
That's good.
Dude, I remember when I was in high
Why don't you
school
just
and we
drink
were
Yukon
like,
Jack?
get some SoCo, bro. Get that SoCo.
Ugh.
Well, you got to think I'm still at the high school level of drinking because I don't drink much.
Yeah, well, don't
there you
ever
go.
drink that
Let's
ever.
get SoCo makes Southern Comfort Punch.
I can't believe that Southern Comfort is still a thing. It's
Dude,
so
they
good.
had
Look, I drank so much one night, I said Southern Comfort.
they had
It's like they took the
101
worst
Southern
Jolly
Comfort.
Rancher. It's like they took the worst Jolly Rancher, melted it down, and put alcohol in it.
It's like they took the ones that nobody wanted and they just melted it all together. It's like this
Like
is
a coffee flavored with like strawberries. And like a filtered through a baby's diaper.
You guys ever see Catfish Cooley? He's on Facebook. He's got a lot of videos on Facebook, and he does some challenges.
No, we don't know nobody named Catfish.
All right, check this out. Catfish Cooley.
Catfish Billy.
If I knew a guy named Catfish, I would be
you talking
cooler.
about Catfish Billy?
No, it's Catfish Cooley. Look him up on Facebook, or you can find him on YouTube too. But anyway, he's got a challenge. It's not a challenge. He's just like he's
Holy
just
shit, the
crazy.
wind.
He's got, anyway, he ate like 4 or 5 Carolina Reapers. I can't remember how many, and then freaking downed a whole fifth of Fireball.
That ain't right. I don't care who you are.
Yeah,
that ain't right.
Were you hanging out with my
freaking
dad?
had a plate. He freaking ate 4 Carolina Reaper peppers and freaking downed, washed it down with a fifth of Fireball, chugged the whole freaking fifth. And I couldn't imagine. Like it shows you, he does a video of him doing it, and then he makes the aftermath video. Like, I mean, it's clipped out. You don't see the whole video because I mean, I imagine he probably slept for like 2 days afterwards. But yeah, this is pretty freaking crazy.
No, bro, he didn't sleep.
Dude, I mean, he makes a lot of videos. He's pretty popular on Facebook. Catfish Cooley, look him up, man. He's funny. Oh, come on, Carva. Was that an owl?
Get your
Hey, remember
fucking
yeah,
head
yeah.
out of the gutter, Helio.
Dude,
Did you guys
my
listen to
mind out of
Helio
the
in the
gutter.
90s?
Look what Karma's posting.
What do you mean? It's just a
Wow.
chin.
I don't know what you were thinking.
What you posting, Carla? Oh man.
Go for the 2 hour.
Yeah.
Hey,
see?
so that was too funny.
I did not think about myself.
See, at first he was like, "Oh, that's lunch. That's lunch right there." And then he was like, "Oh no, man, you got me."
I have a
Yeah, he
memes
just
folder.
like
I have a
globe
memes
on it,
folder.
and then he realizes it's flat, and that's the face when he realizes it was flat all along.
I have a memes folder, and then I have a memes alt folder. The shit that I shouldn't post. Let me see if I can find something funny that I shouldn't post. Well,
Come on, guys, be honest. I wasn't the only one thinking lunch, right? Guess so.
that doesn't matter ultimately.
See, what did Jim Carrey say in a series of unfortunate events? He said, "I rub it up and flip it down too."
What did he say again? Repeat that.
So, in a series of unfortunate events, Lemony Snickets or something like that, it's the name of the movie, he was talking to a lady and he was like coming on to her and he said, I'll rub it up and flip it down too. Anyway, it's funny.
Rub it up and flip it down too.
That's what she said.
That's true. Dun, dun, dun. One from my Effie memes alt folder.
Is there any Globers around? Are they all extinct yet? Are they like dinosaurs? Like Globers are just a bunch of made up bullshit that don't even exist in the museums.
Hopefully this one doesn't get us a strike.
That guy's space though. Damn karma. That shit's funny. Hey, Helio, the original Happy Meal, bro.
Seriously, Helio?
That's nature, man. That's nature. I'll delete it.
But no, think about it. When I was a child, I would always like whine and fuss and start bitching. So then a titty would get popped in my mouth, and ain't a damn thing changed since.
Hell yeah. That's what's up.
You know, I'm all about nature. My wife breastfed each kid for a year apiece. It's like after a year, you start getting those. Well, I know with me, like I can remember my second birthday party. So, like we were like a year, like like right there when the memory starts kicking in. So, yeah, breastfeeding is natural. There ain't nothing wrong with it.
Nature, bro.
Nature is right.
Beautiful thing. Breastfeeding.
So I breastfed when I was it was like 20, but I didn't swallow. It was only to alleviate the pressure because that sucker
That's
was, whew.
come on, man.
Sucker. Look, I ain't gonna lie, I didn't swallow.
You didn't swallow your
Did it.
breast milk? Is that what
Not
you're
I
saying?
don't produce breast milk. You big dummy.
No, I thought you were saying that you were breastfed and you didn't swallow. That's what I thought. I
Yeah,
thought.
in my
He's
20s,
20
I was
years old.
breastfed.
Oh, that yeah. It was, yeah. Well, okay, I got you.
We went to
Damn.
Deep Ellum, and
That's
we didn't have any
TMI.
of the baby stuff.
That's TMI right there, bro.
Look, man, you do a lot for your lady if you love her. If you think about it, I mean, let's say you had a swollen, you know,
Hey, I had a kid too, so I know what you're talking about. But I'm just saying, I didn't swallow either.
I didn't want to leave Deep Ellum. I was like, all this music and drinks and everything, and she's like, Larry, I'm about to explode. Like, you're about to explode? She's like, yeah, I haven't seen my boy in hours. Because she was producing a lot. Yeah, I think women should be completely be allowed to
Hey,
feed
Hank,
in public.
you remember this one? Check this out.
What you got? Dick Earth.
Well, there
The
goes the
Southern
night.
Celestial
Helio's
Spheres.
thinking perverse things.
No, yeah, it is. It do what it do. It is what it is. You know what I'm saying? It's like Earth might as well be something that it obviously is not. I mean, you throw that in there with the globe if you want to.
Sigma Tantus. Man, the cops are getting them tonight. Generate that revenue. What's the date? What are they doing on the 21st? Damn, it's got a big quota. Why would they be? I don't know. It's weird.
Oh, they're gonna try to get you for a marijuana joint.
I've already been looking at houses in Oklahoma.
This time they're gonna say, yeah, 1 gram. Wait, 1 pound? Yeah, 1 pound.
Hey,
It's crazy because they charge you with less than 2 ounces. And it's
wait,
like,
Hank, you're thinking of moving to Oklahoma?
I'm pretty convinced I'm moving to Oklahoma.
Are there not enough
Hank Hill must be
tornadoes in
going through dire
Texas?
times. He's thinking about moving to Oklahoma.
Are there
You think
not
I'm
enough
scared of
tornadoes in
tornadoes?
Texas?
You
Yeah,
think I'm
well,
scared of
me either. I mean, I
tornadoes?
Well, no,
lived
it's
in
just
Arkansas my whole life, so
it's
yeah,
just
there's
Hank
tornadoes.
Hill. You know, he got to think about Oklahoma. Ugh.
Dude, Oklahoma is flat as fuck.
Yeah, the west side is.
Yeah, well, most of the state is.
The west side.
The Panhandle.
Where are you thinking about moving? Like near
Ain't
Tulsa
it
or
like real
Oklahoma
close to
City or
Kansas?
something?
Well, I was
Yeah,
looking at the cities, but apparently the cities are pretty violent. So, I don't know.
shit, all cities are violent.
They're gonna get worse.
So
Yeah, I
what
don't
part of
want to move
Oklahoma?
near a city.
What part of Oklahoma are you looking at?
Cheap.
The cheap part. Yeah, that's a pretty good. I think
Go live on the
probably
res.
western Oklahoma. Yeah. Like I mean, it's like, well, you can't move on the res unless you're.
What do I got to do to
No,
prove
that's
I'm
a
Native
fallacy. You
American? Do I
can
take a
lease
Yeah, that's
test?
what I
property on
was
the
saying.
res.
Unless you got the
Hold
blood.
on.
Unless you
You
got the
can
blood.
lease property on the res if it's open to residential.
Right, I gotcha. But what I was
Affirmative
saying is,
action.
me and my wife are both Cherokee. Me and my wife are both Cherokee. How do we prove it?
You got to
I
go
don't know.
down there and
You're gonna have to ask them.
you got to go down there and provide your birth records and all that, and then they'll look up your genealogy.
Okay. Well, I know I'm a descendant of Chief Redbird. I don't know about her. She always says that she's probably a descendant of bank robbers and whores.
All I
I
know
think
about
if
my
you can
dad,
prove it, and I think if you can prove it, then you should be good. You know, if you can actually prove it, then
the
you
only
should
thing I
be
know about
good.
my dad is when in the 80s, in 1980, he was in, what the fuck was it, Houston, right? Where he met up with my mom, and he was a sergeant of arms for the Gypsy Jokers.
Gypsy Jokers?
Yeah. And that's all
Is
I
that
know
a
about him.
motorcycle club?
Yeah.
Gypsy Jokers.
What the fuck is that?
I knew it had to be a motorcycle club. I was like, what?
Motorcycle club. But it could be some
Well, the Gypsy Jokers and the Hells Angels have been at war for quite a long time. Difference in ideals.
Where did the Hells Angels come from?
California. San Bernardino.
They're from California.
The moon's rising. It's yellow. Slightly orange.
Are you sure they don't come from Oakland?
No, they're straight out of Compton.
Straight out of Compton.
The mother chapter was in Oakland for a long time.
San Bernardino is where the Redwood table's at.
I feel a bad moon rising.
Yeah, I think we all
I know
do.
the like not Sonny, but the vice president that took over. He lives in Big Bear.
Trouble's on the way.
But they're from California.
Tonight.
That's down by San Bernardino.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. San Bernardino's like where the headquarters is. Where the grand table's at.
I thought you said Sacramento.
No.
My bad.
San Bernardino. San Bernardino. Yeah, whatever.
Sonny's chapter was up out of Oakland, though. I know that.
Yeah.
I used to live in Tahoe, just up the hill from there.
I know a lot of them are up in Canada now.
Your life, there's a bad moon.
So for those of you who don't know about the marijuana laws in Oklahoma, dude, it's generous. Like, they are extremely lenient. If you get the medical card, you could have 8 ounces in the house, 3 on your persons, I think it's 1 ounce of wax or oil or whatever, 6 adult plants and 6 immature plants. And
why are you so hot about? Can you smoke all that
per person?
Can you ingest all?
Is that per individual?
All right, so you can personally have that much, but you won't be able to ingest it. So what are you going to do with it?
The only time you would need more than that much is if you're selling it.
Smoke it.
That's what I'm asking.
Use.
I mean, non-disclosure.
That's enough to keep.
This is a point where you
I
say,
can a quarter pound a
I'm
month.
not going to say a fucking thing about what I might do when I get to Oklahoma.
No, I ain't gonna do it. I don't like felonies, right? Then people want to take away your guns. I don't do felonies.
Yep.
Hey, but those laws, I mean, like the laws against marijuana they weren't even legal in the first place. You know, all of that shit. You know what I mean? We all know that.
If the jury was educated, the jury would go, nullification.
Dude, if they had any sense at all, there would be hemp farms all across America, and you wouldn't even have to cut down trees to make paper and all that kind of shit. Rope, but they
clothing.
Yeah, clothing. And I mean, it's
the first law.
I'm in a black market right now, right? And I won't be in a black market
the
anymore.
competition was tobacco.
The first law against on cannabis in the colonies was you had whoever leased the land from the king had to produce a certain amount of cannabis for the crown as a tax. That was the taxation.
Or
it wasn't
hemp.
money.
I mean,
it was hemp.
Yeah,
it was cannabis. It was hemp.
Cannabis is not hemp, though.
Yes, it is.
No.
Yes, it is. It's the same plant. The only difference is industrial hemp has been bred to where it's got no THC in it anymore. It's got like less than like 3%.
Yeah, industrial hemp. Yeah, of course.
But industrial hemp
grows long and stringy, and it's good for making rope and clothing and stuff out of it. It grows differently too. Long and stringy.
Industrial hemp and Industrial hemp and
cultured in a
sativa.
different way.
Industrial hemp and sativa from South America was crossed to produce the skunk.
Quick, somebody search and see if they got alimony in Oklahoma.
Alimony? Is that what you said?
For who? Women or men?
Did you
For
say
men.
that? Wait. Did you say alimony in Oklahoma?
Yeah. Because if they got alimony, we ain't going. You know what alimony means? Even though she don't like me no more and she don't want to be married no more, she still wants all the money, right?
All the money. Oh, I didn't even realize the
Gee, and you've been divorced how many times?
0.
No, Helio.
Oh, I've been divorced twice, and I I did.
But
For the
you
most
never
part,
realized
both of the divorces were kind of, there was no alimony. There's no alimony law in Arkansas, so.
Oh, okay. Well, there you go, Hank. But then again,
There's
they
child
probably got
support.
like
Child support in
25
Arkansas, but
years
no
for a
alimony.
fucking seed in Arkansas too.
Dude, I did my time on child support. Like, I was actually physically there. Like, when people bitch about their child support, it's like, bro, you should probably go
Yeah, I
spend
did
time
my
with your
time
kids.
on that too. I did my time on that too. Yeah. Dude, why are you on here talking about leaving your wife? That's
He's not.
No, bro. No, that's not what I said.
okay. My bad.
I said if it's an alimony state, we ain't going. That means I have to find a different state.
Oh, so you want to move somewhere in case you leave your wife. That you
Yeah,
won't
you get busted again for a roach at a school. I'm leaving you.
As
No,
far
that's
as
a
I
fucked
know,
up move.
I can't say for sure, but I
Yo,
think
Judge,
Oklahoma
take her,
is similar
please.
to Arkansas. I think it's
You've
similar
been
to
stealing
Arkansas.
the
But
covers.
I don't. The alimony rules, I think, are similar to Arkansas.
All right, my feet
You
got to
can get
stay warm. Huh?
alimony in Arkansas, but the judge has to approve it. But I'm not sure. I'm pretty sure it's similar to what's going on in Arkansas, but I wouldn't say for sure. You're gonna have to look that shit up yourself.
Look, I ain't got no beef. If a woman wants to go, bye. Don't let the door hit you, right? But if she
For
wants to
the
go
good
and
Lord
keep the
split you.
money,
Hey,
yeah.
bro. I mean,
If she wants to go,
ultimately, if it's an alimony state or whatever, it's ultimately up to what agreements you make with with your lawyer. That's what you guys have to sign an agreement to say, hey, this is your cut, this is my cut. Don't fuck with me no more.
now it would make sense, like if I moved to Oklahoma and I build like this magnificent weed empire, right? And she wanted alimony, that would make sense. But it's like alimony to me means I don't like you anymore, but I still like your money, and the judge agrees. It's like fuck that. That doesn't sound right.
It's
Well, yeah,
like
man. Like I said, you want to have a lawyer, of course, and then you come upon an agreement and make sure that you come up on an agreement that is beneficial to both of you.
Well, like I said, there's a time and place for alimony. If I become like a millionaire with my marijuana business in Oklahoma, then I wouldn't have any problems paying
No,
alimony.
no.
But if she hooks up with John
Dude,
Redcorn in Oklahoma, right, and
once you
she's
guys
like, I don't like
divorce,
you no more,
no,
that'd be different.
once you guys divorce, she should not ever have access to anything that you benefit from afterwards. It's like you make an agreement
I disagree.
at
I
the
disagree. Like if she's my housewife, right, and I go through college and I start making really good money, and she supports me going through college, that would be something where I would agree to alimony. If I had like a booming marijuana business where I make lots of money, and she was my housewife and supported me while I created the business, then half of the business is hers. Right? That makes sense. But You know,
Well,
if
if you're
it's just like
connected by a business, she's a partner in the business. Yeah,
exactly,
that's a different thing.
exactly. So there's a time and place for alimony, but it would be on our terms and not the judge's terms.
Yeah, but still, you're still gonna have to get lawyers involved.
That's not what alimony is about, though. Alimony is about taking care of your wife till she dies because you're no longer there to take care of her.
Well, not necessarily. It depends on the
No,
agreement at the end. At the divorce. I mean, it depends on the agreement. I mean, once you agree to something, and when you fulfilled your agreement, then you're on your own. Each are on their own. I've been through two divorces. It's the way it is. So you just have to make sure that you're set.
You didn't learn your lesson the first time, huh? You had to go for it twice.
Dude, I was fucking young in my first divorce, and second divorce it was pretty quick, and it was when it was over, it was over. That's what I'm saying. You just
It's
make an
tough,
agreement, amongst in the legal system. You make an agreement. This is what's going to happen when this is done. It's done. Boom. I mean, how long do you want to fucking fuck with your ex-wife? I mean, if you make an agreement to fuck with your
Till the
ex-wife,
day I die.
it's like, yeah, till the day I die. Fuck that shit.
Well, I can understand that if she's done a lot of
Having
meanness
sex with her
to you,
till
but
I'm old, until we're wrinkly in the face. Like I am just gonna still give it to her. Yep.
No,
I'm not kidding you, yo. Like
everything we agreed
thank you,
with
man.
in a divorce, when that's done, I don't ever want to see you again.
well, not all divorces are
Well, I mean,
ending because
my
you hate
first
each other.
divorce, I actually have a child with her, so I do have to see her, or have every once in a while. I have a son with her, but my second wife, I didn't have a child with her, so I don't really have to have anything to do with her anymore. So anyway.
I can't wait to get married because even in the afterlife we'll be together, and then just even thinking about the afterlife, I even can't wait to be.
I can't wait to
I
I
don't think I could
ignore
not still love my
my wives in the afterlife. I can fucking wait to ignore the shit out of them.
I wouldn't ignore my wife.
No,
I ain't
my
gonna
ex-wife.
lie. I ain't gonna lie. I mean, my heart was broken in my first divorce. It was, I was a mess. And I was a mess at the beginning and the end of my second marriage. So it's just like, I don't necessarily need to go through any of that shit anymore. So I just gave up on the shit.
Hello?
Hello.
Oh, I'm just listening. I was just wanted to. So you're gonna wait to get to heaven to take revenge on your wife? Is that it?
I don't think there's any revenge in heaven, but I don't know.
I mean, you can do it right now here on Earth. I don't know why you want to
No, I
wait.
mean, I don't have any revenge on them either. I'm just trying to ignore that shit.
Well, God did say an eternity of happiness.
Like you can't be bitter. Can't be bitter at your ex-wife, man. It's no good.
I'm pretty sure that both of them are more bitter about whatever.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. They're not our enemies. They're not our enemies. Like, yeah, we had a bad relationship, right?
They tried as much as I tried. It's all
Right. After the divorce, right? Your ex-wives might use you as an example of men, all that shit, right? But it doesn't mean we have to. It doesn't mean you have to go back to her, right?
That's what I was saying too. I mean, as far
I'm
as
trying to reason with
financially,
you.
no. What I'm saying is, if they try to connect you financially from a divorce, just make an agreement at the end. Here's this much money, and once this is done, we're done. And the emotional conflict will live with you forever, but financially, we made an agreement. I don't have to touch this anymore.
The way I see it is that if I was a woman, like because I'm a man, yeah, of course, being together helps each other out, right? Even though you don't have money, you have each other. But like, if I was a woman, right, and I expected that from a man just to be, and then he divorces me so he can move on to another woman, I would be worried about myself. I'm kind of screwed. It's going to be hard for me to find another
Oh,
man.
dude, I
I
was
have
screwed for a long
children.
time, but it's
Yeah, but this system, right? The way the system has been set up, it seems like it's been set up especially for that, right? And now we're catering to women who are divorced, who want still to be taken care of, and now these become issues. Instead of trying to keep the family unit together, right, or strengthen the bond between husband and wife,
Yeah,
or
you're
that's
right.
not
That
the
is the
way
worst
it
part
works
of it.
all the time, Bong.
well, it seems like it's designed so you can have so first you go into debt, try to get a family together, and then you divorce. See, it's like everyone is
Oh shit!
expecting it. Two,
And
three,
they
four,
make
five.
money
Damn,
off you
so you
every
can't
step of
have
the way.
a family that's divorced. That's not.
It's like the system is made up to fit into something that so that they feel like they're not sinning.
It's not their fault, and it's not
Yeah,
our
that's
fault
true
too.
too, huh?
The us arguing with our
Yeah, we're
spouses, our wives.
we're
No,
victims
I
of,
say this.
of this
Hold up,
culture.
hold up. I say this because when I was dating my boyfriend, I knew I chose to be gay. He decided to want to transition to be a woman to come back at me because he knew that I didn't want to be in a same sex marriage. I wanted to be in a man and a woman relationship to be married, and he
Well,
wanted to
that's not.
marry
I'm not
me.
really. Not,
So
I'm
he
not really
wanted to
talking about
transition
that.
to a woman to marry
That's
me.
different. That's different. He's still he's a dude that can take care of
That's a
himself. Mine is
interesting
to what I
situation.
mean, to look after our families. Our women, the women. Okay, I'm not talking about guys.
I'm
Okay, so
saying
and the women.
psychologically, that's in his in his head. He's messed up though already. You know what I mean? Like
It's all messed up when you go for the same sex. Okay, I mean it's already all messed up. So I'm not really talking about that. I'm talking about the female that needs the male and the male that needs the female. We instead of working together to come together, it seems the system is set up so that they can break up and go this way and that way, and then have all these dramas and issues and nihilism and money and
their
bullshit.
desires it into whether they sinned to make them whether because they know they sinned, but but the system's designed to make them feel like they didn't sin.
Right, and then it's designed so that they argue that the man and the woman argue it forever, like for the rest of their lives. It's weird. You know what I mean? You go through life with this weight on you. You know what I mean, on your shoulders. And it's not just the financial. I'm not talking about the finance. I'm talking about this bitterness between you and your ex partner. You know what I mean? Shouldn't be there. It's bad for the kids. Bad for you. It's bad for her. And it's only good for the government. It's only good for these guys that's pushing this to destroy the family unit.
And
A little bit
Bong,
of
and like I'm saying, if you uh, want to divorce
no, I
in
do
this,
not
hold
want
on,
to
I'm
divorce
not
anyone.
saying you do. I mean, you're married, right? And you
So,
have
yeah,
kids.
that's what I mean. Like no matter how
All right, cool,
bad
cool.
things
Check
Yeah,
get,
this out.
I
like
Check
wouldn't
this
want to
out.
divorce my wife
Hold
either.
on,
it's just
hold on. I'm just
unfaithfulness,
saying,
right?
like, check this out. If you
And, you
no,
know,
you don't. Nobody ever wants to have a divorce. I'm just saying, if it comes to that, you want to make it good for both sides because you still love the person, but you just can't live together anymore. So you want to make it good for both sides.
It's all
Now
about the
you want to.
wedding. What it's all about is the wedding, the house, and the divorce. This is what it's about. Okay.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is. The
No, it's
wedding is what puts pressure on all girls and guys, right? The guy is stressing that he can't give, the woman the woman grows up as a little girl, the dreaming of that wedding, that big wedding, right? And then you have your big dream wedding.
wrong. You're
And
making
then
this simpler than
the divorce.
it
You know what I
actually
mean?
is, bro.
5 years later, who knows? But the point is, like, these events in our lives have turned into like this, opportunity to, I don't know, make money and you know what I mean? It's an industry. Marriage has become an industry, just like church. The money making.
Sure, that's like if I ever meet a woman again that I will never marry legally again, but I'll commit myself to a woman if I
if I meet someone that I want to have a partnership with, but I'll never get legally married again.
Why not?
Why?
Yeah.
If it's not obvious to you by now, that's the reason I'm explaining this.
What's the point of having a partner?
Dude, I just got hit by a drunk driver, and I let
Oh,
him go because he barely touched me. He barely hit my car and scraped the paint, but I let him go. But I just dodged his ass. He was all up in my lane. It would have been a head-on collision.
Damn, dude.
Yeah.
I'm glad you're safe,
Scared the
bro.
fuck out of me. Yeah, I'm good.
Did we
But
distract
he
you?
did.
Are you driving
No,
right
not
now?
at all. Yeah, I'm driving right now. Go, fucker.
And you got us in on voice?
If you rewind the tape, you could hear me scream.
That's not something I want to hear, Hank.
Yeah.
I'm gonna-
He was drunk. I hope he goes home.
I hope
probably not.
I hope he makes it. I hope he makes it there, Hank.
No, he's gonna hit somebody, something.
Yeah,
Nah,
he was
don't
all
wish
up in my
that.
lane.
Don't say those words, man. Don't wish that.
As long as you're okay, Hank, and your car's okay, can
That's
you
all we care
drive
about.
Yeah,
home?
just a little paint.
A little scrub on your paint. All right, cool,
Alright.
cool.
Yeah, I'll let him go.
Don't call the cops, and that's the last thing you want to do.
Yeah.
Well, it's up to him whether he's going to learn his lesson because he was obviously drunk. I hope he doesn't kill anybody.
Oh, he will. He will. They all do. Especially
Bunks.
drunk drivers.
What? All the
Why you
drunk
gotta be
kill
so
people.
like dark?
Is that what you're saying?
Damn.
What? I'm
Me
saying
and Hank
drunk
are trying to
driving.
make a point here, and you're like, it seems like Bong is trying to get us into a legal contract of marriage, and it's just like, why wouldn't you marry somebody legally?
You say you're gonna commit, right? And then you say you're not gonna get married. I don't know what you're saying.
Wait,
I don't
legal? I
know.
was saying, no, I could marry someone, but I wouldn't do it legally.
Oh, okay. I don't know what's. I mean, if you do it legally, is it legal to God? I mean, if you do it without,
Right? Does God follow man's laws?
No, I'm talking about being
Okay,
married
then the fuck off,
I
man.
God.
You fucking serious, Bong? I can't believe you haven't figured this out yet.
Well, I'm sorry, Braveheart. You guys gonna go into the woods and shit like that? You know, like
Yeah. We'll wrap
I'll
ribbons
put
around
William
each
Wallace.
other's hands, and we won't even let God let the system know that
Hey, you got to admit,
we're
that Braveheart
connected
shit was sexy, though,
spiritually.
right?
Yes,
What's
we're
up,
going to
Hank?
go out and wrap
Braveheart shit was
ribbons
sexy.
around our hands, commit ourselves to each other in front of God, and the government doesn't know shit about it.
That's right. It's called common law marriage.
Fair enough, man. I was just that's what I was asking about. I wasn't.
Okay, well, that's what I was asking you about.
Well, legal is legal in the eyes of God, not man, dude. Like
No,
the spiritual world is a
legal is a
legal
man
world.
system. Legal's
No,
a
no,
man
no, no, no,
system.
no.
Law is a God system.
No,
Come on,
legal is
Bong, man. I thought
is
you
God's
knew this
system.
already.
There's worldly law and then there's heavenly laws, bro.
Exactly, and that's what I'm talking about. I'm not talking about man's. No, yeah, whatever, dude. Yeah, you know what I mean.
No, it's not whatever. I mean, come
Yes,
on.
it is whatever.
Oh, you're talking about earthly laws, while
Yeah.
Helio's talking about heavenly laws.
No, yeah, I don't care. Legal on earth, lawful in heaven. You know what I mean. Getting married. That's what I mean.
No, I
Getting married.
don't know what you mean because you keep saying some confusing shit.
Getting married. You know, like me and this woman are one.
Marriage between
Right?
a man and a woman committed to each other. Now, if you were married by who are you gonna? No, you're already married. So, but if you weren't married and you found a woman, where would you seek? Who would you get married by if you were single? when you
By
meet
a
a
priest.
woman or a man or whatever.
If I'm gonna decide to live in the city and use the money that in the city and all that crap, then the marriage has to be recognized by people. So that's why I would go to a priest. But if I was to live in the woods by myself with my wife and nothing, I don't need anything from men, then that wouldn't matter now, would it?
That's the Bong, bro. There's other ways to get married without
I just
involving the state. There are many other ways to get married without involving the state. Are you aware of this?
yes, but look,
Okay,
I'm
then. Well,
talking
then.
about the woman and you, okay, agreeing, right, to live a life a certain way, right, and that's it, right.
Okay, well, it's not that fucking hard to figure out, bro.
It's hard to figure out because
Guys,
finding the
I
right
told
woman is hard. Gosh,
I told my wife that I wanted to have another baby, and she
it's
told me
not
to
hard.
go find a bitch. She told me to go find a bitch. I can have another
Oh,
baby with her.
she said go find her.
Yeah,
Oh my
Shit,
God,
I
man.
see
but
why
you
you want
got to give her credit. She carried my first one like almost to 9 months, right? And when she popped it out, man, it looked like it hurt. She had busted blood vessels in her eyes, and her face was all swollen like she'd been boxing. So
Dude,
she did it all natural.
I was there when my firstborn son or my only born son was born, and dude, I had so much love for her. I was right there. I watched him enter the world. It was the most amazing experience of my life. It was amazing.
Not for me. I almost passed out. She gave birth to a conehead baby.
Oh yeah,
Like
me too. I
astronauts to
was
the
like,
moon.
is it gonna be a cone head forever? I was like, oh yeah, I was scared as fuck. I was
Oh,
Bro, my second daughter was purple
Got to
and a
shave the
conehead.
baby's head,
Terrified, man.
bro.
I thought
but
somebody
he
else got my wife.
wasn't.
I wasn't
He's a
looking.
beautiful man now. Yeah, I thought he was.
that's his,
I was like, holy shit, my kid's a conehead. Anyway, go ahead, guys.
Here comes another flat earther. And plus one. Ding. I'm just gonna create a Discord account for him right now. Or one day.
No, it's cool. I mean, it's just like when you watch your child being born, it's an amazing experience. It's fucking crazy. You've seen it, right, Bong? You have kids. Did you watch them being born?
Everything. Yeah, it was disgusting.
Yeah, it was disgusting, but it was so fucking amazing too.
Can I tell you
It
guys
was
my
amazing.
funny
It was
birth story?
beautiful until they couldn't get her to dilate, and they made a little cutting, and I was like, "Holy
Oh, that was
moly!"
just like, don't do
Yep.
that.
I was
Yeah,
like,
yeah, I
"What the
remember
hell?
that
You
too.
better put that back."
You better fix that.
Guys, can I tell you my funny birth story?
Go ahead.
While I was being born, my dad was late because he had to work, but my mom was mad anyway, right? And so she's given birth to me. I only took 6 hours, but she's given birth to me, and my dad gets gowned up and gloved up and everything, and he's in there trying whatever he's going to do to help. Not much, just hold on to my mom's hand. Then he said, okay, you guys got this, something like that. And he went and he got a tuna sandwich. He was eating it in the corner of the room, a tuna sandwich. Now, can you imagine the smells of that room?
That's a real man right there.
No, I was fucking dipshit. Like, you don't eat in the room. It just made the experience so much worse for everybody except for him. He's like, I was hungry. I just got off work. I didn't know what to do.
In the room would probably be gaggy.
That's what I'm saying, dude.
I ain't gonna lie though. I mean, the freak outedness that happens while somebody's, while your wife is having birth. I mean, there ain't no telling what you're gonna do.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, he'd worked all day and hadn't
calm
eaten.
and collected, bro.
He was about to pass out. He said, and he's like, if I didn't get some food in my belly, I would have passed out in the
yeah,
office
that's what
there.
I'm saying. But it's just like, it's a freaking freaky experience, bro. I ain't gonna lie, man. I mean, I was totally freaked out. I couldn't believe what I was seeing when my son was born. I was like, dude, I can't. I can't lie. I got a little.
Do you think it's made like that to make you think this is real?
Say that again.
Do you think it's made like so disgusting? I mean, it looks disgusting. Blood's coming out. Do you think it's made like that
I
so
don't
you're
think
like,
it looks
damn, this is
disgusting. I
real. This
think it's
is really
amazing.
happening.
That was pretty amazing too.
Yeah, but
The first one I
I
saw
don't
was
think
a
of it as
C-section, and that was
I don't
disgusting.
have an
I
fascinating.
think
opinion. I've never
it's
seen it.
amazing, bro.
It's
Yeah, I think
fabulous.
it's
It's beautiful.
amazing, bro. It was but were you was it you, Leffler, were saying? I mean, they had to cut a little bit, and
Oh,
I'm
that was
like,
me.
I was
My
like,
wife,
don't
yeah.
do that, don't do no.
Yeah, I
It's
wasn't
like,
expecting it
yeah,
because
yeah.
she was.
I mean, but
Oh,
she couldn't feel
yeah.
it,
Luckily,
but I'm just wait a minute, I have to go back in there eventually.
My mom's very proud of herself that she didn't use an epidural. She's very proud. Mom,
well, I mean,
you probably should
My
have.
wife didn't either.
Yeah, you probably.
But
My wife
like I
didn't do
said,
it
I only
either.
took 6 hours. That's quick as shit. So,
Well,
I didn't take any time.
But yeah,
I was like, get me the fuck out of here. Let's go do
I
some
was
shit.
watching the whole thing, and he's like took those scissors and he's like cutting it. I'm like, dude.
Ugh.
Anyway, so yeah, I pretty much watched the whole thing. I was like, wow, this is insane. And yeah, it was an amazing experience. I'd never thought of it as gross. I thought it was fucking
Well,
awesome.
when it's your kid,
Well, not
it's
gross,
different.
just in terms of like simulation theory, like these things are made to appear and feel so real that it's, you know what I'm trying to say?
No, not at all. Because I was there, I witnessed it, right, and I could see that this woman's suffering and the empathy, right. This poor girl, she's going through all these contractions and everything, and then once the crowning started, she like turned into a bitch, and I quit paying attention to her and started watching the baby. But oh,
Because
damn.
there's nothing you can do for her at that point.
Yeah, but it was like the empathy, like you feel bad for her because she's in so much pain. She's like, "You did this," and I was like, "You asked for it." But
I think every single woman says
you
that.
dangled it in front of me, damn it!
Every woman giving birth screams that at the guy.
You did this. No, you did. We're here together. You did this to me. We might as well.
will never.
Solicited me.
That's
right?
that's one time when you'll agree with her, right?
But anyway, when it's over, you're just like, oh, look at this. Oh,
I gained a new respect for women after I watched the first one because there was some woman in the next room when my first wife had a baby, and she was screaming, "Get this thing the f out of me!" She was screaming like that for 4 or 5 hours. I was like freaking out. I was like, "Damn, I hate to be that kid's mom. Hate to be that kid."
Yeah, they become someone else.
So my little brother was in the
when
room.
they're in pain, yeah, they become someone else. But once it's over,
You get new respect, dude.
They become someone else.
So my little brother.
Wait.
They're a
somebody was trying to say-
mother now. It's different after the first one. I mean, they become a mother now. They change. Their spirit changes. Doesn't make them sometimes less of a
Yeah,
bitch.
it makes them more beautiful. It does. It does make you love them more.
That's I mean, it's like it was very difficult for me to fall out of love with my first wife.
Well,
after she had my
it's never
child.
really easy to fall out of. I
I'm
fell out of love with her
man.
right away. It was crazy. Yeah, we were together for 12 years, buddy.
About her, and I can't stop loving
Yeah,
her.
been there.
And
Well,
I
it
have
depends on whether she
dreams
dumps you or you
about
dump her.
But I watched my son being born, and it was the most amazing experience I've ever seen in my life. So yeah, it was fucking awesome. Man,
Yeah,
shit.
so my
I'm about to cry. I'm getting choked up.
Calm down, bro. So my little brother's in the room, right? And I'm 5 years younger than my wife, and he's 5 years younger than me, right? So he's really immature, right, at this age. And every time she starts having a contraction, he goes, "Hey, guess what? Guess what, Cindy? You're having a contraction." She's like, "I fucking know that. Shut the fuck up talking to me about my contraction." So he was like announcing it because he's watching the machine, announcing it to her like she didn't know.
That's hilarious.
Yeah, I thought it was funny.
Yeah.
It's just
That's when you
like
stand with your
saying that it's
shoulder,
gross.
up high
If
and
you
your
ever
chin
watch
high, and
your
you're like, yeah, that's right.
own child being born, it's not gross at all, man. It's just like, oh my god, this is the most amazing.
It is pretty fucking gross.
As gross.
Helio, you've said that
Well, I
4
mean,
times
it's
now.
gross. It's, I mean, yeah, it's kind of nice.
You've said that exact thing 4 times now.
It's beautiful and it's gross and it's overwhelming and it's all these things wrapped into one, like a symphony while jumping out of an airplane. You know, it's just too much to handle for the senses.
I think that's why I repeated myself. Sorry about that, Gladflow. Continue.
No, it's good, man. I just didn't want you to keep doing it.
Unrealistic.
It's all good, dude. That's one of the best moments of your life. I mean, by all means, talk about it. I'm just saying I didn't know if you knew that you were saying the exact same thing 4 times in a row.
Oh, sorry about that.
You're good, man. You're good. No worries.
Right after he was
born, you're good, brother.
There was like he didn't cry right away, like like spank the bottom, like cry. There was an issue when he first came out, and like inside the room, there was like the nurses were all frustrated shit. They couldn't get him to start, because
yeah, they need him to breathe.
Yeah, because what happened is like when the baby's inside the fetus, they do actually defecate and stuff. So there was some fecal matter in the womb or whatever, and I think it got into his lungs or whatever. So they had to work with that, and so it was.
Yeah, that's really common.
It was a frustrating experience.
Wait, do they defecate in the womb?
He didn't.
No,
yes,
mom
after
does.
the water breaks, the baby basically starts to breathe air almost. Sometimes babies even start breathing before they leave the womb.
The problem is the activity that's happening is right
How
next
the
to
hell does that work?
well, again, the
Because
process that's
air gets
happening.
compressed in there.
No,
Lots of
he's talking about the fecal matter in the lungs.
Yeah, I want to.
Yeah, I know, but
Fecal matter in the lungs. I'm not sure exactly if I remember.
Well, that makes sense though.
But anyway, so
no, they end up
I've
with
heard
like
of it.
toxic
when
shock
they
or
pulled
something.
him out, he didn't immediately start crying. So they took him over to a table, and they're like, oh, "Okay, cool." And they were working on him, and so when he came out of the womb, he wasn't immediately crying, like you see on TV or whatever. And so I was kind of freaking. I was like, "Oh shit, he's not crying,"
Well, it's common.
Usually they pinch their toes. They pinch like the part of their toe, and it causes discomfort. And usually that makes them cry. So yeah, usually they panic whenever they don't do it for that because it's pretty painful, I guess.
Just make fun of him. Be like, dude, you're newborn and you already lost all your hair.
Dude,
He'll start crying.
Some people drop them.
Now that we're talking about
That
this,
way,
next time
rather than go to the
I'm gonna be
hospital.
like, your ass didn't even cry when you came out straight out the womb. I'm gonna give him shit. Anyway, I'm just playing.
Have you guys seen those natural births, like in a jacuzzi or some shit?
Well, I mean, on a birth table in the
personally,
hospital is not the way that most people throughout history give birth to children. I mean that's a medical birth.
Yeah, I heard it's like way unnatural, and it's unnatural. It hurts like hell, and it's not supposed to go in that angle.
It's more like a squat, like you're taking a shit. That's the way they're supposed.
So you got some experience with that, do you, Helio?
No, I don't. But I'm just saying that I don't know. I mean, I don't know shit about women and how they should give.
Well, I saw these women saying doing it in the jacuzzi, like this natural way, like literally was like
I've seen several of those.
Yeah,
I've seen a lot of those videos. Where people are giving birth different ways, and yeah, I'm quite familiar with that. I mean, I can't say that I can experience that because I'm a man. How the fuck would I know?
Wait, remind me why we're talking about this.
Because we're talking about Earth
I
and
don't know, man. We're just talking about it, dude.
well, it's just like we're older gentlemen, and most of us have children, and most of our children were born in hospitals, and some people, I don't know anyone in here that has actually done this other form of birth besides on a gurney.
Man, they put her in like a robo like chair, and that shit like transformed
They
from being like a
hike their
regular bed.
legs up, and they're just like, push
And you're
as
like, hey,
Yeah,
hard as you
can I
can
get one of these?
while you're
Where's
laying
the
on
kettle?
your back.
right. No, there's
That's
other
what
ways to
I
fold the
said something to the
legs.
doctor. My wife's like, shut up.
Don't look at him. Look at me.
Look at
But
me.
I
dude,
was like,
she's
wow,
hanging
babe,
on with
I would
one
never miss
pinky.
this way.
She's like, this
When
fucking
she was
hurts.
squeezing, shut up, Helio. When she was squeezing that baby out, she was hanging on with one pinky toe on the stirrup. Like just one pinky toe hanging on for dear fucking life.
Gosh.
I was like, how is she doing this?
Well,
It's
mama
like, what
strength,
if she
man.
was what if she was in a birth pool,
Dude, mama strength is
face
no joke,
down, and like where she's
especially
just
during that moment.
squatting, like on a
Oh, yeah, the
stirrup or
first
whatever,
month or two
squatting,
after they have
and
the
just
baby, woo, look at
Dude, it's like 8 to 10 pounds too. It's not like, babies are pretty big.
I can't remember how big
Right?
my boy was. I was 9 pounds 2 ounces.
Dude, that's
holy
a lot. That's a
shit,
big boy
that's a
coming
big
out.
ass baby. Holy fucking shit, Hank.
I think my
That's
boy was 7 pounds and
it's a
6
large
ounces.
boy.
Yeah, that's a
Yeah.
big baby. I was, I think,
Did your
6'9",
wife survive?
6 pounds 9. I think.
No, I
Yeah.
was 9 pounds 2 ounces. My mom survived. My wife gave birth
Oh, man.
to a
Oh,
7
I see.
pound
I didn't
6
hear
ounce
that part.
baby.
7'6". Yeah, I mean, that's about average. Yeah, I would think I was like 6'9".
He struggled though. I gotta say, man. Towards the end, she looked pretty. She looked pretty desperate to get that baby out of her. And I
Isn't
take her
that
to the
like the number
doctor,
one cause of
and he
death,
fucking
like
goes
back in
up
the
in her.
day?
He goes up in her with like a crochet needle, and just fucking breaks the dam. And he got drenched, and I'm like freaking out, like, oh my
Oh,
god, what
that's
did she just do to
hilarious.
the
Oh
baby?
my
What? There was a
goodness.
lot of blood.
Oh man.
No, it
Shut
was
the
the
fuck up
water.
right now.
He broke the water
Oh,
on
the
purpose.
water.
Oh, I thought you were talking about something else.
Oh yeah,
No,
I
it was the
mean,
And it's
crochet
not
needle.
clear like water.
I
It's
avoided that topic
something you've never
for.
seen before.
I
Hey, yeah,
avoided that
I'm done
topic.
talking about this, so whatever.
Yeah, I avoided that
Yeah,
topic.
sorry guys. It's just memories.
Over
Yeah,
it,
yeah.
dude.
Memories. Yeah, I
But think
Actually,
avoided.
about
I
that
like
shit,
this
right?
conversation
I'm
a lot
just
I
better than
hanging
the one we
out,
were
avoided the
having yesterday.
playing
breach.
video games.
I avoided the breach.
Y'all check this shit out. I'm playing video games. I'm at my best friend's house. His oldest sister is like, "You want to have sex?" And I was like, yeah, sure." It's like, what else was I supposed to say? And it was like, I go to my best friend, like trying to wake him up, and he's asleep, and he won't tell me where his condoms are, even though I gave that dude so many condoms. But
What are you on about?
how I got my wife pregnant? Well,
Oh,
so I just married her. Like after he was born, I just married her.
Wow, you make it sound so like romantic.
Wait, the romance
Well,
for
I
me.
mean,
You were just
I ain't
like,
gonna lie.
so I married her.
Hey,
Like as if
full
like you were stuck.
disclosure, fuck it. Fuck it. Full disclosure, I married my wife when she was 6 months pregnant, so fuck it. Full disclosure. My first wife.
well, it's not like you had anything to give her anyway. I'm joking.
But I love
so
Oh,
her
come
to
on.
death,
Everybody's always wants
and
to pick on Helio.
she's crazy as
I'm
fuck,
joking.
and so am I. So whatever. We're both fucking crazy.
Yeah, to marry you, they got to be totally nuts.
so in 2003 we had him, and we got married leap year 2004.
I'm about to get super blazed.
Smoke him if you
How's
got
that?
him. So technically, he's a bastard kid, but you wouldn't be able to tell because I raised him myself.
Sometimes those are the best mannered kids.
Is he a flat earther?
Dude,
No, he's not a flat earther.
my son is really fucking cool, and he's a badass drummer.
But is he a flat?
That's a plus.
He probably is a flat earther, but you're gonna have to ask him if he would ever come in here.
Well, dude, get him in here, man.
We'll see. I'll try.
That's probably not a good idea.
I don't think
Why
it's not a
not?
good idea. I mean, we have a decent
Well, I could think of a lot of things that could go wrong, like somebody come in and not realize who that person is, and like start, lacing into him, and then get you mad. And I could see
Well, I
it being
mean,
a bad.
I'm in contact with him, so if something happened, I mean, I could actually contact him directly, and he'd be like, "So and so fucked around with me," and it wouldn't be a big deal.
Oh, trust me, I know a couple of people that I would love to get to come in here, bro. I would love to get him in here and let you guys just unleash on him, but I don't know if I'd want to do that to him. They probably never speak to me again.
No, I mean, he's not like that though. He's really more like he's a smooth criminal, in that way.
Like he's not gonna
He
combat
doesn't
every
give a
fucking
fuck
argument. He's
about
gonna listen. He's
murder
gonna,
and all.
he's
To be
chill.
honest, he doesn't he knows what I do, but he doesn't give a fuck about it. He's on another path. He's doing other shit.
Yeah, let him do what he's got to do. A man's gonna do what he's got to do, right?
My son is a gamer, just like me. Like 100s.
Papa Joe, flat smacking dude.
So my boy, he aces like 100% video games. Like I don't know how, but like he'll get a video game and he'll 100% complete that shit. It's like, damn, dude.
Yeah, there are a lot of kids like that. I always like kids like that because they teach me how to play the stupid game.
Right? Yeah, if you were to
was
get
like
in here and ask him anything about Dark Souls, anything at all, he knows the answer. Elder Scrolls, Dark Souls. Damn, I can't believe I almost got in an accident tonight. Well, I technically got clipped. And it wasn't even last week. This is the second time I almost died this week.
Oh, it's a fender bender. No, not a gender bender, but a fender bender. At least it wasn't a
I bet
fender
if we
bender
knew
with a
all the
gender bender.
times that we came close to death, we'd probably be surprised. Like all the times where like you're asleep and something happens in your house or whatever that you're not aware of, where you could have died. Lightning bolt. You never know. I mean, think of all the times where you're not looking and you don't see it.
Mm-hmm.
Totally. That's why you should not give two shits about death, honestly.
Yeah, fearing is kind of silly because when it comes, it's just gonna be there. It's not like you're gonna have time to think about.
Well, I'd much rather go out for a reason other than some drunk Mexican, couldn't stay in his lane.
Oh yeah, absolutely. A drunk driver, yeah, fatality wouldn't be great, but
Well,
yeah,
there's
it'd be
a
great to
reason
like
in that,
save a life
even
or
though
something.
it's
Yeah,
maybe not what we want, but there's something happens out of that, I'm sure.
I had to chase that dude down, run some red lights.
Anyways, so what about this? In the ball model, shouldn't the sun rise from It goes from east to west, but it should change and go west to east during certain times of the year. It should literally be changing, correct? If it was on a ball.
No. No. Why?
Huh? Why?
Yeah, why?
Wait, what?
This is one of DeBay's new arguments I was listening to.
So at what point would it be rising in the west if it was a sphere?
As it spins around the sun, it's literally, well, I mean, it's kind of, when you see it illustrated, it makes more sense. You know what I mean? It's kind of like the idea of, going around the moon and you only see one aspect of it, or you're supposed to see the other. You know what I mean?
Well, another reason why we know the Earth isn't a ball is because every 6 months the days and nights would switch.
Wait, what was that?
If the Earth was really on an elliptical orbit around the sun, every 6 months the days and nights would switch.
Exactly,
Think about
bro. So you said it.
Isn't that
Well,
a
they
trippy one?
say
That's one that
That's
got
what
me. I
I'm
was like,
trying to
what?
say.
their
You finally
answer
said it.
their answer for that is that the Earth spins 361 degrees, right? But if that's true, then how do we see different stars during the different
Yeah,
months?
they can't. Yeah, they always have a
So they can't
bullshit
have both.
excuse. But,
Keep bullshitting.
That's a gotcha
but when
right
you really
there.
start thinking about all the evidence and you start adding it up in your mind, that's the one that got me. I was like, wait a minute, that's true. I was like, man, I can't wait to throw that at some. My grandma stared at me for about 45 seconds when I told her that. I
Caught
showed
you
her a picture. I
spot.
drew it on a piece of paper, and she just looked at me. And I go, now explain to me why every 6 months the days and nights don't change, switch each other. And she goes, and she just sat there and she stared at me, and then she finally goes, I don't know. And she just looked at me for another
Yeah,
15
like
seconds.
Autobot
And it was
style.
like, that was it. I didn't say anything else. I just walked away. Oh my God, are you okay?
Did he mean to
That
do
was
that?
DJ Helio.
Do you think he meant that?
No idea. I guess we'll find out.
Helio, is that you doing it? Anyways, I don't know what happened. We were talking about something here.
No reason not to change the
Hey,
subject.
come on, bro. What's up? Alrighty.
Is there a Flat Earth Awareness Day yet? Or is that every day?
Why do we need a holiday?
To get those barbecues going, man.
Well, we can find excuses for that.
Yeah, that's true. Guess we always have.
Like Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. And you already know Friday and Saturday, right?
My favorite's the Sunday. JK.
Thing is, bro, even on all the video games, etc., like the new ones, it's all about like some space fucking you know, even crypto games. There's a whole bunch of space games. They just push it.
I'm surprised nobody's been talking about the Dream stuff, the Dream video game things that I've seen. I've seen an ad for it a couple times. It was like this Xbox or something thing or PlayStation thing that you wear these little light things on your head when you sleep, and it supposedly pulses and it makes you have certain kinds of vivid dreams or some crazy crap.
Really?
And then they create some kind of like thing in the dream, and then they send you like a doll or something. I don't know. It was some, I don't know how to explain it. But just look up pretty sure it's Xbox Dream something. Just look that up, you'll find it. But just be prepared. It's
Dude.
really, really strange.
They just want you hooked up, dude, day and night, bro.
Yeah, they do. Yeah, they do. Well, I'm not so sure we aren't already plugged in, but I mean, who really knows, right?
I don't know, man. The very last thing I want is to be plugged into the internet and fucking 24/7.
You know, what if this is just the party before you get born? Like, what if we're just dreaming we're alive?
Say what?
I said, what if we're still in the womb and we haven't been born yet, and we're just dreaming we are alive already?
Could be that, huh? I mean, haven't you had those dreams that are so legit, so real, and it's like, wow, you woke up out of it.
Yeah, the kind where you look in the closet and under the bed both before you walk around the house.
It's pretty amazing what the mind can cook up, like when you close your eyes. I mean, it really, we may very well be able to just shift through different, I guess we might be projecting our reality to some extent.
Just seen that clip, Joshua. That's crazy.
Like, if there really is no tangible realm, that's bizarre. May not be. I don't know, dude.
Right? Good old Cook County.